Greetings, family. What's up? I see we have folks in the chat already. You got Kevin Carre, 42 out there. We got the pro-black perspective in the chat as well. They're saying greetings, family, and peace, fam. Thanks to you guys for being here already. Just want to hop on and let you guys know what we have in store for you tonight. Tonight, we will be discussing why facts don't change our minds. We will be discussing Umar Johnson and his school and some recent paperwork that came out about the school. Was it a grift all along? We're going to talk about caveman behavior. We're going to talk about another senseless death due to plastic surgery. We're going to talk about when dancehall, Jamaican dancehall music took a trip to the United States. We're going to talk about the game. You know, you hear people talking about, man, you got to play the game. We're going to ask the question, what is the game, though? We're going to talk about Queen Mother more. We're going to talk about the origins of the Nigerian Prince Scam, why black men aren't protecting black women, the history of rum. Shout out to you guys who have yours poured already. And if we have time, there's a bonus about there's no such thing as miracles. Thank you guys again for joining us tonight. Hit the like button. Share the content on your social media. Let people know that you're tuned in with us tonight. What we're going to do now is do a station ID break and intro. And on the other side, we will drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1, as well as the link for anyone who wants to join the panel tonight.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about black empowerment. Our show focuses on black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-black perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Let me drop the link for those who would like to join the panel here. Let me drop the link for you guys. The link is now in the chat. Hop on if you want to. We have Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 up as I wait for folks to come in. By the way, you guys, make sure to check out the community tab. I put up interesting little posts there from time to time, and sometimes there's like questions of the day, etc. I'd like to hear from you guys over there. So make sure check out the community tab. I just shouted out Afro Think Tank for that video he put out to his listeners, to come over and to subscribe to my show. And I have been seeing some of those subscriptions. So welcome you guys from the Afro Think Tank channel. I gotta have him on in an interview one day soon. In fact, I've been wanting to get him on Shoot the Breeze panel, but he hasn't he hasn't accepted that offer yet. Yeah, so make sure to subscribe to his channel as well. You know, I want to show him some thanks for what he did. NYC Beauties is in the chat saying blessings to all. Y'all say what's up to NY Beauties. Let me welcome in Kevin Carre to the panel. Kevin Carre, how are you this week?
I'm very good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm hanging in there. The weather's getting sunnier and sunnier and a little warmer and warmer, and you know, it's right up my alley, man.
Yeah, man. Yep, the summer is getting warm. It's a beautiful day today, man. But just like with the good weather comes the mosquitoes. With them damn bikers are back on the road again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The annoyances come out, and the violence goes up, and you know that kind of mars the whole good weather thing. But yeah, that weather was good. When the weather is sunny and nice temperature, that inspires me to do some things. So should the breeze topic number 1 is up. Before we get into the topic, let's give this panelist some time to get his device connected. But you see the title of the Shoot the Breeze prompt number 1 tonight is why facts don't change our minds. Marcus McGee in the chat says his channel is nice too. He's talking about Afro Think Tank. He says his channel is nice too. I subscribe. Yeah, thank you for doing that. So now the brother knows that we are also sending folks his way. And you know something too? Real talk. If you guys think Afro Think Tank should be on KWAZ radio, you know, let him know and let us know. You know, maybe he'll be a nice addition to what we do here. Let's welcome in Mr. Untouchable tonight. Mr. Untouchable, how are you?
Good night, my good brothers. Good night. This computer is doing what it wants to tonight, so bear with me.
Good night. Good night.
No problem. I'm gonna gas him up with us now. Gas him up. How are you this week?
Everything is well, brothers. Hope all of you are well too.
Yeah. Everything's cool my way. Good to see you as well. Thanks for coming through. Ketter's in the chat saying peace, family. New York City Sports Archives, NYC Sports Archives is in the chat saying hello, everyone. Have a blessed evening. So Marcus McGee followed the brother Afro Think Tank. So I appreciate that, you know, trying to practice some reciprocity here. Shooter Breeze topic number 1 tonight is why facts don't change minds. This came with a link. Let me share it with you guys. All right, hold on. Did some stupid stuff just now. Wait a minute. Just bear with me as I copy this link again. I see we got Tanzan in the chat. Tanzan, you're welcome to join the panel tonight. Just click the link. Tanzan saying peace and greetings, Koku, Bit of Medicine Podcast. All right, so I got the link now. Let me share the video with you guys. Okay, there we go. Let's check out the video, and then we'll discuss it on the other side.
Why facts don't change our minds. The economist J.K. Galbraith once wrote, faced with a choice between changing one's mind and proving there is no need to do so, almost everyone gets busy with the proof. Leo Tolstoy was even bolder. The most difficult subjects can be explained to the most slow-witted man if he has not formed any idea of them already, but the simplest thing cannot be made clear to the most intelligent man if he is firmly persuaded that he knows already, without a shadow of doubt, what is laid before him. What's going on here? Why don't facts change our minds? And why would someone continue to believe a false or inaccurate idea anyway? How do such behaviors serve us? The logic of false beliefs. Humans need a reasonably accurate view of the world in order to survive. If your model of reality is wildly different from the actual world, then you struggle to take effective actions each day. However, truth and accuracy are not the only things that matter to the human mind. Humans also seem to have a deep desire to belong. Humans are herd animals. We want to fit in, to bond with others, and to earn the respect and approval of our peers. Such inclinations are essential to our survival. For most of our evolutionary history, our ancestors lived in tribes. Becoming separated from the tribe, or worse, being cast out, was a death sentence. Understanding the truth of a situation is important, but so is remaining part of a tribe. While these two desires often work well together, they occasionally come into conflict. In many circumstances, social connection is actually more helpful to your daily life than understanding the truth of a particular fact or idea. The Harvard psychologist Steven Pinker put it this way: people are embraced or condemned according to their beliefs, so one function of the mind may be to hold beliefs that bring the belief holder the greatest number of allies, protectors, or disciples, rather than beliefs that are most likely to be true. We don't always believe things because they are correct. Sometimes we believe things because they make us look good to the people we care about. Kevin Simler wrote, "If a brain anticipates that it will be rewarded for adopting a particular belief, it's perfectly happy to do so, and doesn't much care where the reward comes from, whether it's pragmatic better outcomes resulting from better decisions, social better treatment from one's peers, or some mix of the two." False beliefs can be useful in a social sense even if they are not useful in a factual sense. For lack of a better phrase, we might call this approach factually false, but socially accurate. When we have to choose between the two, people often select friends and family over facts. This insight not only explains why we might hold our tongue at a dinner party or look the other way when our parents say something offensive, but also reveals a better way to change the minds of others. Facts don't change our minds. Friendship does. Convincing someone to change their mind is really the process of convincing them to change their tribe. If they abandon their beliefs, they run the risk of losing social ties. You can't expect someone to change their mind if you take away their community too. You have to give them somewhere to go. Nobody wants their worldview torn apart if loneliness is the outcome. The way to change people's minds is to become friends with them, to integrate them into your tribe, to bring them into your circle. Now, they can change their beliefs without the risk of being abandoned socially. The British philosopher Alain de Botton suggests that we simply share meals with those who disagree with us. Sitting down at a table with a group of strangers has the incomparable and odd benefit of making it a little more difficult to hate them with impunity. Prejudice and ethnic strife feed off abstraction. However, the proximity required by a meal, something about handing dishes around, unfurling napkins at the same moment, even asking a stranger to pass the salt, disrupts our ability to cling to the belief that the outsiders who wear unusual clothes and speak in distinctive accents deserve to be sent home or assaulted. For all the large-scale political solutions which have been proposed to salve ethnic conflict, there are few more effective ways to promote tolerance between suspicious neighbors than to force them to eat supper together. Perhaps it is not difference, but distance that breeds tribalism and hostility. As proximity increases, so does understanding. I am reminded of Abraham Lincoln's quote, "I don't like that man. I must get to know him better." Facts don't change our minds. Friendship does. The spectrum of beliefs years ago, Ben Casnocha mentioned an idea to me that I haven't been able to shake. The people who are most likely to change our minds are the ones we agree with on 98% of topics. If someone you know, like, and trust believes a radical idea, you are more likely to give it merit, weight, or consideration. You already agree with them in most areas of life. Maybe you should change your mind on this one too. But if someone wildly different than you proposes the same radical idea, well, it's easy to dismiss them as a crackpot. One way to visualize this distinction is by mapping beliefs on a spectrum. If you divide this spectrum into 10 units and you find yourself at position 7, then there is little sense in trying to convince someone at position 1. The gap is too wide. When you're at position 7, your time is better spent connecting with people who are at positions 6 and 8, gradually pulling them in your direction. The most heated arguments often occur between people on opposite ends of the spectrum, but the most frequent learning occurs from people who are nearby. The closer you are to someone, the more likely it becomes that the one or two beliefs you don't share will bleed over into your own mind and shape your thinking. The further away an idea is from your current position, the more likely you are to reject it outright. When it comes to changing people's minds, it is very difficult to jump from one side to another. You can't jump down the spectrum. You have to slide down it. Any idea that is sufficiently different from your current worldview will feel threatening. And the best place to ponder a threatening idea is in a non-threatening environment. As a result, books are often a better vehicle for transforming beliefs than conversations or debates. In conversation, people have to carefully consider their status and appearance. They want to save face and avoid looking stupid. When confronted with an uncomfortable set of facts, the tendency is often to double down on their current position rather than publicly admit to being wrong. Books resolve this tension. With a book, the conversation takes place inside someone's head and without the risk of being judged by others. It's easier to be open-minded when you aren't feeling defensive. Arguments are like a full frontal attack on a person's identity. Reading a book is like slipping the seed of an idea into a person's brain and letting it grow on their own terms. There's enough wrestling going on in someone's head when they're overcoming a pre-existing belief. They don't need to wrestle with you too. Why false ideas persist? There is another reason bad ideas continue to live on, which is that people continue to talk about them. Silence is death for any idea. An idea that is never spoken or written down dies with the person who conceived it. Ideas can only be remembered when they are repeated. They can only be believed when they are repeated. But here's a crucial point most people miss. People also repeat bad ideas when they complain about them. Before you can criticize an idea, you have to reference that idea. You end up repeating the ideas you're hoping people will forget, but of course people can't forget them because you keep talking about them. The more you repeat a bad idea, the more likely people are to believe it. Let's call this phenomenon Clear's law of recurrence. The number of people who believe an idea is directly proportional to the number of times it has been repeated during the last year, even if the idea is false. Each time you attack a bad idea, you are feeding the very monster you are trying to destroy. As one Twitter employee wrote, every time you retweet or quote tweet someone you're angry with, it helps them. It disseminates their BS. Hell for the ideas you deplore is silence. Have the discipline to give it to them. Your time is better spent championing good ideas than tearing down bad ones. Don't waste time explaining why bad ideas are bad. You are simply fanning the flame of ignorance and stupidity. The best thing that can happen to a bad idea is that it is forgotten. The best thing that can happen to a good idea is that it is shared. It makes me think of Tyler Cowen's quote, "Spend as little time as possible talking about how other people are wrong. Feed the good ideas and let bad ideas die of starvation." The intellectual soldier. Why do you want to criticize bad ideas in the first place? Presumably, you want to criticize bad ideas because you think the world would be better off if fewer people believed them. In other words, you think the world would improve if people changed their minds on a few important topics. If the goal is to actually change minds, then we shouldn't believe criticizing the other side is the best approach. Most people argue to win, not to learn. As Julia Gallup so aptly puts it, people often act like soldiers rather than scouts. Soldiers are on the intellectual attack, looking to defeat the people who differ from them. Victory is the operative emotion. Scouts, meanwhile, are like intellectual explorers, slowly trying to map the terrain with others. Curiosity is the driving force. If you want people to adopt your beliefs, you need to act more like a scout and less like a soldier. At the center of this approach is a question Tiago Forte poses beautifully: are you willing to not win in order to keep the conversation going? Be kind first, be right later. The brilliant Japanese writer Haruki Murakami once wrote, "Always remember that to argue, and win, is to break down the reality of the person you are arguing against. It is painful to lose your reality, so be kind, even if you are right." When we are in the moment, we can easily forget that the goal is to connect with the other side, collaborate with them, befriend them, and integrate them into our tribe. We are so caught up in winning that we forget about connecting. It's easy to spend your energy labeling people rather than working with them. The word kind originated from the word kin. When you are kind to someone, it means you are treating them like family. This, I think, is a good method for actually changing someone's mind. Develop a friendship. Share a meal. Gift a book. Be kind first, be right later. Thanks for watching.
Interesting stuff. There's a lot to unpack there. Let's start with Kevin Carre. Kevin Carre, what are 3 things that really jumped out at you from that video?
One, it's kind of pro-integrationist. 2, as you get older, you kind of get set in your ways. You go through a lot of experiences in your early life that shape you. That shape you when you get old. So you can try to change my mind, but once I'm set in a certain pattern of thought, that's the way it's going to be. Like I said, when I was younger, I was on this disillusion that, oh, everyone loved black people. And as you get older, someone set you straight, you learn your real history to say, you know what, I respect all the people, but hey, I'm here for my people. But that's all I can say. But I like to digress here.
All right, I appreciate that, man. Gas them up. What are 3 things that jumped out at you from that video? You're muted if you're speaking. All right, let's go to Mr. Untouchable.
Yeah, give me a second. Sorry about that. Give me a second. Yeah, Mr. Untouchable. Sorry about that.
No worries. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. One of the things that stood out to me is that facts. Really the prompt itself. Facts don't change people's minds. I was really under the assumption that when you inform people correctly, on a subject that they may not necessarily be clear about, that they would be willing to change their minds on certain things. Mm-hmm. But this person really said that the reason why some people change their minds is not necessarily based on facts. It's like trying to convince a Christian that Jesus Christ never existed and then showing them all the historical evidence to show that there was never a man, in human history that, really wore that specific title. That's a very difficult thing to pull a person away from, in particular, because, a parent or a loved one or someone who you may even be in good relations with, they are connected to a community of people who have the same kinds of ideas. They share customs, they share values. They're not going to be willing to disconnect because you find some historical evidence that might prove really in a complete opposition to what they may feel and believe. They're not going to disconnect from you, from their friends and family members and so forth. That's so right. Sometimes you have to leave people. It's unfortunate. Yeah, you remember the old movie called The Matrix?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It was something said. I think one of the people said when they took Neo out of the Matrix, they said that the human mind, you can't take the human mind out of the Matrix at a certain point because it'll cause a whole lot of discombobulation. You're really, really causing the ego trip, mind trip. Mm-hmm. So you have to leave some people with beliefs, even though you may know it to be wrong. And this even could extend to even some of the online cults that we have, see popping up all over the place. Some people even giving historical evidence about their own selves, even showing them, look, you are connected to Africa in this way. You have this percentage showing, scientific information, DNA information. People say, no, I am a blood-born Indian and this is my land. And they would create all kind of, well, you can't believe that science over there. It's like, it's very difficult because they are connected to this idea of belongingness. We are a part of this group and no facts or science that you could ever show me is going to pull me away from this group. So that's what I got from it.
Did you see what Kevin Carre saw, that it was highly integrationist, this piece?
No, I didn't see what Kev saw. Kev may have saw something different. I don't know why he saw what he saw, but to each his own. He may have saw something different from what I was looking at, but
Is Gassim up with us now or not?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the videos is very true in many aspects. I personally, I don't have conversations typically to change people's minds. I just present them information and tell them, hey, you have every right, to believe what you believe. You're your own adult. You're a person. I do, however, fight the notion, however, when they, like I have this saying, I say, look, everyone is entitled to their right of stupidity, but you're not entitled to bring it around me.
Right.
So just like I'm entitled, if my idea is incredulous or seems stupid, I don't have to force it down anyone's throat, and my ideologies and beliefs. So, but it is true, even like, because, I had a background in sales for many years. You never sold 9 out of 10 on logic and reasoning. So, for example, like when you would talk to a husband and wife about, let's let's say you want to get them in mutual funds and life insurance or some sort of an annuity. 9 out of 10, you always made sure you sold, especially in the U.S., you sold the wife, because if the wife wasn't on board with it, nothing you sold would stay in that house, and you had to appeal to her emotion. You had to talk to her about, well, heaven forbid, if your husband were not here, what steps do you have in place? And say that in front of him, and say, are you prepared for your children to not go to the best type of university that they could go to if something were to happen to your husband tomorrow? And you start asking those type of disturbing questions to spark an emotional response. And when you get that emotional response, then you can say, well, it's okay. Because people will get offended. Like, what do you mean? I'm not going to die. And it's like, listen, no one's saying you're going to die, but that's just the eventuality of life. And here are some steps that you can take. You tell me what you want to do. It's okay to throw me out and not talk to me, but you tell me what makes sense to you. And you'll slowly see people fill in the puzzle themselves. But some of the best salespeople will tell you, you can't sell to a person's logic 9 out of 10. You have to appeal to the emotional, illogical, and then people use reason and logic to justify their emotional decision.
Yeah, when I first saw the video, the first thing it made me kind of realize, I guess, like you, Gaston, I always had the feeling that it was an emotional thing. It was tied because people tied certain ideas to their emotion, right? But I like how this video kind of put it that it's really more so about their relationships, and which is still emotional. But I like that they zoomed out a bit and let you see it's more than just emotional. It's also tied to how they interact with others and how, like a social thing. And like the idea, one of the things that I took from it is the idea that you put something in a book as opposed to trying to reason it out with words or something, where socially the person might feel embarrassed by the change of heart that they actually kind of feel about a point that you're making, but they'll just lash out, so to speak, like emotionally lash out and double down on their thought. But if you put that same thing in a book, I find that interesting. You put that same thing in a book, this person would instead take the time in their own head to reason out the two sides of the argument fairly, without potential shame of being upstaged by someone, etc. And when I think about that, then I think about the fact of how difficult it is in Black community to get Black folks to actually read a book. We got only to say in the chat, ask him how difficult it is to get Black folks to actually read a book. I used to do the Bitter Medicine book club with Carl Hezekiah, and later on, after we did a video and broke the whole book down, people would say, "Oh, that's a dope book," or some people asked us to read the whole book and create like an audio book for them to be able to take in the book. And it was an ad I used to do that used to say how, like, if you want to keep something for Black people, you put it in a book. And now I'm thinking about that now in terms of, it's better to get to Black people or people in general through books, but look at the difficulty that we will have in getting through to Black people with books. Anyone have any thoughts on that long diatribe I just dropped there?
I mean, I want to add to what you said about the books.
Yeah.
When I used to live in Brooklyn, there used to be a bookstore about 2 blocks from my house. After a few months, it went out of business. Right, no one was going in there. What replaced the bookstore was a Chinese restaurant, and that restaurant is still there to this day.
Interesting.
I have a question.
Yeah. Well, before your question, let's say what Mr. Untouchable had to add there.
No, the only thing I would add to what you were saying as far as books is concerned is that audio books, MP3. I feel like the MP3 and the audio online book has been really a revolution for us, in particular for us. I don't know what it is with the written word. Maybe it's because we're too busy, you know, in our daily lives, that we can't really, you know, study a written, what's called a written word and paper in a paper format. But I find that audiobooks is really one of the greatest things, man, because I really just got into audiobooks. I usually am a reader, but as I got into audiobooks, I find like I'm able to cover a whole lot more territory in books in a like an audio MP3 format. But what is the difficulty for me is really finding a lot of the black books, you know, from like a blueprint print for Black Power. You know, we don't have a lot of audio books on the different great books of our black writers. And I feel like that should be something that, you know, one of us should take on one day, man, because a lot of people don't have access, may not necessarily have access to these kinds of books, but they certainly have access to the internet, and they can download these MP3s and really try to get involved and understand the ideas of these great writers in our historical backgrounds, man. I think that's one of the things that we could really focus on, audiobooks, you know.
That's one of the things I wanted to do, would like to do on the Discord. Create a channel for MP3, you know, like an MP3s channel where you could put together, people could come download MP3s, put together playlists and stuff like that. That's something. So you guys, if that sounds like something interesting to you and you're on the Discord, let me know if you'd like to help with that. That's something I like to do. Because I agree with Mr. Untouchable. I don't mind reading a book at all, but there's something nice about even if you're doing other things around the house or something, or driving or something, you could listen to an audiobook as you're doing those things. In the chat, the Pro-Black Perspective also made another point I had wanted to touch on too, about that video. That video, like him, made me think about the ADOS FBA group, and how in that video they talked about that some folks, depending on how far away you are from them ideologically, you just have to ignore them, just leave them be. So thank you for the Pro-Black Perspective for those two messages. Let's welcome in Tanzan to the panel. Tanzan, how are you this week?
I'm very good, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
Yes. My impression of the clip was the emphasis on relationships over truth. And I think that in a way, it's a part of human nature that people, not everybody seeks truth. I think it's only a few people who really want to know the truth. I think most people just want to be told they're right, and challenging their reality is usually a very difficult thing. And most people don't believe out of, you know, evidence and scientific inquiry and scientific method and all of that stuff. They believe what they believe out of mostly emotional or, you know, environment, or just like they say, relationships. You can change somebody's mind over food or a meal than you can over a 2-hour heated argument. So I think, and also what they said was repeating falsehood. Sometimes when you try to, you know, prove somebody wrong for so long, even just the act of repeating it, it actually, you know, forwards the message, because you're doing their job for them. Even negative advertising can be advertising. So sometimes we give people too much energy by even trying to change their minds or prove them wrong, when in reality, we can either try to build relationships with them or focus on the people who already, you know, think the way they think. Or if you really want to change them, it's like the missionaries when they came. They didn't come, you know, with all the archaeological evidence of, you know, the truth and all that. They came with sweets. That's really how they got the people. They gave the children, you know, sweet stuff and clothes and a few things. And that was enough to convince a lot of people. So either when we deal with our people, we either deal with the relationship aspect of it, or we work with those people who already know, you know, what the people who are seeking truth. Yeah, so that's what I got from that.
Thank you for that. I know
Yes.
I know Gaston has a question, but before we get to Gaston's question, I want to ask you guys this question, because Tanzan said something interesting related to this video. When you hear nonsense, though, when you're hearing stuff that's just utter nonsense, can you really just ignore them? Let me start with Kevin Carey for that one.
It depends. If it's egregious, like as you said with the FBA ADOS, like it's just so obvious this is a cult. Because as I said, if you ignore it, long enough, that thing can fester. It can grow. It can
Yes.
virtually seep offline.
Yes.
Look, I mean, talk about Hitler. That guy started small, and look what he became.
Yeah, I feel you on that one. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to that?
I think that you should I think that you should try to discern what you would like to respond to when you hear ignorance, because if you were to answer to every ridiculous allegation or claim that is leveled against you, you may be doing that forever, brother, because there's many fools out here. I used to hear this Islamic brother back in the day. He used to say the masses are asses. The amount of ignorance is really, is the tide of that is so large, and is so unsurmountable. You would be doing that really forever. So you really have to really scrutinize the stupidity sometimes when you hear it, and really try to I try to walk a line where I don't want to get into a big asshole argument or nonsensical fight that leads to nowhere. I try to, state what I believe to be true, and then move on from it. If a person wants to continue in his ignorance, I just move on, man. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna. I feel like it's wasted time, and time is something we really don't have. And I really am very careful, with my time. Time is important, more valuable than money. So.
Mm-hmm. Tanzan, what say you to that? And then we'll go to gas him up and hear his question as well. Tanzan, do you just ignore the blatant, obvious nonsense? You just let that ride, or just ignore them?
I think it depends on the intention of the person. Sometimes people are ignorant. I give people, a pass for being ignorant. Ignorance, just not knowing, not, being stupid or anything, just not knowing. But there are some people who are both ignorant and arrogant. And when somebody is on that level, then you just leave them alone. If somebody is really interested in knowing and they just don't know, and, maybe they have some preconceived notions, then you can let them, you can inform them and you can share the information. But there are some people who are vested in their ignorance, and they'll hold on to it for life. So with such people, there's no point. But for people who really want to know, then then you can engage some of them.
Yeah, and the abundance of water, the fool is thirsty. Gas them up. What say you to that question? Should you just ignore the foolishness, or try to educate and then ask us your question?
I think it depends on who it's from. Like if it's a family member, just speaking for myself, if it's a family member, I depending on the family member, if it's like an immediate family member, like during the presidential elections, when people say certain things, like, what the hell are you talking about? Have you looked at this, and this? And I just say it and I leave it. I'm not gonna have like a, because I've seen articles where family members have pulled out shotguns and shot each other over a political debates.
Yep.
It's like, dude, you shot your mother in the leg because of Joe Biden, because of Donald Trump. This is crazy. But I mean, it depends on who it's coming from. If it's someone close, then yes, I would take the time and the energy and the effort to present an alternative. But if it's somebody that it's of no consequence, I try not to waste. Like Brother Untouchable was saying, energy is vital. It's key. To quote the wise scholar WizKid, bad energy stay far away, make you stay far away. So don't worry about my other question. It'll probably come up later. So that's all I have to say.
All right. I appreciate all those responses, and from those of you in the chat, we have Lero here saying peace, loved ones. Daily affirmations by Pauline is in the chat. Make sure to check out her channel as well. Check her out on social media for her daily affirmations. She says good evening. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. If we have nothing else, make sure you guys hit the like button and share it on Twitter. You can @ me on Twitter when you share the post for tonight's show. Just @ me on Twitter or whatever, so I can see that you shared it. You know, Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 tonight is: was this a grift all along? This came with a link. Let's check it out. So I actually tweeted this out because last week on Shoot the Breeze, we were talking about grifters, and last Sunday or so, I saw this, was talking about grifters just last night. So this is an image here. What's the best way for me to view this? This is an image here about Umar Johnson School, the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RGB. You know, I almost read this KGB, RGB Leadership Academy. This is a cease and desist order from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Department of State, right? Bureau of Corporations and Charitable Organizations, cease and desist order. And now, this 4th day of March 2022, the acting secretary of the Commonwealth, having found that Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG Leadership Academy, and that's the P.O. Box, the address, is not registered with the Department of State's Bureau of Corporations and Charitable Organizations, and or has failed to submit all requested documentation to the Department of State, Bureau of Corporations and Charitable Organizations of the Bureau of Enforcement and Investigation, in accordance with the Pennsylvania solicitation of funds for charitable purposes, hereby orders Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG Leadership Academy to immediately cease and desist from soliciting contributions on behalf of or as a charitable organization or conducting any services of a professional fundraising council or professional solicitor in Pennsylvania until such time as it provides the Department of State, Bureau of Corporations, and charitable organizations with all previously requested information and duly registers or provides information that it is excluded or exempt from registration as determined by the Department of State, Bureau of Corporations, and charitable organizations. Respondent may also be subject to formal administration action, which could result in the imposition of administrative fines of up to $1,000 per violation of the Act, plus an additional penalty of $100 per day for each day the violation continues. And that's the acting secretary of Commonwealth who signed this document. You see the Hot Shotty podcast saw it and said, wow, shaking my head. So that's a cease and desist order on this guy soliciting funds. We got Jonelle in the chat. Jonelle is here. You'll say what's up to Jonelle. Thanks for coming through, Jonelle. So what, you know, I'm sure the guys on the panel and you guys in the chat are familiar with Dr. Umar Johnson. I'm sure you're familiar with how many years now, it's probably at least 10 years now, that he was soliciting these funds. And in fact, it's close to 10 years now he's had this $750,000 of funds and whatnot to open these schools. And it seems as though he did eventually purchase the land, so you got to give him his credit there, although I have a thought about that. What are you guys' thoughts? Based on what you've seen here, the guy not filing this, that, and the other, but yet soliciting funds. Was this a grift all along? Let me start with Kevin Conway for you, too.
It sounds like, in my opinion, that, you know, he didn't grease the palms of the authorities, so now they're coming down on his ass. Like they want their money. You know, he's trying to, you know, swindle and side with, when it comes to money, these people don't play. You mess around, they're gonna shut you the hell down.
Let's switch it up a little bit. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
I want to slow this down for a little bit. Okay, so this is a letter from the department in the Corporation of Philadelphia, the state of Philadelphia, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now the corporation, he's incorporated in Delaware.
Mm-hmm.
So why is the state of Philadelphia saying that he shouldn't solicit in the state of Delaware? Because they are two different states, and the incorporation is actually in another state. See, when you're dealing with incorporation and things of that nature, it's almost like you're dealing with almost like different countries in the United States. So it's like is this letter saying that he can't solicit in Pennsylvania, or is it saying that he can't solicit in the place where he is incorporated? And I think the problem is paperwork, and I think he needs to talk to his lawyer, because if this letter is saying that he is not properly incorporated inside the state of Philadelphia, I would understand why they would not want him to solicit in the state of Philadelphia. But the letter is actually saying that he is not really incorporated as far as a charitable organization for his business in Delaware. That's a problem too. So he needs to call his lawyer, because this really is a paperwork issue. That's what I'm looking at. So he needs to call his lawyer and ensure that he is properly incorporated in Delaware, so he could solicit. And I don't know what extent of that solicitation will be. I don't know if it'll be restricted to Delaware itself, or it'll extend through all the states. I don't know how he can how he really is gonna have his business set up, but that's not really being disclosed within this letter. But my problem on the face of it is, I'm asking, why is the Commonwealth of Philadelphia telling him that he can't solicit, and when his company is incorporated in Delaware? But from reading this, he's really not incorporated in Delaware. But that's
right.
What the issue is. It's really a paperwork issue. That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a paperwork issue. But as far as the grift, the brother has his buildings. The brother saying that the place will open in September. I only can really go off of what I see and what I know. He is really keeping his personal information very close to his chest. But I think that Umar Johnson needs a lot of professional help, because he's committing the same errors. He likes Garvey so much. Don't commit the same mistakes of Garvey.
Right.
You know what I mean? Put professional people around. I understand it's a matter of trust. I understand that you sometimes, even with this whole consciousness movement, you can't really get professional people to work alongside you who you could really trust. So he is just relying on trust rather than professionalism. Same mistake of Garvey. But it's on him, man. It remains, for me, it remains to be seen, and what he is trying to do is a grift or not. It remains to be seen, man. It's been 13 years. I know it's a lot of criticisms coming. I know within the Black community, we are merciless, So I'm just, it's his business, man. That's where I'll leave it.
Thanks for that. Yeah, I'll give my thoughts at the end here. Gas them up. What say you to this?
On an occult level, right? Like Brother Untouchable actually said, you keep speaking of something, it starts to repeat, it starts to manifest itself. And so you keep channeling this spirit of Garvey, you end up making the same, mistakes as Garvey. And who knows, maybe in 20, 30 years, we find out it was all an attempt to come after him, just like, they did the same to Garvey. I do think that sometimes I think our people, we have a problem with, I call it the homeboy economic model, right? In Nigeria, it's like the padi, my friend of friend type of model. Everyone's smiling, and it's like, yeah, that's cool. That worked in a village, that worked if we're gypsies or something, but that doesn't work anymore, right? Like nowadays, look, let's just be straightforward, be by the book, get your lawyer, get my lawyer, look at the contract, make sure you're not cheated, make sure I'm not cheated, and then we can be the best of brothers and be friends. You look at, for example, guys like Jay-Z and Damon Dash. Oh, they were railing against Leo Cohen and saying these guys, they're culture vultures and blah, blah, blah. But look at the contracts they gave their artists, right? Jay-Z had guys on tour with him in his Rockefeller days, and he was giving them just clothes and like $30 a day, and just bought them a sandwich. But they would take pictures with him and throw up the Rockefeller sign. It's just like, if that's the case, I might as well stay in slavery with this white man on the plantation. If I'm going to be around so-called black people who scream this, we got to escape the white man system, blah, 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 and then you're going to do me worse. You know, look at what Don King did to Mike Tyson. And Don King is my brother, my brother, my brother, my brother. Only in America, my brother. And it's just like, you know, unfortunately, these people play on something that was said in the earlier video. Human beings are not only just emotional, human beings are social creatures.
Yes.
And they know that everybody wants to belong to a tribe or a village. And this so-called conscious community is nonsense, in my opinion, in the sense that it's a bunch of people who have read alternative information, which quite often is true, but we don't know how to act upon it, live upon it, or live with it, create villages, create societies. We don't know how to create anything culturally that can really, you know, manifest itself the way you would see like the Hasidic Hebrew community or other communities. We don't have the skill set or the tools to really do that. So we have these hodgepodge networks of so-called woke activism, and then you get these woke communities, and they're always selling you something. They always buy my shirt and buy my merchandise and this, and my Cash App is this. And, you know, they want you to buy information that you could have easily Googled or get my new documentary, or I'm going to open up a museum.
Mm-hmm.
And at a certain point, I have no problem with being in commerce, but, you know, is this how the Hasidic community treats its own so-called members? No, right? I watch videos on their community. I found out something interesting where it's like, hey, listen, not everybody's going to be rich in our community. They said that some people, you know, you'll be in a yeshiva school and your classmate's father is a millionaire and your father is not a millionaire. But it gives you an incentive to work hard and do good things and blah, blah, blah. But they have a community. So I've always said we have this 501c3 mentality of community, and evidently he doesn't even have his 501c3s in place.
Right.
Where I'm sure he probably is going to say, well, I didn't finish building the school, so there was no need for me to set that up. Which he could be right, but at the same time, if that's the case, because he has to pay, you know, he has to show tax filings as you're collecting this money, right? But again, it's not just him. Years ago, this guy, Bono, the musician from U2, he had that nonprofit. He was out there, you know, this is what the whole nonprofit hustle is. You set up your nonprofit and you pay yourself an administrative salary, a large administrative salary. You use a small amount to so-called handle what your nonprofit is supposed to address, and the rest goes towards, like, you know, these silly projects that don't do anything and stuff like that. So it's the same game. I hope he's not running it. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, but again, it's just like our community has to learn that if we're going to have a so-called true community, we can't go with that model. I'll stop there.
I appreciate that. I'm going to touch on one or two of those things you mentioned in a second. Let's hear from Tanzan first. Tanzan, what say you?
I say that if you're given responsibility, if you're given amount of money, if you're given anything, you really do have to show your work, even if it's just a room, even if it's just, you know, taking, you know, children on a trip to Africa. It doesn't matter, but people will want to see results, big or small, you know, and going on for so long, even if you did support, even if you started out, because sometimes people do start out well. Some people start with very good intentions and they have the plans, they have the vision and all that. And when it comes down to maybe the paperwork, all the bureaucratic details, then they do start to get overwhelmed. The problem with most people is that they have the Messiah complex within themselves. They feel that, oh, I have the ideas, I can do it all, I can do this and that. And eventually, you know, they get afraid at the edges. They're not able to deliver what they were saying they would. And this really destroys the legitimacy of their movement, and for other people as well. It really spoils the mood. So the next person who comes on will be looked at with suspicion and distrust because of what somebody else before them did. So I think that the first thing that if he really cares about his reputation and his cause, he should come up with something, even if it's taking from his own, personal finances, but just put something up and then start from there. People will support something that's there rather than something that's promised. And, this is really damaging the credibility of his movement when, you promise something and you don't deliver. So I don't know what his intentions were in the beginning, but right now it doesn't look very good. Yeah.
I appreciate that, Tanzan. In the chat, there's been a lot of comments, so let me deal with that before I drop my 2 cents on it. Akanfo is here. Akanfo says, greetings. Sounds like the usual suspects ending any attempt to do something constructive for non-white people, then have us bickering at one another. Typical. KW Don 7 says, I thought Umar Johnson articulated Pan-Africanism and Black nationalism when he first came out, but he has done more to damage his credibility at this point. KW Don 7 goes on to say, if you think that if you send Umar Johnson a check, money order, and get a tax deduction, you have another thing coming. Akanfo says, permits have always been a problem for us. Building institutions or even simple construction work, been personally waiting on the okay from the CIT, or I guess from the city. KW Don 7 says, I can't really support Umar Johnson at this point due to transparency. Keter says, the race is full of scammers. Sad, actually. Goes on to say, Tariq and BLM like to gas the race up and steal from us. Look who we have in the chat here is Jay. Jay's in the chat saying, you're no community behind enemy lines. You're a stick, a flock at best. He says, what's up, family? What's up to the chat? So you all say, what's up to Jay? Kid on 7 says, Umar Johnson acquired those buildings in February 2019 and hasn't completed any of the major initiatives such as the HVAC system, the electrical, or the plumbing. It has been mainly cosmetic work completed. So here's my take on Umar. As a person who really liked Umar when he came out, like KW Don 7 said earlier, how he thought Umar Johnson articulated Pan-Africanism and Black nationalism very well when he came out. I agree with that as well. I felt he was the first in a long time who really articulated those concepts pretty well. But he also came out due to and around the time when a grifter, a known grifter at this point, like Tariq and them came out, right? And my belief is, honestly, this is just my personal belief, and I'm going off of, and this refers back to the first prompt, I'm kind of going off my understanding of the world, my emotions to how things tend to happen. I believe Umar in the beginning was grifting. But what I believe happened, I believe Umar didn't understand the whole that thing that Tariq used to fund his films, the whole GoFundMe or whatever type thing it was that Umar was using. Because if you remember, Umar was running with that school idea and getting donations, and then one day he had to come out on one of his lectures and had to sit down and talk to the audience and say, listen, y'all gonna be mad with me, but the GoFundMe got shut down because he gave some excuse as to why it was frozen or what have you. I personally believe Umar started out on a grift, but he didn't understand the technology of it. And when he found himself with this money, he then had to really do something. And the thing with Umar, like Mr. Untouchable touched on, Umar is a guy, number one, if you didn't come into it with the serious intentions of doing it, then you won't know what it requires or entails. And on top of that, he seems to be kind of a bit of a slouch type of dude. You know, he just doesn't do the paperwork. You know, he didn't come into it with, in my opinion, again, this is my opinion, he didn't come into it with real intentions of getting that done. And then on top of that, you know, he was forced to kind of do something because there was all this money involved. And then there's all this work of paperwork and this, that, and the other. And if you throw in some of the other things, like what Gaston was talking about, where there might be some paranoia, which prevents the brother from being fully transparent, all those things is what's the cause of of all this distrust that he's kind of created in the Black community. That's my 2 cents on that. Let me welcome in Jay before I ask you guys your thoughts on that. Jay, how are you this week?
Good evening, and thank you for having me. I'm okay. I'm
Good.
okay. Thank you. How are you?
I'm good. Good to talk to you during the week in the comment section of the last Shoot the Breeze video. So that was cool. What say you to this information that we just showed during Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 tonight?
I have met Umar twice.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I spoke with him when I was rolling here in Africa. I invited him to do his school here. I was near a monolith, and I fantasized about education center here locally, so people out of the city could come and come back to agriculture and that kind of stuff, but also inspired by the monolith, some Black history or ancient Black greatness. And he said no. He said I believe back then he was close to a million. And of course for almost nothing you can build here, especially in rural area. Witnessing him, I thought, hey, maybe it doesn't have to be only local. Maybe also Black boys. I am also I have also a history of reaching out a hand of our boys in the streets. I used to call it our boys that got weaved out of the house, like the kinky hair of their mothers. So I thought, hey, internationally, Black boys coming to Africa, rural area, could do good, right? And he said no. He was already speaking to people in Africa, and I assumed it was in Ghana, and I was like, okay, but later my stuff went down, because only even if you have good intentions, you may come across as grifter, because the people that you work with run your shit in the ground. But nowadays I think he's I have to let go. I held on very long, like believing in him, and I still believe in his message and his goal, but I have to let go. It's again a fata morgana.
Yeah, he kind of pushed that envelope a little too far, and I'm not surprised if people start to let it go a little bit more. Does anyone have a last word they want to add to this?
I just want to quickly say, that Brother Untouchable said something, I believe last week, that, I'm a so-called educator and I'm advocating for people not to send their kids to school. And I hope, Brother Untouchable, are you seeing why I was saying that last week? Because, look, here's a guy who's saying he needs all these millions for this so-called academy. You could have just homeschooled these Black boys. You could have homeschooled them, kept them in their house, 2:00 they're done. They go play basketball in their local court, get some exercise, teach them some coding, programming, get them some sales skills, let them make, and sell some products as an after-school activity, so they're getting real-life sales experience. And from there, you can start small and build out. But I don't know. I don't know what's going on. So I just want to say that I think part of the problem I have is that, and and again, I'm not against making money, because when I say these things, people instantly jump to like communism or socialism or not anything like that. But I think part of the problem is we have this ideology where, especially in today's society, where we have to all be this entrepreneurs, we all have to trade forex and options and stocks, and we all have to have money and things like that. And it's like, yeah, you need some money to do basic things and basic level things, but a lot of times you don't need that much money to get things started. And if you just get things started and just get things moving, and as you're getting things started, you're getting things moving, you start collecting more money to expand. That's how it goes. But I think, especially black men, and then the problem I have with black men worldwide is not only do they preach this so-called individual, rugged man, manifest destiny, entrepreneur nonsense, they preach it in such a way where it's individually, you're supposed to achieve it individually, when if you look at even the so-called Illuminati and Bilderberg group, that's a collective, that's communism right there. They're working together.
Mm-hmm.
It baffles me. But I'll stop there.
In the chat, we got Afro Native World here. Afro Native World says there are African-centered schools that have been around 50 years in the States. So why did people get so excited about him building one? Am I missing something? So that's a question I'm going to throw to the panel. But before that, he says, why not support SIBI? Now, Afro Native World, I don't know if you're new here or not, but I've read many papers that involve SIBI. In fact, KW Don 7 was in the chat one time, and I remember asking, I think it was KW Don 7 and the matron from the Learning Curve, like, is SIBI still active? And SIBI seems to be active, but not very well active, and not very accessible, at least from the online world. So if you have more information about SIBI, please share it with us too, because I would love to have some of those folks on during the week when I do my live streams.
Can you enlighten me? What is SIBI? Just briefly.
What does the acronym stand for again? Hold on, I have to look it up and I forgot. But basically, it's independent Black institutions, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what SIBI was, it was like a council of people, of African-centered people, who put together like a curriculum and actually collected data on how the curriculum, on how parts of the curriculum was performing. Was it doing enough for the students who were attending these African-centered schools, etc.? Yeah, Afro Native World says the Council of Independent Black Institutions. Council.
Oh, so it was like a study?
Yeah, a part of it was a study as well.
Oh, okay, so okay. But it wasn't a school or anything, just
yes, it was a school. It was a couple of schools.
Okay.
It was a few schools in Chicago, in Washington, D.C., I believe in New York as well. And it was a few folks who came together as a council, created an African-centered curriculum that they were pushing in these schools. And what they were doing was they were taking down data as to how students were performing, what were the obstacles, what were the roadblocks, what were the outcomes. And I've done shows that, in the past, talking about reading papers that mention some of that work from SIBI. But today, that a lot of that SIBI work was happening like in the 70s. Okay. Today, I try to find SIBI. I'm not able to find much on them. They had a Facebook page that hasn't been updated in years. They have a URL that goes to nowhere. You know what I mean? And to go back to Afro Native World, and thank you for being here tonight, Afro Native World, to go back to that question, with all these schools that's been around for 50 years. In fact, if you're on the Discord, you know that maybe a year or two ago, I put out this exercise to critique a particular African-centered curriculum. And if you guys are interested in checking that out, click the link pinned to the top of the chat to join the Discord, and I'll share that with you and get your critique as well. But there's been schools for true that have been doing this thing for 50 years. So why did everyone get behind Umar? I think, again, it goes back to what KW7 said earlier. I think it's just Umar articulated Pan-Africanism and Black nationalism in such a way today that it really captured people. And you got to remember, Umar came out with the Hidden Color series, right? He was around doing stuff, from what I understand, in Philadelphia on, it's not cable TV, I forget what you call it again. In New York, it's called BCAT. But he was around doing those late night shows and stuff like that, but no one really knew him. It was really the Hidden Colors series and the clips that I guess Tariq cut out of Umar dropping gems that made Umar, blow up and kind of go viral and stand out. And I think that's why people kind of was attracted to it. Am I wrong about that? Does anyone feel the same way about that? Let's go to gas them up first.
Yeah, Umar, I think Umar and all these guys, they all came to light, in my opinion. I remember watching these guys all. They were all the end result of the Dr. Ben era. Dr. Ben started to wind down. So then you had like the Phil Valentines, the Bobby Hemmets, the Brother Panics. And those were, to me, the last of the ones who were really like college educated. They had formal training in terms of research papers and coming across, even though they had alternative information, they would get a thesis, they would come up with alternative facts, but it still came across in a scholarly way. Mm-hmm. There was this new wave of street and jail scholars. I hate to say that, unfortunately. And Umar's not a jail scholar, but he did appeal to that street jail archetype that, and so same thing with Tariq, same thing with all these guys. So there was a void of Black scholarship that was talking to the inner cities, because many of them went mainstream or had just been, integrated by the system in many Black studies departments. So there was a void, and a lot of these guys were just rehashing old information that, you could sit there and watch a Dr. Ben video or Ivan Van Sertima or Dr. Joseph Ben Yakin, and you could watch their videos from the 80s and like, oh, this stuff is all rehashed stuff. None of it is new.
Right.
You're right. He came with, and then Tariq comes out with the Hidden Colors, and so that whole wave is that whole Sonetta 125th Street street dude jail archetype. But you understand that there was competition amongst them because Tariq, he's from Alabama, but he runs to the West Coast, and he was a pimp for many years, calling himself K Flex. He's in a Michael Moore documentary as a pimp. This guy Umar is from Philadelphia, so of course, being Philly, he's not always going to be happy with New York because New York is the market always overlooks the Philadelphia market. So they have their regional, so Tariq represents that West Coast. And then, of course, the new guy, Dane Calloway, springs up a few years later. You got all these guys. But, yeah, to me, they all represent this jail archetype, street dude. So,
Mr. Untouchable, what do you say to that?
I would agree with a lot of Yasimov sentiments. I would only add is that we are guilty. We in the Black nationalist community we are guilty of the same things that we accuse the Christians and Hebrew Israelite brothers and the other fanatical guys of, which is the cult of personality. I think that we got caught up with Umar because he was a young, refreshing voice that was really like Gaslamov was saying, uttering the words of the former scholars of Ben Yakin and those ilk. And also he used a lot of trigger words because he always referenced Garvey. I am, in the so-called line of Garvey. I think that people like us in the Black nationalist community, we perked up our ears when we heard this young guy who was able to articulate things very well. But I have learned it's not necessarily in the talking part that you should watch is really in the doing part. You know, and what are you producing really to show that you are about with your words, what you stand on, what you professing here, there, and everywhere. You know, it's really coming into work. And I think that we within the Black community are prolific speakers, prolific speakers. But if you look at Elijah Muhammad wasn't a good talker.
Right.
A lot of Fakis are terrible, what, you know, but in fact, what he did, you know, really outweighed his inability to speak well to an audience. And I think that that's really where we should be, you know, getting the work done, not really following this archetype of these these cult of personality figures. It's not in words, man. You know, you got to show and prove nowadays. That's where I am.
In the chat, the Pro-Black Perspective says Umar also promoted a top-tier school, like a whole boarding school. It was a bit extravagant, but extravagance has its attraction as well. Afro Native World says, I listened to a CIBI representative recently that presented at Appeal. You know, Afro Native World, if you can give me that name and maybe some type of contact, if you could find that for me, send that to me, and I'll gladly reach out to that person to have an interview on the show during the week, Tuesday or Thursday, and let's talk about it, because I've been wanting to chop it up with some CIBI people for a while. Tanzan, what's your thoughts about what we've been talking about now about Umar, cult of personality, etc.?
Yeah, I think that he had good intent. Well, I don't know the man, but from what he was speaking, he seemed like he started out well, and he was probably defeated by incompetence and too much faith in himself, I suppose. And that was also helped by people around him. I think that sometimes we're not honest enough with ourselves and with each other. I think what he should have done is you put your money in, and then you start with something, and then you help people. People will help you build it, even if it's one room, and say, okay, now we're expanding, but you have put your money into something. It's not you sitting waiting for people to come in and do it for you. You have to put in your own, and then people will contribute. So I think that he may have started out well, but the fact that he didn't produce anything, it's far worse than you starting small, promising small, and then building big is bigger than promising big and then not delivering anything at all. So if he was smart, he wouldn't have made such extravagant promises, especially because he had not done anything like that in the past. You know, he didn't have the experience, he didn't have the knowledge probably, and he may not have known how difficult it was going to be. So I think that we should be more skeptical with people who make big promises. It's just like politicians. You know, if somebody comes and says they're going to change your world, they're going to, you know, get rid of all the corruption and, you know, make everybody a millionaire, you should, you know, question them, not because they're liars, but because it's not realistic. So I think it was both him over-promising and people over-believing. And also, like you said, it was that gap between the greats and those a vacuum in leadership. And somebody was bound to fill it, but nobody could really fill the big shoes that had been left behind by the greats who had whose era had just passed. So, yeah.
Yeah, Calvin Carre, what say you to this?
In listening to this, you know what, he could have. Here's an opinion that I'm thinking of. You know, they're independent homeschool league. He could have, you know, donated a lot of that money to that and use that as a write-off. You know, and it would have went a long way, because now look at the technology. Did you know this, Koku? In our city, there's been, you know, the mayor's complaining there's a lot of absenteeism in a public school.
Right.
It's a great time to start using that technology. You know, these kids are very techno savvy. They know how to use the phone and all that stuff. Appeal to them, like we were talking about earlier before about the what you call it, the novel. What was the first part we talked about? Mr. Untouchable mentioned it.
The novels,
audiobooks, yeah. You know, it'd have been a lot cheaper for Umar. And you say, hey, look, you see, now that, you know, I'm working with competent people, look, I'm donating the money, and look at the progress we're having. But I digress.
Yeah, I think you and Tanzan hit something too. Tanzan especially, if Umar had started a little kind of a homeschool type thing, had a working curriculum that people could see was making a difference, and had some metrics from the work that he had done with this curriculum, et cetera, I think that would have shown his dedication to it. The way Omar kind of went about it, to me, he just was like, oh, folks is making DVDs and shit out here. Let me do a school. Let me get donations for a school. That'll get them to open up the coffers. You know what I mean? That's what I think. Jay, you get the last word.
Yeah, he was already doing well in the cult of personality thing on the internet before Hidden Colors. He and to the contrary of the street dude, he used to come with a suit and I
Like a
think.
preacher.
And I think a tie like a preacher. Yeah, good one because he didn't make it past preaching. Yeah, indeed, you know, lecturing nights that were shared on the internet, and yeah, he does a good he does a good preaching, and he came across as rigid, right? But indeed, man, indeed, yes. No, you know, in this show, two things are mentioned that I never thought of. He could have started. Why didn't he start with something online? Indeed, yes, yes, with little money, he could make his money advertising, right? Why didn't he start something online, something small, and show something tangible? There's that magic word. But then he would have something tangible, and people could build on that. He could make a brand worldwide, even, you know. Yeah, good one. But it's indeed, it's a cult of personality, and very soon, very soon, I started to use the word narcissist with that bloodline shit, and I'm Marcus Garvey, and I'm the grandson of this and that iconic African American name. I forgot which one, but he always claims.
Frederick Douglass.
Yes. So I thought, hey, there's something narcissistic, but he's a powerful speaker, right? And as I said, I was also in on that Black Boys in the Street frequency. So I fell for it. I fell for it long before Hidden Colors. But yeah, that's it, man. Narcissistic cult of personality. Guilty. I'm guilty.
I feel you on that. I'm guilty of it as well, as I'm sure a lot of us in the so-called conscious or Black nationalists and Pan-African community were kind of taken as well. You know what? Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 is more cave behavior. That's the prompt. What's the link attached to this? More cave behavior. The link says the article from April 28th, 2022 says vegan who drinks his urine daily swears it's secret to eternal youth. He said, it says, is pee the fountain of youth? A 34-year-old vegan in England swears the byproduct of quote unquote relieving himself relieves more than just his bladder. Harry Maladine has claimed he drinks his own urine daily, saying that the stomach churning practice has cured him of his depression and made him look 10 years younger. Matadine said he used to suffer from depression and severe social anxiety, which he claimed was cured almost immediately after beginning urine therapy during the summer of 2016 in an open-minded and desperate attempt to quote-unquote heal. It was beyond my wildest imaginations how powerful it was when I drank it, he told Jam Press. From the moment I drank the urine, it woke up my brain and removed my depression. I felt a new sense of peace, calm, and determination, he said. I thought, wow, I can make it for free and always keep myself in this happy state. Matadine reportedly guzzles 200 milliliters, that's about 6.7 fluid ounces of his own liquid waste every day. His daily drink often consists of month-old urine topped off with a splash of fresh pee. God damn. So this is this caveman white boy drinking piss. The Holistic Health Nut swears pee is super clean and has even self-published several books on urine therapy, including Aged Urine, Discovery of the Century, and Aged Urine, Rediscovery of the Century. Fresh urine is never as bad as you imagine. It is neutral smelling and not a bad taste unless you are really toxic, Matadine insists. But the aged urine is always smelly and the taste is refined and a quiet one. I'll just say it takes some getting used to. I actually like the smell and taste of my aged urine now due to neuro association of what benefits and joy it gives me after I take it into my system, he added. But he doesn't just care about his insides. It seems Matadine said he also cups in his piddle in his hands and massages it into his face as a moisturizer. Urine has made me look a lot younger. Drinking the aged urine has revitalized my face to its youthful years, and when I rub it on my face, the difference is instant and obvious, he claimed. My skin is young, soft, and glowing. Aged urine is the best food for the skin that I have found to date. When you rub it on, it softens the skin and keeps it youthful and elastic. I don't use any other skincare product. So this is his piss in a window. The bearded Brit called his process the secret to eternal youth and swore he often gets mistaken for someone in their 20s. Sometimes when I'm in the urinals or no one is watching, I will cup my hand and splash the fresh and splash the fresh urine I am excreting on my face and rub it in, he shockingly added. Urine therapy has changed my life. Not all of the effects of urine therapy have been positive, though. Matadine said his family has never approved of his disgusting habit, which he alleged was one reason why his sister has ceased communicating with him. But he does apparently have people close to him whom he can count on for support. Quote, I've chosen all of my friends now, and all of them either do aged, fresh urine therapy or approve of it, he claimed. If they didn't, I wouldn't have them as friends, simple as that. Matadine, perhaps unsurprisingly, isn't the only person who swears by pee therapy. A 55-year-old former Versace model last year claimed it helped him maintain his chiseled looks, while a pro golfer recently said that the practice was part of his own disease-fighting health regimen. And in 2022, a German man live streamed about his daily devotion to the stream. Meanwhile, Matadine's family members aren't the only ones who disapprove of the urine drinking habit. Quote, there are no known reported health benefits from either drinking or rubbing your own urine onto your body or anyone else's urine, says a UK doctor, Jeff Foster. Orally, it is much worse. It can actually speed up the dehydration process and potentially include bacteria. He further explained that urine is a waste product comprised of about 90% water, as well as ammonia and salts, some bacteria, and other waste products. Bottom line is, if you would not eat or rub in your own feces, then don't think applying the same principle with urine is any healthier. Waste products are waste for a reason. I can't believe I spent that amount of time reading about a white boy drinking his piss, but that's the New York Post for you. Jay, you just heard that whole urine therapy talk. What say you to this?
I had to laugh when you said the German man, his devotion, his devotion to the stream. Yeah, what stream? His piss.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is a sick. This is a sick. The sick alley that this society has turned into. it's sort of, I see it as mocking, man. I see it as mocking. The journal or the paper that is sharing this is playing with the population. I can call it any different. Anyone knows that there's salt in your piss, and if you rub it in your skin, your skin will dry. It will dry out. It will not juvenate. It's all crap and bullshit. It's dangerous. I mean, there's crazy people working in at the New York Post. There's insane people enjoying these type of jokes, these type of games with the population. That's what I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the pro-black perspective said as I was reading it, all right, so I'll leave some money on the table. Appreciate the meal. He's out. Keto says, you're in therapy, and then he laughs a whole bunch. NYC Spark Archives is rolling, laughing as well. Pro-black perspective says, check, please. Keto says they do anything for attention. The pro-black perspective earlier said, I'm opposite. Drinking urine would make me depressed, not heal my depression, as this white fool is talking about it. But what's so crazy is that a lot of folks, because this guy is white, they'll just listen to this bullshit. Let's switch it up a little bit. Tanzan, what say you to this?
Actually, the practice has been quite common in outside of the continent, and I can give you several examples. Don't ask me how I know this stuff, but the Vikings, they had this mushroom that's actually based it's too much references, but the Christmas story with Santa Claus, that red and white mushroom is based, that red and white dress is based on the red and white mushroom called, I think, I can't remember the name right now, but it had hallucinogenic properties. So what the Vikings realized is that the reindeer would eat a certain part of it, and then they would go crazy and jumping up. And so they discovered, in fact, the term berserker came from that, because they discovered that by ingesting the mushrooms, they would actually, get this into a trance, and then they would go out naked, fighting, and just scare everybody. And so what they discovered, the mushroom was very rare. So what they would do is the chieftain of the Vikings, the berserkers, would ingest the mushroom, and then he would pee into the mouths of his chiefs, his assistant chiefs, and then they would in turn pee and so on and so forth into the mouths of the various other people, and to pass on the properties. And I know that in India they also drank urine. I know that Germany, all of these places, even the Russians, they did mix a lot of urine with their drinks and food. And in fact, the Indian, there was this drink, it was called soma, and the priest had drank it for years and years, but nobody knew what it was made of. So finally, some Westerner went in there and went through the whole rituals, and he actually became a priest, a Brahmin. And so that's when he discovered the secret was actually the recycled urine. It was several times recycled. So yeah, this weird stuff, they do it, and there's a lot of historical background behind it. They just don't do things. It's genetic. It's in them. So yeah, so it's from Vikings to now. It doesn't surprise me at all.
I'll share something with y'all. When I was growing up, my grandmother and them had this thing. If you had an earache or something like that, you pee in the morning and you put pee in your ear, and it'll take away the earache. And my grandparents was from an island called Lutra in the Bahamas. So those folks tended to have a lot of the original ways that we had. So I think that might have been a carryover from West Africa. Mr. Untouchable, are you aware of that action back home?
Boy, listen, you get a Lucha woman in here, piss off at you right now with that comment.
Shout out to Top Mate.
Anyways, and shouted it off to me. But I don't. My people are from Address, bro. I never heard about it. I tell you what. When another Bahamian custom, what I would admit is that for beach stings, what do you call it? What's the name of it when you get sting in the water in the ocean?
Jellyfish.
When jellyfish sting you. Yeah, they had
it.
a tradition. You pee on it, and it would take, I guess, the poison out or sting out. Now I don't know what the acid is in the urine itself that actually would relieve people who suffered from jellyfish stings. And I really don't understand what the science is behind. I really need to do some research on it. But that's the extent of my pee knowledge. Besides pissing in the toilet.
So, what additional thoughts did you and your Lutheran lady have about this white boy?
Boy, listen, I ain't even gonna touch that. As far as urine is concerned, all right? You know, I don't understand. It's just easy logic. You know, the body gets rid of it. So the body is not dissolving it inside of itself to make it any better. It's getting rid of it for a reason. You know, I mean, that's like common sense. Soon these people can say, well, shit is cure cancer. So we can see shit. Yeah, I mean, they come up with all kind of nonsense. I personally look at if I look a little bit deeper into it, I feel like there's been a food revolution that's been happening in a lot of different areas. A lot of big meat eaters are really taking a second look of eating meat and the issues that meat eaters are having, you know, by having a complete diet of eating meat. And I think that there are meat lobbyists, you know, cattle farmers and so forth. They would put these kinds of ridiculous articles in the New York Post to make vegans look crazy. You know what I mean? To make vegans look ridiculous. But I think that veganism and even eating more meat, you don't have to be a vegan, but eating more meat, you know, first of all, I think it's a good, healthy thing to do. But you have to understand whose pockets is it gonna make a little bit lighter. You know, whose pockets? You know what I mean? The meat lobbyists, the people who sell meat to the different markets and things of that nature. So you put a report like this to really look, to really make people who have a vegan lifestyle look crazy, so people wouldn't embrace it. Because I feel like there is a food revolution that's going on in the world, and people are really reconsidering how they look at food itself and the effects on the body. But that's how I look at this.
I like that, Mr. Untouchable. A deeper look at what's going on here, and I really resonated with what you said. That if you have the meat lobbyists out here putting monies behind certain efforts, they would put money behind an effort to make the vegan look insane. And you're right, there is a revolution, a food revolution going on in terms of how people consume plant-based products and stuff like that. Let's go to Gaston up and get his thoughts on it. Gaston up, what say you about this caveman behavior?
Well, a couple points. First, you know, as someone who claims myself, who I use the term even though I hate it, just to make things easy. Technically, there's no such thing as a vegan because a child is born vegan. You're not supposed to eat any animal products. The humans cannot be vegan because breast milk is from an animal product. The woman of our species is an animal. You know, even though again, you know, it's Koku, gassed them up. Jay, you throw us in the lion cage. The lion cage, you say, "Wow, my steak knows how to use a cell phone. Well, I'm still going to eat you." You know. Yep. So,
and urine is also an animal product. So he's
exactly. So he's not, you know, he can't be a vegan. It's, you know, it's silly. You know, again, these word games that people don't really take it to the real level to see what's going on. The part about urine with stingrays has actually been proven because urine is actually sterile. So there's really the way urine is produced in the body through the kidneys, the nephrons and all that good stuff. It's been a while since I've read my anatomy books. But
yeah, nephron, the Bowman's capsule.
Yeah, the Bowman's capsule, all that good stuff, and it loops up and then it comes out and then, you know, all that good stuff. And I think one kidney is larger than the other to help hold pee or something like that, or if you lose one. But the interesting thing about it is that it is sterile. So technically, there shouldn't be any type of germ or bacteria in it. And so if you do have germs or bacteria or white blood cells, then there's a problem, right? Your blood, you may have a blood issue. So peeing, I can't remember why, but because the urea and the nitrogen, excuse me, in the urine, it does have some sort of an effect, a binding effect on like the stingray poison or something of that nature. But there's a reason why is you pee on, it gives you some slight relief. It's not foolproof, but it does give you some slight relief. As for this guy drinking it, I posted it in the back chat. Maybe you could share it with everybody on the main chat. You know, these are people who they didn't bathe. I believe Saint Teresa, not Teresa, one of the saints, Saint something, I forgot her name. She never bathed in her life. One of the popes, Pope Gregory or something, said, "Don't take a shower, just wash your hands."
There's a viral video that's gone out the last couple of days where this white chick is like, as of 3 days ago, I'm freshly washed.
Yes, yeah. You know, and again, like Tanzania was saying, this is who they are, right? This is their genetic stock because Queen Isabella, she is clear as admitting that she only took 2 showers in her life, and she's the archetype for the so-called princess. All these, you know, the weave and the long hair, and the women are copying today. And I joke with them, like when I want to make fun of them, I say, hey, listen, if you're gonna, you know, wear the weaves and look like Queen Isabella, stop taking a shower too. And they look at me, you know. So, but yeah, she admitted that she never took a shower only twice in her life when she was born and when she got married. So you can imagine what her husband had to smell when they made love. I hate to be crude. So, and again, you know, these people are famous for the French kiss and putting their mouths on all kinds of orifices. So you can imagine what was going on when you talk about real bestiality. So, hey, you know, I tell black people all the time, you want to copy the Mzungus, go ahead. I'm going to stay on the black side. That's all I got to say.
Kevin Conroy, what say you to this?
Well, these are the kind of men that divestors love. You know, these are who they run to. But I want to add to what Gaston was saying. Look up the Palace of Versailles. You know, there was like really no bathroom system there. People were pissing and, you know, doing the number 2 right on in front. I forgot where, but all over the court. Even look up the Dark Ages. They had no sewer system. They were throwing out the piss and shit through the window. This is why they had the bubonic plague, the outbreak. But I digress.
Right. All right. I offended my ancestral hometown, Eleuthera. But really and truly, that really was the case. My Grammy and if the affirmation from by Pauline was here, I'm pretty sure she would be familiar with what I'm talking about as well. That was a thing when I was growing up, and I'm sure, you know, gassing up. You're from Nigeria, right? Or the area that's been designated by Nigeria. You guys didn't have anything like that in Nigeria?
Not that I remember. But again, I think people have used urine as a medicinal thing all throughout the world. It's in terms of drinking,
Right.
the waste product. That's what, you know, because the Chinese used urine for medicinal purposes, especially from some animals. You could use it as a form of medicine. Um, but yeah, no, I mean, look, like I said, these people, you know, to drink your own urine, it's like the brother said, hey, divest.
Yeah, I feel you. Let's go to shoot the breeze topic number 4. If no one has anything else they want to add to that prompt. You guys in the chat, if you're here live with us, man, drop your comments. I'll read them out live on the air, and we can discuss it. as well. Should be topic number 4 tonight. Is another senseless death due to plastic surgery. Why are we continuously taking life or death chances to look a certain way? This came with a link. Let's check it out.
First at 6, an Indianapolis woman is dead after traveling to the Dominican Republic for plastic surgery. It is a growing trend. U.S. citizens leaving the country to get those procedures.
And WRTV's Adam Shooms and photojournalist Paul Chiodo have been working this week to try to find out what went wrong in the Dominican Republic.
With a heavy heart, Sheree Terry reflects on the life of her twin sister.
And she went to go get her body done in a DR, and she never made it back.
Sha'Carri Terry was a mother to a 2-year-old and the proud owner of the Mini Blessings in Paradise daycare on the city's east side before going to the Dominican Republic.
And me and my sister had the type of relationship where we could get into it 1 minute, and then right after that, we'll be back friends and talk. And so I knew someone right. I felt it in my heart. And I've been just trying to get help.
This wasn't Sha'Carri's first surgery this year. She posted on her Facebook back in February that she got surgery. Her family says it was a gastric sleeve surgery that she got in Mexico. Just a few months later, on April 11th, her family says Sha'Carri went with her friend Carlisha Williams to the Dominican Republic.
So she definitely was healthy. Everything went wrong. It happened there.
They both had surgery for a Brazilian butt lift and a tummy tuck. They say the surgery was performed by Dr. Jose DeSena, seen here before the surgery.
But after she called me Thursday night, she just wasn't right.
The second day into recovery, which was Friday, the 15th, Sha'Carri I was moving around a lot more. And Sha'Carri, I was still in pain, but I was moving around. Sha'Carri wasn't really moving around. She wasn't doing nothing. She would lay in bed. I would go in there and try to get her out the bed, try to get her to come downstairs and eat with me. And she just wasn't responding well.
Carlisha says Sha'Carri was moved from their recovery house and admitted to a clinic in Santiago.
When we go in there and I see Sha'Carri, I almost fell out. Like literally, like she was on all these machines. She was unresponsive. And she wasn't talking, wasn't alert, eyes closed. She's unresponsive.
Carlisha Williams was told that Sha'Carri was okay. Her kidneys were doing well and her body needed rest. Carlisha says Dr. DeSena said she was only sedated.
So I'm like, so if you unhook that, she'll be able to breathe and stuff like that on her. He was like, oh, yeah, she's perfectly fine. Like, her body just needs rest.
Carlisha says she went back to see Sha'Carri the next day and a different doctor was there. According to Carlisha, that doctor told her Sha'Carri was having a hard time breathing on her own. But 20 minutes later, she says Dr. DeSena came in and told her Sha'Carri was getting better and just needed dialysis.
I reach out to the mother and, I'm telling them what's going on, but I'm trying not to scare them. But at this point, I want to scream, like, get down here, like. When
Sha'Carri's mom arrived about a week after the surgery, Carlisha says the doctors continued to say that Sha'Carri just needed rest and they were told to leave. Carlisha was set to come back to Indiana the next day.
Her mother's talking to her. Her mother, basically, she tells me, like, Carlisha, I don't believe my daughter is alive. She was like, I know my daughter isn't alive. Why won't they tell me?
By the time she got to Indiana, Carlisha said that she was notified that Sha'Carri had passed away.
So she was like, Carlisha, I went back to my room. She was like, I was probably there for about an hour. She was like, they called me and told me Sha'Carri's heart stopped just that quick. I said, huh? She said, as soon as she went in, she said her daughter was already in a body bag that quick.
Sheree and Carlisha say they just want answers. I reached out to the State Department. They said they can confirm the death of a U.S. citizen in the Dominican Republic, and they're providing all appropriate assistance to the family.
We're going to keep fighting. We will not stop at all. Sha'Carri was a very important person.
Working for you, Adam Shooms, WRTV.
Well, we have made numerous attempts to contact Dr. Jose DeSena in the Dominican Republic. He has not responded to any of our requests. We will keep trying to reach him, however.
And tonight, the family tells us after trying for days, they expect Sha'Carri's body back in the U.S. tomorrow. There will be a balloon release for Sha'Carri Terry happening this Saturday at 4 p.m.
This will be at 5417 East 38th Street on the northeast side of Indianapolis, and we do want to pass along the public is welcome to attend. WRTV reached out to a doctor who specializes in plastic and reconstructive surgeries for Eskenazi, Methodist, and IU Health. He said traveling overseas for plastic surgery is a growing trend.
Dr. Ivan Haddad said since last summer, he has seen at least one patient a week at his practice at Eskenazi who had previously left the country for plastic surgery. He said some had complications from those overseas surgeries and some did not.
I would say it's like 50-50 in that there's a number of patients that, had the operation that they wanted and had a adequate result. But then, it's basically a coin flip where the others, had, have some complications, some that are, expected, some that are not, or the result wasn't what they expected.
Dr. Haddad said fairly often he sees patients that have traveled to another country for surgery. So before you get any kind of procedure here in Indiana, you can look up a doctor and check out their qualifications, disciplinary history, and any claims of malpractice. Just go to the state's website, in.gov, and find the Medical Licensing Board of Indiana section. Once you are there, scroll down to the consumer patient information. We will have a link to that in our story at WRTV.com.
Indeed. Interesting story there. In the chat, Pro Black Perspective says mother and business owner needed a bigger butt and died. Straight face. Zuliism is here. He's in the chat. He says good for her and them. Don't feel sorry. Go to the freaking gym or accept your body. One of the things I'll say before I ask the panelists here, one of the things I'll say is interesting is for all the malpractice stories, and this goes back to the first prompt tonight, actually. For all the malpractice stories you hear coming out of the DR with these same type of surgeries, you would think it would dissuade a lot of women from going down there. But the concept of cheap and the concept of surgery, to make your asses and whatnot look better or whatever, is so appealing that in the abundance of this water that there's all of this malpractice coming out of the DR, fools will still go down there and things like this will happen to them. Gas them up. What say you to this?
Yeah, unfortunately, may she rest in peace. I think our people have, some of our women are caught up with the thought process where, and it's not necessarily their fault per se, they buy into the media stuff, but I have to credit my lady for this, because we were having a conversation and I was talking to her about my dissatisfaction with the whole, with doctors and the medical industry and everything. And she said, listen, look, at the end of the day, it's people have a get rich quick scheme. They also have a get healthy, get away from sick quick scheme, or get away from sick, quick mentality. So, people think I'm going to eat the most unhealthy food, not take care of my body, not exercise, not keep my heart in the right condition, yet I'm going to run off to some place, get this magic pill and fix, 30 years of eating, pig lard and bacon grease in my in my bloodstream, and that's gonna, help me with my. It just doesn't make sense. But again, as the video in prompt 1 is saying, you can't appeal to reason with these people. Unfortunately, you just gotta let them, live. Unfortunately, the way they choose to continue living, where this woman has to lose her body. I'm sorry, lose her life, all in this effort to so-called fix her body, and more importantly, again, to take it to the occult side, let's not act like these institutions don't collect black organs, right? You can Google Henrietta Lacks.
Yes.
This is an immortal black woman. She hasn't died yet. Genetically, she can't die on a cellular level. So, we got to be careful. I mean, there was a whole thing in Atlanta a few years back. They were sterilizing black women, didn't tell them that they were sterilizing them. And they would go to the hospital for routine checkups. Sorry. So this is what goes on. So you know, I hope her family can learn the lesson, and you know, her child is taken care of. I hope she had life insurance, you know, to provide for the child when she's not here.
Kevin Conrad, let's go to you next. What's your take on this story? Why are folks doing this stuff continuously, you know, just to look a certain way?
Look, two things. Low self.
And you're a photographer too, by the way. So speak on it from that aspect too.
Yeah, it's low self-esteem, and they want to look like they want to be like influencers, like on social media. But you got to understand something. I've been long before social media was around. I was in the industry where I was, you know, I did sports, but when I was doing sports, I did some fashion. I used to assist a fashion photographer, and I'm seeing these women. They come in, they look plain as Jane. They made them up. They look like perfect, and then you got nice lighting. You got a good photographer. You got a great lens. You're gonna get a great photo, and a lot of them are getting paid good money to do this. But you got young people coming in saying, "Oh my goodness, you know, look at them. They're making all this money so quick, so fast, and look at me. I'm just average." So what they do, like the prompt said, you know, they take a shortcut. They take a risk on their life to go do these surgeries. And one thing they don't understand is there is no guarantee in this business. You can do all the surgery you want, but there's no guarantee. But as I said, in my thing, I don't really deal with those kind of people. It's not a very good energy to deal with them. But I digressed.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
Well, let me first say I am also sympathetic to the loss of human life. So I would say rest in peace to her. But I saw that video as a marketing and advertising commercial, if I'm being honest. And the reason why I say that is, what I got from that is, don't fuck with the medical surgery or doctors in the DR, because if you get cosmetic surgery here, you will die. Right. And it's a ridiculous notion. It's like to suggest, it's like, and then he puts up the fact that he does cosmetic surgery, and no, there's no cosmetic surgery that's happening in the United States of America. Of course, we know that to be a falsehood, because didn't Kanye West's mother die under the knife? You know, having cosmetic surgery performed in the U.S. So I mean,
breast augmentation.
Yeah, breast, but she died in the U.S. So the suggestion that the DR medicine and the doctors who practice medicine over there are going to kill you, as opposed to you're going to live here, or you're probably more likely to live here. It's really ridiculous, because you really don't know, or it's not necessarily reported, how much deaths occurred in the United States or for cosmetic deaths. And to add to that, what Gas Sum Up was really saying, and it's true, because many people, they go under the knife and they have other health concerns prior to going under the knife. These people are diabetic, they are sick, they have all kind of ailments, and then you're gonna put your body under that kind of because having surgery is pressure for the body itself. And if your body is not strong enough to resist, you know, all the cutting and tearing and the repair, you're gonna die. But that's not reported in this particular news clip. You know, they're not gonna go into her background and what she had prior to going under the knife. They really is the only thing I got from that is don't mess with us in the Dominican Republic, because if you go here and get cosmetic surgery, you're gonna die. I think that's ridiculous. One last thing I want to add.
So you think it was a hit piece, huh?
Of course. Well, like I say, you know, sometimes you have to look, you know, a little bit deeper, you know, what's actually being said. Because if you look at the clip itself, they did have a doctor referencing himself, and the fact that it's like they say, you know, our medicine is better than yours. Like our hamburger tastes better than your hamburger. But and you didn't even know he could have paid for that. You know, you know, you really don't know, because the news ain't the news no more. They just report based on, what do you call it? Money's backing. You know what I mean? The information is based on having that business of news reporting run. So you don't know who their finances are. You know, so but needless to say, I think that it's a sad day when people die based off of vanity's sake. You know, and I am kind of I take a hard line position on that, and I kind of agree with Razuli. You know what I mean? If you want to look a certain way, go to the gym. You know what I mean? Go to the gym and bust your ass on the gym, or accept the body the universe is granting you. You know, either or. But that's what I think about that clip.
Thank you for that. I want to hear from Tanzan last, because Tanzan is a woman, black woman. What do you think about, first of all, the desire, the market for black women in particular wanting to go and get these surgeries done to their bodies down in the DR, which on one hand seems like it's risky enough, but like Mr. Untouchable points out, this video, like all the other stuff we've heard before, could just be a hit piece to discourage that medical tourism in the DR and revert it back to Miami and LA here in the States. Tanzan, what say you to that?
I think there may be some truth in that, especially when I remember a few years later, there was this story of elderly people running up to Canada to get the cheaper prescription medicine. And the reason for that,
yep.
yeah, was because it was just way more expensive here. The insurance was not covering it, and at the end of the day, it's the same thing. You know, it's appeal is appeal everywhere, and you'd think the same of the medical profession. I mean, I don't think that, you know, a doctor from wherever she went is trained differently than a doctor here. Maybe they, you know, they have different practices and so on. Maybe they don't go through the whole thorough check, but it's still they're still trained doctors. You can't say that they don't know what they're doing. So in that regard, yes, I think they're trying to discourage people from seeking alternative options. So that's one thing. The second thing, the bigger issue is this whole the getting plastic surgery thing. In the past, it used to be a big deal. Like, oh, nobody wanted to admit it, but it's becoming more normalized now. For me, I look at it as, you know, just like men, the steroids. You could go to the gym every day and, you know, huff and puff and do all that hard work, or you could just take, you know, some steroids and be pumped up in, you know, a couple of months. So it's people who want to take shortcuts, and unfortunately, sometimes those shortcuts don't always work. And for women, you know, looks are everything. It's, well, not everything, but it is a lot, and it goes with how people look, self-esteem. So sometimes maybe somebody might not be happy with how they look, and they feel that changing everything about themselves will change that. And it doesn't really start with outside. You really have to accept who you are inside, and then work on, you know, matching the inside with the outside. I think too many people try to fake it, or go for the outside fakery, while inside you're dying inside. But when it comes to this surgery, I think that, you know, there's no shortcut. There's no shortcut to life, you know, for men and for women. There's no, even with the steroids for men, there's no way you're not going to suffer some side effects of that. And for me, that I see the same way with women, although some of them think it's a risk they're willing to take, especially when they look at the advantages. You know, now you can go on Instagram, now you can take all those, you know, pictures you always wanted to take. So in terms of a business decision for the women, I sort of can understand it. I sort of can understand, you know, becoming the best you can be, and so on, and using everything in your arsenal, including surgery, to do it. I wouldn't recommend it. I would say that the healthiest thing, just like, you know, with exercise, diet, all of that. But you know, in this world, people don't want what is easy. I mean, what is hard. They don't want, you know, to tell them, oh, it's going to take months and years, or hard work and all that. And it's just easy for them to do that. But I don't think it's an issue where she went. I think it's just the issue of the culture in general, that everybody's just trying to take shortcuts. And sometimes, you know, it doesn't work. I do feel for her. I feel for her family, because nobody really goes into it thinking that the result could be something as devastating as death. You know, it could be botched, it could be, you know, infection, but this was kind of, it's too high of a price to pay. It's too high of a price. But I can't condemn, you know, women too much. You know, it's a competitive market, and right now, especially in these dire times, people really do have to do, especially if you don't have any skills, not many other skills. If that's how you choose to make your living, then that's what you have to do. I don't comment, I don't really put down women for the choices they make. I just think that, you have to understand the risks. You have to understand that if you really want something more permanent, you have to put in more work. But if you want a shortcut, then it comes with certain risks.
Thank you.
Tan, you said that she you said the women doing what they have to do to the market is competitive, and I wouldn't know anything about the market, but it said in the video that she's a business owner, so
Oh.
she seemed quite successful. She had a daycare. So what is it that successful women who shouldn't be worried about being on the marketplace for some man to take care of them, why are they going for these surgeries?
Yeah, that is an interesting one. I didn't catch that. I thought that she was just, an Instagram model, and her looks, her looks was her living. But that's an
No,
interesting.
she's a business owner. She seemed to be somewhat successful daycare owner, and that was her second procedure. So who is she trying to attract?
Is she married? Do you know, by the way?
No, they didn't give us any implication
Okay.
if she was
Well,
married
maybe
or not.
that could be it. There are, successful women who still don't feel attractive enough. Somebody might have, like they say, a woman's degree, it doesn't matter as much, or something like that. So a woman could be successful, have everything she wants, but she's still not attracting the sort of man that she wants. So, maybe for her, she felt like she has gotten everything she needs in terms of professional success, but she's just not there physically, or she wants a certain level of a man, maybe not the kind that she has been getting in her life. So maybe she was trying to upgrade her choices. That's the best I can imagine with that, because most of the time it's just a vanity or a beauty thing. But and the same thing, with the Kanye West mother, she had also everything. She had, a successful son. She had everything she needed in life. So I guess in a certain way, once you have everything, then you feel that the next thing you should have to complete it is somebody on your level, and yeah,
I
but
appreciate
that's a
that.
sad thing. Yeah.
I appreciate that, Tanzan. Shout out to the 242. Shout out to Mr. Untouchable having his lady. Jay, just 1 second. Shout out to Mr. Untouchable having his lady listening. And you could relay her thoughts as well if you choose to. I didn't hear from Jay yet. We're gonna hear from Jay next. And I also want to welcome in Urzuli to the chat as well. We're gonna hear from Urzuli last. Jay, what say you?
I'm with Mr. Untouchable. It was to me. It was don't go over there. Keep those dollars in the United States. Over there you'll die. It was there were a few how do you call it, whistles or whatever. Yeah, there
Dog
were
whistles.
uh,
Dog
uh,
whistles.
yes. There were a few dog whistles that made me think. Nah, this is lately or for a while now. I think the West is broken, broke and broken, and they don't want the euros or the dollars to leave their space. So this was again keep those dollars over here commercial in my eyes.
I appreciate that, Jay. You know what's funny? I want to thank all you guys before I go to Azuli next. I want to thank all you guys because honestly, this is what Shoot the Breeze is about, right? Everyone giving their perspective on these topics. And I gotta say, Mr. Untouchable kind of opened my eyes to this topic because when I first saw it, when I put it on my list of topics tonight, I kind of poo-pooed it, to be honest. I was like, well, I know, kind of like Azuli is. I was kind of, so what? But Mr. Untouchable made me realize, yeah, think about it a little bit deeper. It's a hit piece against the DR and their tourism industry, their medical tourism industry. So I appreciate that. And I hope you guys appreciate that as well, that you could come here and actually add something to your thinking,
Yeah. Coco, there's something else that came to mind. Remember a couple of years ago, there was a bunch of American tourists that ended up getting beaten up or just dead. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
PR.
Yeah. They were going there and they were staying in hotels, and apparently they drank some fertilizer. Some bullshit was going on like that, like fertilizer was being put into their drinks and all kind of stuff. Yeah, this Untouchable did a good job with that. It's a bit of a hit piece. In the chat, Zuliism said, I heard numerous people who died during the BBL and the DR. A girl was supposed to get the surgery done. The American doctor told her she could not do it because she had an ailment. She went to the DR and died after. Keto says 100. Let's welcome in, said Erzuli. Erzuli, how are you doing?
Yo, I'm fine.
This guy came on angry as yo, I'm fine.
You know, I'm always angry, so it is what it is. Yo, I think, to me, that's ridiculous. I don't feel sorry for none of these clowns. First of all, what you said?
Talk about it.
I don't feel sorry for none of these clowns who, instead of working, going to the gym or cutting what you put in your freaking mouth, you want to go get an easy pill to go down there and do it. Whether it's a hit piece or not, let's say it's a hit piece. She still died. So can these American citizens, like the lady was talking, can they go sue? You know, you probably signed something that said that you could die, and then you can't sue after that.
No, they can't sue.
So at the end of the day, we still lost. At the end of the day, we still lost somebody over vanity. And these women, they're not doing it for, because I want to get a man. Stop that. They're doing it for themselves nowadays. I want a big butt. I want to go to the club and again, like somebody said, she's a business owner. She has a child. So you don't care enough about your freaking kid? I knew this lady knew the consequences that might happen over there. See, the thing is, it's a luck of the draw. The other lady went and nothing happened to her, and you something when your body must have been allergic to something, and then it happened to you. But why would you put yourself at that risk when you could go to the freaking gym and run, do a couple of squats, and get that butt? No, they want to over-exaggerate, cheat. See, all that shit is a cheat code. You mad because another sister have it, and you don't. Instead of working at yours, you're going to go fake it. But the thing is, how about black women? I thought they say all black women got big butts. What's going on? How are black women going to get butts? And you're supposed to have butts. Like, this shit is crazy to me. And that lady, if she's a twin, you have a daughter, you could have went to the gym, sis. You could have ran, you could have walked. But no, when you tell black women that, or who are you to tell me this, but you could go down there and get your ass and then look at you dead.
Ozuli.
Yeah.
In the chat, the pro-black perspective says, yeah. And her sister was like, she was in good health. How was she in good health that can lose weight? Talk about that.
And that's another big issue in the black community about eating healthy. Oh, I'm big boned, I'm thick. No, ma, you fat. And that's not that doesn't go only with the girls, just with the dudes too. Oh, I'm big boned. Shut your mouth. When they do an X-ray on you, they don't see big bones. You fat, my dude. Stop eating all this bullshit. But black people have this thing, oh, you can't tell, especially black women, you can't tell a woman nothing. You can't tell her nothing. If you tell them to go to the gym, oh, misogyny. But look at you. So you go over there. How you don't accept the body that God gave you that you could work on? That you could go to the gym, you could walk. But me telling you to go to the gym, I'm a misogynist. But you going over there to get a fake butt that probably kills you, it's okay. So the person says it's a hit piece. There's numerous people. So that the thing I put on the chat, the lady went to do the surgery in America. The doctor told her she could never have surgery because there's something in her body that if she does it, she's gonna die.
Right.
She said, oh, I already paid my money. You know what she did? She didn't listen to the doctor. She paid and went to the DR and died. So now it's a hit piece? Like, let's stop fucking, black people have some fucking issues with themselves. Let's stop saying this, it's a hit piece. Did she die or not? And there's numerous people that happened to, that they go to other countries, because other countries, the rules are not the same.
Right.
So this lady, her parents, look at that. You think you could go sue those people in the Dominican Republic, ask for money?
No, the doctor is not even answering the calls because he knows that he's not on the line for shit.
Exactly. And at the end of the day, maybe it wasn't the doctor's fault, right? Because the other girl did it and she was okay. Maybe your body didn't react. But you know what they probably didn't do in the Dominican Republic? They probably didn't do all the tests, all the allergic tests that you might be allergic to something in there because they want the money. So now it's a hit piece. Everything is a hit piece. Black people ain't got no fucking accountability. Come on, yo.
Mr. Untouchable, you just heard what Azuli had to say about the hit piece thing. What say you to that?
Out of the hundreds, even into the thousands of surgeries, medical surgeries are performing in the ZER on American citizens. You know what I mean? There are many women, many women who go to the DR and have the same kind of cosmetic surgeries and they don't die. So I don't hear that. Well, obviously they tell other women enough to cause them to act, to go, to take the so-called chances. You know what I mean? So you don't hear about the phenomenal work that's being done in the DR. All you hear is the bad parts of it. And the reason why I don't call it a hit piece, I call it an advertisement. Because what I would say is when people watch this, what are they going to do? They're going to choose the alternative route instead of paying the cheap cost of going to the DR, which is to perform the same surgeries there. They're going to go to the American doctors and get their surgeries performed there, where they still have to pay more money. But what I'm saying is that you will never hear about the amount of deaths that occur in the United States via cosmetic surgeries. You don't hear them kind of things. So that's why I look at it as an advertisement, because it's going to get people to do the alternative as opposed to what they've been doing before. And it's not to suggest that medicine is any better. We know the best doctors in the world come from Cuba. You know, it's only due to lack of resources and Western media. We don't know about it. But I think that there are many great doctors that's coming outside of the United States of America who would understand these kinds of things as well. You know what I mean? And try to get, and then we also know you have some side corner doctors who take shortcuts in the United States and outside of the United States. She just finds someone in the DR who would still perform the surgery based off of anything. He don't give a shit. But we have these kinds of doctors that exist globally, not just in the DR. And the result of it is her death. That's all I'm saying.
But what I'm Mr. Untouchable, right? I understand what you're saying, but you just said something that's important. What's the hit piece on Cuba, though? You just said Cuba. What's the hit piece on Cuba?
Oh, brother,
hold on. I know a lot, because let me just say, because I know a lot of people. When I was I don't know, Goku, you know, to a lot of people who are in the medical program here, they went to Cuba to get that thing. So where's the hit piece in there? I'm just saying that whether it's a hit piece or not, I don't care if it's a hit piece. I'm thinking about where's your self-esteem? You're a mother. So you're gonna put all of that on the line, because I know the doctors read that to her. So there's a possibility something it could go wrong. So you're gonna put all of that on the line. You're a mother. You're a business that takes care of children for a fucking butt that you could go to the gym and squat. Come on, son. What I'm trying to say, hit piece or not, where's the accountability? Like, I don't feel sorry for I feel sorry for the kid.
I agree with you. I think that the lady chose vanity over all them things you just mentioned. She chose vanity. She chose herself. And I agree. I agree, because, you know, I ain't a gym rat like you are, but I agree in good health and exercise and watching you. But these people want to take shortcuts, and there are consequences to these things. So I understand where you're coming from, and I kind of take a hard line position like you do. But you know what I mean? I have to still be sympathetic at the loss of life and she's all them other things, you know?
Mr. Untouchable, we are men. And this is what I'm gonna say. We gotta start acting like men. There's rules to this game. You play stupid game, you get stupid prizes. Feel sorry for who? This is the problem with us. Black people are being so liberal on some shit. No. She left her daughter.
Yeah, man.
You could go to the gym for that.
I hear that.
Or accept your body. Or eat less. Do more walk. We're not telling you to be like one of those slim. We're not saying that. Come on. Even me, I haven't been to the gym in a minute. I know you just said that. I feel bad. I gotta start going. But so Ghana wants to get muscles. So is it okay for me to go to the Dominican and get a fake pec? Y'all would clown me.
Yeah, I would.
I would
I know
clown.
you will.
You're right. I would clown.
I go there and all of a sudden Goku say, "Yo, Gunner, your calves got bigger." Oh, nah, I went to the DR and I got some calves. What?
First of all, I ain't gonna notice you like that, to be honest.
During the summer.
But yeah, I get where you're coming from, man. Let me hear from Tanzan. Tanzan is the one black woman we have up here. You heard what Gunner had to, what Urzuli had to say.
Yes, I still maintain that it's still an advertisement, because even in the piece they were not saying that all surgeries are generally dangerous. They were just saying that the ones in outside of the country are. So I think that both statements could be true. It's not that they're hitting a certain country. They're just saying that if you go outside of the country, it's riskier, which it could be, because the doctors, they don't really have the time to do all the tests and do all that. Not that they're incompetent, but they don't have, they just take the money and it is cheaper. But my reason for being still sympathetic to the lady and to people who do this is, when they go in to do the surgery, nobody, when they go in, thinks that it's a life threatening procedure, and they do trust the doctors. Most people actually trust doctors far more than they should, even if you're told, oh, it's a 50-50 chance, but you still put your hands, your life in the doctor's hands. So there's that. So I wouldn't say that it wasn't like she just jumped off the top of the building and without a safety net. I think that she did have trust in the doctors, and unfortunately it didn't work out that way. But in terms of vanity, yes, I definitely do agree that people should try to do the right way instead of trying to take the shortcut. She was probably, thinking of, instead of going for 6 months to a year of something that might not be guaranteed, let me just go and do this quick thing that will definitely come out, a week later, or I don't know how long it takes to heal, but it will be faster. It's not ideal, it's not good, but you say it's been normalized. It's everywhere nowadays, from celebrities to the, to the people, the hair, nail salon, everybody is doing it. So, and then on the other hand, also, sometimes, yes, it is vanity, but I also think it's still doing it for the men, for male attention, because even if she's going to the club, she's going to the club to get male attention. She's attracting a certain kind of, looks and so on. So it is vanity. It's a shortcut. It's not the right way to go, but I can still understand why somebody would go that route, only because it's medical. It's you're trusting your doctor to give you the body that you want. I think it's the same. It's not the same, but it's, you say that you wouldn't go and get fake abs. Well, men do get, steroids. Men do go and get, the calf implants and so on. So even the men have been getting into it to some extent. It's more of a cultural issue than a personal one. And I don't agree with it, but I can sort of see why somebody would choose that route. And
Quick question for the guys on the panel, those in the chat. By the way, if you're live with us right now, drop a 1 in the YouTube chat. Let me know that you're still around here. If you like the conversation, share it. Share the link on your social media. Email it to your peoples, etc. To the guys on here, are you guys really interested in women who are surgically improved? You guys can answer in any order you want to answer.
No. It just shows you you're fake, man. My thing is come as you are. No.
Okay. What about the rest of you guys?
That's a no for me too. It's everything, So it's the shortcut mentality. It's everything about it is a no for me, man.
So that leaves Mr. Untouchable and gassed him up. I know Mr. Untouchable might be under some pressure right now, so gas him up. Are you guys? I mean, do you guys care about the surgically improved black woman?
I'll be honest. I don't care about all that. Who cares? Whether you put the surgery, you didn't put the surgery. That's not my criteria. Because nowadays the surgery is so good, how would you know?
That's what
There
I
are a
was
lot of
going to
women
ask.
walking around
How do
who
you
are
even know?
enhanced. You wouldn't even know. I mean, they're former men who are enhanced. You got to ask for birth certificates and baby pictures nowadays. This world, the Mizulus have done a great job, but
That's true too. Urzuli, what about you?
Somebody, he just said something. That's the hidden agenda, but I'm not gonna go there. Hell no. Surgery for what? If you're not that's a super cheat code. So now if I go have a kid with you and then you don't look like my kid is ugly as hell, I thought you was cute. That's because of the surgery. Hell no.
Hey,
Your kid will also need surgery.
Exactly. Now I gotta have to spend double money. My kid looking ugly because I thought you was pretty, but you ugly as hell too.
It's really there's a story about that in China where a man he married a woman thinking he's gonna get pretty kids. Come to find out, the kid comes out ugly. He ended up suing her. He found a photo of her before the surgery, and she was ugly.
Damn, cold game.
Cold game. Let's go to, if there's no last word on that, let's go shoot a breeze topic number 5 tonight. Actually, that is number. No, I'm sorry, I'm lying. Hold on a second. Shoot the breeze topic number 5 is coming right up. Shoot the breeze topic number 5 is about Jamaican dancehall, actually. Right? We're going to talk about when Jamaican dancehall took a trip to the United States. By the way, if you guys are here, man, only Kevin Carey dropped a 1 to say that he was here, and of course he's on the panel. But if you guys are here listening in, drop a 1, share the content, and let's hear your responses to these prompts as well, man. Don't just leave us here to do all the heavy lifting. This prompt, should be number 5, came with a link. Let's check it out.
I remember it like it was yesterday. Holed up in the basement on a freezing Chicago afternoon, looking for something to warm myself up. I stumbled on King Yellowman for the first time. What is this glorious music with this hypnotic backbeat and wicked monotone vocals? But then, as I became engrossed in a playlist of this music called dancehall, the strangest thing happened. I heard another song with the exact same beat. And then another one. And it didn't stop there. Even when I heard a song with a different backing track, there would soon be another one with the exact same beat. Frankly, I was too cold and enjoying the music too much to care. But as I listened to more and more dancehall, I got curious. Is this some grand copyright conspiracy that I've just unveiled? Or is there something more to dancehall than meets the eye? Obviously, it's the latter, and I'm a little embarrassed to admit it because dancehall is huge, especially in Jamaica, the West Indies, and cities like New York, London, and Toronto. It's also just a sweeping culture, full of distinct fashion, inside jokes, and unique words like pass the coochie, ranking, wrap up a draw. It developed on a totally different trajectory from American rock or pop music and has quirks that many of us, or at least me, find difficult to understand. So yes, with the caveat that I'm a total newbie who just discovered this stuff some months ago, here is an introduction to dancehall. The smooth, weird, and wild music from Jamaica that has some explaining to do. So first off, what exactly is dancehall?
This is where the sound systems play and DJs sing talk on records.
In the 1960s, a newly independent Jamaica had an explosion of popular music, beginning with ska, then rocksteady, then reggae. Although many of the country's poorest residents could not afford record players, those who did own one would set up their gear outside, so their neighbors could come by to hang out, listen, and dance. Eventually, some wise folks realized they could sell beer or snacks and invest the money into bigger and better sound systems. And thus, dance halls blossomed, becoming an informally formal part of Jamaica's inner-city culture. The people who ran the sound systems were called selectors, and in addition to choosing which songs to play, they would have to keep the crowd energized by toasting. This included talking to the audience between songs or adding some hoots and howlers to the songs themselves. Eventually, some audiences grew to enjoy toasting more than the actual vocals. And in 1970, the DJ U-Roy had a hit single made up entirely of toasting called Wake the Town.
Do it, baby, do it. You can wake it up, baby, you can wake it up.
In a sense, this is the first song ever of dancehall as a genre of music. One person who enjoyed going to dance halls around this time was Kool Herc, who lived in Kingston until he moved to New York City in the late 60s. In the following years, he would introduce the Bronx to dance parties and toasting, developing the techniques on the mic and on the turntable that would soon become hip-hop.
That part right there, when the break, boom, I had to come in with bongo rock.
But that's a whole other story. Back in Jamaica, a new decade was dawning, but while the 60s had brought a lot of optimism, the 70s would be considerably bleaker. Economic stagnation, Cold War, and political violence would be the order of the day. At one point, rival political parties were shooting each other in the streets, leading to an assassination attempt on Bob Marley and an awkward attempt to heal the country through song. It's a fascinating story, which I'll cover in another video. But needless to say, these circumstances made life difficult for Jamaicans, and especially those in Kingston's poorest neighborhoods. Many of dancehall's biggest stars would come from rough backgrounds. Sugar Minot grew up in the Maxfield Avenue district, a neighborhood that, while considered a ghetto, was not the worst in Kingston. Though his family could not afford a TV, he was lucky to live in a neighborhood with 3 major sound systems. He just had to find a way to sneak through the fence, since minors were not supposed to get in. Sugar Minot had a successful career in reggae before pioneering the edgier sound that would define dancehall in the 1980s. Yellow Man grew up in the same neighborhood at the Maxfield Children's Home, an orphanage. He was abandoned by his parents for unknown reasons, but likely due to some combination of poverty and his albinism, which was stigmatized in Jamaica. Though his early years were incredibly difficult, being ostracized by the other kids, a silver lining came when he moved to the Alpha Boys School, a home for wayward kids that had a strong music program. By the early 1980s, Yellow Man was a huge success and one of the first dancehall singers to sign with a major American record label. Sister Nancy grew up one of 15 kids in a 2-room house on the outskirts of Kingston.
We're like Christian-minded people, Rastafarians, and God-fearing.
She was mesmerized one night seeing her older brother take a mic at a dance hall down the street. At age 15, she decided to finally try it herself, much at the disapproval of her father, a pastor. In order to get opportunities at the mic, she would have to sneak out of the house and win over a crowd skeptical about a female DJ. As popular as dancehall was, it was reviled by Kingston's more upstanding citizens. It was seen as crude and dangerous, a culture that promoted drug use, sex, and violence. But for those working-class kids who couldn't afford instruments, let alone music lessons, to perform in the city's upscale theaters, dancehall offered more attainable goals. They could aspire to become singers, DJs, selectors, or sound system operators. Or they could become an engineer, the person who created the backing tracks for others to sing or toast over. Starting in the late 60s, Jamaican record labels would put instrumental versions on the B-side of a single. Always trying to outdo one another, sound system operators like King Tubby began to process these tracks with reverb and delay, making them sound bigger and wilder at their concerts. These edited tracks became known as a dub, yet another genre to be born as a byproduct of dancehall. And yes, this is the same dub that would eventually lead to dubstep. One important thing to understand about sound systems is that they weren't just a collection of gear and technicians. They became famous in their own right. They operated more like record labels with names like Gemini or Volcano, and they worked often exclusively with a handful of sceners and DJs. People would often go out to see a sound system more so than the DJs that were attached to it. And one way sound systems could outdo one another was by paying for dub plates, custom dubs that were only printed once on a single acetate record. So if the beat was a hit, the audience could only hear it by attending one of their shows. Of course, other sound systems could attempt to recreate it and have their own singers write melodies and lyrics over it. And sure enough, that's exactly what they did. Over time, a number of instrumental tracks would get so popular they'd become standards. When you dive into dancehall, you come across the word riddim. That's R-I-D-D-I-M. These are popular instrumental dubs that take on a life of their own, beyond whatever hit first spawned them. And there may be dozens, if not hundreds of songs using that same rhythm. For example, the songs that led off this video all use the Mad Mad rhythm, based off this song by Alton Ellis. And according to rhythmguide.com, there's over 200 songs that use it. Another one you heard is the Full Up rhythm, based off this song by Jackie Mateau and Sound Dimension. Again, over 200 songs have been released using this rhythm. In the early 80s, almost all dancehall rhythms were based off instrumental, rocksteady, and reggae tracks recorded back in the 60s. And this is a big part of what drew me into the genre. Like old school hip-hop, they have a warm, nostalgic sound, beefed up with just the right amount of reverb and tape saturation. That would all change, however, in 1985, when the first digital rhythm debuted at a sound clash between the King Jammy and Gemini sound systems. The Slang Tang rhythm, which was composed with the Casio keyboard, was an immediate hit. Again, you'll find countless more songs using this backing track,
This is a song of the old time proverbs,
including another interesting tidbit here. The bass line, which came preloaded on the Casio, was allegedly inspired by Hang On To Yourself by David Bowie. So file dancehall under another genre David Bowie may have helped influence. One unfortunate side effect to dancehall's open use of rhythms is that the original creator rarely gets compensation. Likewise, singers would not always get royalties, even when their song was a hit.
Everybody wanted to hear their voice on the radio. So if a producer approach you, we do them free because they don't pay you. After 32 years I did the song, they didn't give me the money for 32 years.
This has changed somewhat over the years, as Jamaica strengthened its copyright laws in 1993, and more artists today are able to release music internationally, in countries where it's easier to win copyright disputes. Dancehall has continued to evolve with the new styles and technology of each decade. The 90s saw stars like Shabba Ranks, while the 2000s brought Sean Paul. Tragically, many dancehall stars of the 80s fell victim to the epidemics of violence and drug use that swept through the country. However, those fortunate enough to make it through have continued writing and performing. Sugar My Knot was active for many years, including, interestingly enough, a spot on the 2006 Radio Dread compilation. He died of undisclosed health reasons in 2010. Sister Nancy relocated to New Jersey, where she left the music industry for many years, taking care of her family and working as an accountant. In 2016, however, she returned to music, due in part to renewed interest after she was sampled by Kanye West. She is still touring today. And Yellow Man, who overcame many hardships, has never stopped performing, despite at the peak of his career being told he only had 6 months to live. Being albino in a climate as sunny as Jamaica and being without access to proper care for most of his life, Yellow Man was particularly at risk for skin cancer. After developing it in the late 80s and having it spread to his jaw, Yellow Man required surgery that left his face disfigured. This, however, has done little to prevent him from touring and being one of the most popular dancehall acts in the world today. That wraps up this brief intro to the world of dancehall. Since there's probably a lot more amazing songs that I unfortunately wasn't able to include, be sure to drop your favorites in the comments below. Thanks.
Absolutely. You guys drop your favorite dancehall songs in the comments section. Drop a one if you're still hearing us now, because I'm not sure if that had some copyright strikes involved in it or not. So drop a one. But the Pro Black Perspective was in the chat saying, yeah, folks were talking about the Cool Herc connection to hip hop. Yeah, because I brought up the fact that the ADOS FBA groups would be pissed off by it. Do you know, by the way, the ADOS FBA groups have retaliated that thought of Cool Herc, a Jamaican immigrant, creating dancehall. They retaliated with that, saying that what's his name? What's the brother's name again?
Grandmaster Flash?
No, a totally different guy. You wouldn't even think of it. Chubby Checker. They were saying that he is the creator of actually dancehall and reggae music, because as the story goes that I learned a long time ago, back in the days, even where I'm from too, actually, if you had an antenna, you could have picked up some American stations and stuff like that. So like in Jamaica, the word is that depending on how the breeze was blowing, which is true, there's some truth to that, they were able to pick up music stations from like New Orleans. And so they heard guys like Chubby Checker who had a different cadence in his music, and that cadence, they took that and created ska and stuff like that. So that's kind of been their pushback to the idea that Cool Herc, a Jamaican immigrant, started hip hop. But I read a paper this past week here. I hope you guys tuned in for that, if not live, but in the playback, talking about the African connection to the music. I know Tanzan dropped a nice comment on that video, and so let's talk about that too while we're talking about this when Jamaican dancehall took a trip to the United States. Let's start with Kevin Carre. You're Jamaican. When dancehall took a trip to the United States, what did you take from this video?
Well, for one, it brought back a lot of memories, man. You know, coming
Talk
in,
about it.
Yeah, coming in as a late 70s baby, you know, coming in, you know, you started to come to yourself around 1984, seeing all the culture, hearing all that music. I was never really a fan of it. I was just around it all the time, being in the heart, in Kingston, right there, you know. But it's now that you're an older person, seeing all these artists, man, like a lot of them have moved on to the next plane, and a lot of them are old now. It's like it's kind of depressing, man. But what a time, man! But what a time, that 80s and 90s. What a great time, man, for music. I would say that was a golden age, man. Not just reggae, but all the music over here, all the black creative music.
And talking about black creative music, did you know growing up that Jamaican music had elements of African or West African music in it?
No, I didn't come in the conscious about that until like the 90s. You know, when I started learning more, it was just a part of the culture.
Right.
You know, that was just what we had, what we listened to. For God's sakes, we only had one. When I was there, we only had one TV station, JVC, and it signed off at midnight.
Right. That was the same thing in Nassau. We had ZNS.
Yeah.
Gassima, what say you to this whole thing?
Yeah, I've seen this video a while back. It's a good video. It one of the few interesting parts about the video. I mean, because you said name, I have too many dancehall songs
Right.
to to pick one. Too many reggae songs. You know, it's a very beautiful rhythm that came not just out of Jamaica but out of the Caribbean's period. Because when you look at some of the rhythms and songs that come from the other parts of the Caribbean, it's just interesting, the different rhythms that Black people create. You know, because I can sit down there and go throughout the whole Caribbean and listen to that, and then I can go to Dominican Republic and Cuba and listen to a whole different rhythm that Black people created, and then end up in, you know, Guyana, hear a different rhythm, and then go to, you know, just all over the Black world. You know, South Africa, hear something different. Kenya, something different. Zambia, Nigeria, everywhere. Dakar, all these places just come up with different rhythms. Very interesting stuff. But there was one part that was very interesting, where and I always tell people this, especially my Pan African brothers, and I believe many people on this platform are of Pan African bent. If you look at that video, what does it show? You saw record labels, you saw people making, you saw a thriving record industry in Jamaica, in the Caribbean in the 1960s. And that was all throughout the Black world, especially, for example, even if you look at Nigeria, you had Nigerian artists that would tour Nigeria, and they were rich, wealthy, just touring Nigeria. They could sell their records. Decca, which is one of the major record labels at the time, had you know, a place in Nigeria. Of course, Island came to Jamaica, and they kind of dominated the Caribbean, but they were all, you know, owned by a few families and conglomerates, whatever. That's a whole nother conversation. But my point is that in the 1960s, these Black countries were well off. They had a thriving middle class. They had state institutions that were functioning. What happened? All of a sudden, Jamaica, tiny island, is flooded with massive guns. Where are these guns coming from? Now you have JLP versus, is it NLF or whatever, JLF, I can't remember. And so now, yeah, so now they're going back and forth in this war. IMF comes in and says, oh, yeah, you got to do this, you got to do that. Same thing happened in Nigeria. So what happened with Jamaica, because it's a smaller island, is a micro example of what took place in Nigeria with the Biafran Civil War.
Right.
It was politics. It was the IMF. This was external aggression. So at that time, Africa was already developed. You had running water. You had trains. You had buses. They were already developed. So Africa doesn't need, in my opinion, this, you know, Jamaica, the Caribbean doesn't need this revamping if it was working in the 60s. Because if you sit down our grandparents and they talk about the Jamaica and they talk about the Bahamas that they experienced, the Trinidad, the Nigeria, the Cape Verde, the Kenya that they experienced in the 1960s, they'll tell you, you'll say, what? What country are you talking about? Not the country that we have today.
Right.
So this is something that happened 30, 40, 50 years back. This wasn't something that's always been the case. And I think we often lose sight of that, and this documentary showed that.
Tanzan, I'd like to hear from you next. What say you to this?
Oh, that was actually fascinating to listen to, especially the part with how the rhythms, the tracks, that they were continuously used over and over again. And I noticed the same thing with Congolese Lingala music, that you would hear a certain riff in one song or a certain musical phrase, and it would be at one time there was like 4 or 5 different songs with the similar, not exactly the same, but a similar refrain. So I think that's another similarity between our songs. Like we share our musical influences. Nowadays, obviously, because of copyright and money making, somebody has to protect the intellectual property. But it was an African tradition that, you know, somebody would create something and then other people will build on it or work on it, kind of like the jazz idea that somebody starts a beat and then everybody sort of plays off of it. So
improvises, yeah.
Yes. So, the idea of where exactly this thing came from, because for me, I thought it was influence. It seemed like a cross cultural influence between the island Jamaica and the islands and other islands and America. It seems like they were both exchanging influences back and forth. So I can't really pinpoint that this came from where. And it's also a very it's almost not a very practical thing to try to separate one from another. It's more of a continuation of culture rather than a delineation, because like somebody said, there was reggae in Africa, like Idube and so on. There was dance hall here in America, in the New York. They came over. So when we try to separate things so much, we end up either losing something or just destroying the whole thing, because it doesn't, to me it doesn't matter if it came from Jamaica or if it came from New York, because it's really the same culture. For me, I don't see a difference. It's difference in the situation, but it's still the same culture, which is the black culture everywhere from Africa through Jamaica and the islands to America. So I see it as people who influenced each other, and then they got influences from other places and they made it work. And my favorite would be obviously Shabarangs and Yellow Man too. He actually came to Kenya and people loved him. Like the whole stadium was just full. Yellow Man, we called him Yellow Man.
Yellow Man actually came to my high school back at C.I. Gibson back in the day too. Let's hear from Jay. Actually, before we hear from Jay, Lero in the chat says African musical structures promote improvisation.
I do agree. I think we don't really take music as holding on to our own. It's something that's supposed to be shared. And then if you get inspiration, like the Water Bam Bam, that sound had, like, nearly every song in the 90s had that Water Bam Bam sound to it. Yeah, that one. And Chakadimas played the hell out of it. And for me, I think the most legendary would be Chakadimas and Pliers, because they were just releasing all kinds of tracks one after another, and they were really big. So for me, I would say Shabarangs and Chakadimas and Pliers. I would put them up there. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Tanzan. Lero says African musical structures promote improvisation. It's unmechanical. There's even the notion that African music is inherently Pan-African because of this. Jay and I had a good conversation about this under the comment section of the last Shoot the Breeze episode. Jay, what say you to this?
The chat, the ADOS remarks in the chat had me thinking, and also the ADOS coming back with what was it, Chubby Checker or something?
Yeah, Chubby Checker, yeah.
Wasn't Bob Marley, wasn't he trying to make soul music, and that's where his style of reggae came from?
Yeah, he was making R&B music at first.
Yeah. So it's not, it's what Tanzan says. It's us. It's us everywhere. It's before rap. Or I don't know. I actually don't know if it is before rap. But you had sort of a rap in reggae, right? I forgot.
Yes, chatting. Yeah, you had chatting.
Exactly. So I'm here in Dakar, and there's dudes here. There's a rap formation called Dara G, and they have an excellent track about it. And it's called Boomerang, of course, So the hook is something like it was born in Africa, it traveled all over the world, it matured in America, and now it's coming back. And they were talking about rap or verbal storytelling. It's us everywhere in the Caribbean, in the United States, and in Africa. It's just us. That's what that's my take now.
Yes, sir. Tanzan in the private chat is saying she likes Shabba Ranks, Yellow Man, Shaka Demus, and Pliers. Gaston says there was too many to mention, as he said on air. Urzuli, you saw this video just now. You see the prompt when Jamaican Dancehall took a trip to the United States. What say you to this? Unmute your mic, brother. Maybe Urzuli is not there right now. So we'll go to Mr. Untouchable. Mr. Untouchable, when Jamaican Dancehall took a trip to the United States. What say you to this?
I want to sing a little song for Tanzania. Go zunga zunga go zunga zang.
Yes, that's the one.
I just think that it exposes to the genius of the Black male and female, and the conditions of what the music was born out of is like, they take everything away from these people and leave them in very piss poor conditions, and they was able to produce something out of that experience that was impactful, really globally. How do you do that? That's a miracle. Yeah, really, if you really want to think about it. Not only that, the fact that these people were well organized, to arrange a bunch of different musicians, to bring them together and to create that kind of globally impactful music, that's genius in itself. I also see what I saw in that video is the importance of protecting the things that you create and just not giving it away willy-nilly. There's an importance to it, because back then they didn't realize the sophistication of the music, the importance of the music, and really just keeping it close to themselves, because these are the things that would bring them out of the conditions financially, out of the conditions that they was really coming from. Dancehall and reggae music that's a $1 billion market industry. You know what I mean? That's all over the world now. When it started in the ghettos of Jamaica, you know what I mean? That's really taking nothing and making everything with it. I just think it's just really just genius. And I think that the fact that the world gets a sample of that now is important. But Tanzan was right when she talks about the importance of copyright infringement. Some of these people couldn't even read. Some of these people didn't graduate the 3rd grade, but what was coming out of their brain was just globally impactful, man. I think that that's a phenomenal thing. And let me also say this too. I'm glad that music is not xenophobic, because the ridiculous people among us would want to differentiate and divide and say, well, this is ours and this is. The music didn't see it like that. The music say, mind, I hear a good rhythm. Let me see if I could add a twist to it or add my little spin to it. You know what I mean? The music really didn't care about the so-called borders these people them trying to enforce right now. That's why it went all over the world. And we would try, the ridiculous people among us would try to restrict it and put it in a box, but they can't never put it into a box. We share the music. Just like how we used to share fire on the island. We share the music amongst one another, and then we add our own little twist and our little spin to it, and then we push it out globally to the world, and they add their little spin. You see, Kanye West put his own version of what he was hearing, and he put his own little twist and spin to it. So I'm glad that music is not xenophobic. I would only say I wish that the English speaking world now, with Black music, they are becoming more sophisticated and starting to listen to sounds outside of being able to understand what's being said. That's why Afrobeat is getting so popular. Wait until they get a taste of Haitian music, because that's crazy in all of itself. I mean, the beats and the rhythms and the tone, and that's going to be a fascinating thing. But the world is, I feel like sometimes they're very slow, but they're catching up with the music, and they understanding that it all coming from one place. You know what I mean? That soul experience. But I'm glad that the Jamaicans and the Americans are at the forefront, but there's other genres of music that's coming up in the world that's going to be just as fascinating. I could count on that.
So, Mr. Untouchable, this week I read this paper about the African retention in music in the New World, right? And I was talking about like our music. I was talking about Rake and Scrape Gombe, Jonkanu. And there's a music out of Grenada called Jab Jab that to me, in my ears, sounds just like rake and scrape music, right? There's ripsaw music out of Turks and Caicos that's exactly like rake and scrape music. My thing is this though. One of the problems we see is that because of the economic system, people my bad on that. Because of the economic system, people are more so about the sounds and sampling the sounds as opposed to promoting the original music. So like there's gems in rake and scrape, there's gems in ripsaw, there's gems in jab jab music, there's gems even in John Canoe and stuff like that. But because folks are just really exploiting the sound, the difference in the sound, sampling it and turning it into something different, I don't know if the original music is getting the love that it ought to get. What say you to that, Mr. Untouchable?
Well, the only thing I would say is that we need to have, just like Jamaica did, in stronger copyright infringement laws. So you have these old artists who would have put brilliant music out back in the day, and even now more so. You know, the kids, they're not gonna necessarily be exposed to that format of it. Maybe it may be sampled and changed a little bit, but when you have multi-millionaires and billionaires using the music you produced back in the 60s, and these artists get no love. What I call love is some financial reward from the music that they would have created. That's a sad thing. I think that these countries need to catch up as far as copyright infringement and understand the genius coming out of their own societies. What has been the failing, I believe, of these Caribbean islands and even in Africa as well, is that the people, you know, who produce these music see further than the so-called leaders in these countries. They have no foresight, you know, to understand what the people are clamoring for. The Jamaicans and the Caribbean been singing about Africa and the relationship with Africa a million years ago. And you still have these British trained, I'm gonna call them morons, but you still have these British trained so-called leaders don't understand the 80 to 90% of their population. We are the children of Africa, and the reestablishment of that is very important. And with the reestablishment of that, there come other kinds of benefits outside of having this small little arrangement with the Queen coming to hail you every 25 years. Nothing in reward for that. I just think that they are short-sighted, and it's unfortunate that the leaders don't see as far as the people who they govern over. I think that's a sad state of affairs.
Yeah, I hear you on that one too. You know, there's something I was gonna add to that too. You know, one of the things I really wished from hip hop music, being that it was black created, African, black was African created, I kind of always wish that they would sample more from the Pan-African world too. And that too could also help, along with what you're saying too, because let's be honest, some of our heroes that we grew up with in our hometown, them fellas have died and ain't see a dime really from the works that they did, which is great works, right? So I would hope that in this world of sampling and stuff like that, that our people who are producers of music, I saw Oni talking about producing some musical game or something recently, like that our people will say, hey, I'm not going to sample Phil Collins in the heat of the night. I'm going to sample, you know, Ronnie Butler or something like that. You know what I mean? But that's just my wishful thinking for now. Who else wants to add something to talk? Yeah, go ahead.
One last thing, Coco. It's funny that you should say that, because there's a popular song out right now. I was listening to it the other day by Common. Yeah, you know, I don't know if you know who Common is, a rapper. Yeah, the rapper. Yeah. Him and Black Thought made a song with Fella's son Sean Kuti. Okay. And they have they sampled one of his old classics, man. He was playing it, and actually they went to one of these night shows in NBC or CBS or one of these things. I think the song is called When We Move. It's a very popular song, very nice song. Y'all guys check it out when y'all have time. So they are trying the Black American rappers sometimes, and some of them, not all, are actually trying to infuse old high life, Fela Kuti rhythms and implement them in their songs. So it's happening slowly, but it's happening.
Absolutely. If there's no last word here, we got Lero in the chat saying more African composition. I agree. I mean, that paper I read this past week was very interesting in that light too. Like I talked about one of my favorite blues singers is out of Africa, and he heard blues music from America and was like, that's nothing but African. Just slightly different scales and modes of tones and stuff like that. But I just wish that if we had created an industry and owned it and owned the sounds of it and could sample this music and create new avenues for some of our older artists and some of the new artists even, I think that's something that we should really try to push for. Lyra also says African music theory has really opened my eyes. Yeah, I'm going to try to do another paper this week coming on African music education. I think that's something that we need to talk about as well. Is Orzuli back or no? I guess Orzuli is not back. If we don't have anyone else who wants to offer a last word.
I got a question for the panel. If anyone want to answer this,
go for it.
Do you think this is a new, not just in music but other art and the sciences? Do you think this is a new golden era we're headed into right now with all this? For the last, especially the last 5 years, where going through Donald Trump, now we under this other racists, with all that stuff happening to Black people, and we're getting pushed together. You think this is a new golden age for us?
Let's start with gas them up on that one. Gas them up. What say you to that question?
Can you repeat the question again?
Yeah. All right. With all the racism in the last, the really extreme racism we've been going through the last couple, 5 years, and besides the music and the art, there are other things going on within the Black community. Do you think now, that we're slowly coming together, that this is going to be the start of the new golden age?
I hope so. I hope so. I'm always the skeptic and the critic, but I will put that out in the atmosphere. So, from your mouth to the ears of the gods, I hope it comes to pass.
Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
I think so. I'm more optimistic than my brother Gassim is skeptical. So I think that it can be a golden age. It's a weird thing because I'm having these weird arrangements and relationships that I would never necessarily have before. And I think that I'm living in a time where I could have these kinds of relationships, on an international level with people who I wouldn't even have had the opportunity to speak to if not for the advent of the internet. So this is allowing me to get into specific places and spaces and have an opportunity to speak with people who I would never have an opportunity with. And us having this so-called meeting of the minds, I think that it's really, the ball is in our park to take it to where we want to take it. We either could create or we could destroy. And I choose to use it to be creative rather than destructive.
Jay, what say you?
I don't really understand the question. Is that a golden age on music? Because
in general, like, remember we had the Harlem Renaissance, when everyone was coming together in one perfect storm to create all this beautiful art. But what I'm seeing is now that we're being pushed into, we have to work with each other now, or we're gonna be exterminated. With all the the new raw talent coming in, do you think this will formulate a new golden age, or aka a Harlem Renaissance?
Okay. Yes, I saw it coming. Yeah, I see a wave. There's two waves that I spotted, and I call one the Renaissance and the other Baroque. And so there's not a real evolution. There's a sort of a waveform, and I even believe that it's us humans reacting to sun cycles, to 11-year sun cycles. But anyway, I saw coming. I saw this conscious black or conscious African or pro black, whatever that you want to call it. I saw it coming. The previous one was the Public Enemy era, and X Clan, and I'm an Asiatic black type of rap era. Or that's my reference anyway, and I believe that this one, this one, and we are in the middle of it now, could be the real one. This one could be not only dashikis and rapping about ancient Egypt, or the ADOS version of Conscious Black, and that's the Asiatic black man. But this one could be real. We could really manifest something permanent, and that's in the business era. So in the area of business, of trade, and such. So I've been yelling that towards the so-called conscious community, and I have to see it, but I still believe in it. It's not as massive as I expected. But you can call it. You could call it that. Yeah, you could call it that. It's not. I'm not really seeing it, but I think it's manifesting. So it could be. What I'm trying to say is, with the waves, is that it are trends that come and go, right? So in the Public Enemy era, we were all conscious, and we were all about fighting the power. And X Clan, we were these Egyptians, kings and pharaohs. But it went away, and again came the Baroque. Another Baroque era came. And the Baroque era is a sort of extrovert, look at me. But I think that this time, we're planting seeds of something permanent. So the next Baroque, the next extrovert era could be African. And not per se the diaspora, but really African. You could say that we're starting to see it in Afrobeat.
Thank you for that, Jay. Lero says music theory has really opened her eyes. Lero, let us know, where do you study a music theory? What about it has opened your eyes per se? I guess the cops are outside coming for me. Tanzan, are we entering into a renaissance per se in African-centered music?
I'm a little more pessimistic. I think it will take a destruction before the creation will begin. And at this point, I see more of disintegration, division, and then from those pieces, then we'll come together and create something. Because before, when the music was, it was just very natural. It was the circle, the influence was just very easily from one place to another, and we didn't really think about it. And now that we're really thinking about it, some people may not like it, especially the people who want credit for everything. They might not like the way the whole way it's going, especially with the unity, because it started with the Afrobeats and that sort of, galvanized everybody together. And let me just say to that reading that you did, that was an excellent reading of the book. There were so many things that I didn't even know about, the African music and its relation and so on. So it also has opened my eyes too, as well as Lero's. So it's really good to know the influences and so on. Sometimes we just listen to music and we don't really know the history of it. But even that brief snippet that we did today was really illuminating. So for me, I think that it will take a certain distraction, a certain, like right now, music right now is really not good in everything, not just, especially the rap music right now. And I've seen the recent Jamaican, maybe Caribbean music, and it's, for me, it's not as great as it was before. I think that the rising star right now is West African music. Although even me growing up, I didn't listen to much West African music. For us, our big boys was the Congolese and South Africa and so on. But I think there's a new spirit coming up. But a lot of the old things will have to be destroyed, especially, the degenerate culture that has sprung up now. That will have to go away before something, good can be created from that soil. But I have hope that it will be done. Yes.
I like that,
May
because
I clarify the Renaissance and Baroque when you're done?
go ahead right now.
Okay, what I was talking about, these two cycles, and I think the sun cycles have to do with it. It has to do with us humans reacting to I don't know, magnetism or something. But notice this, the even so sun cycles are 11 years, right? That's about a decade, right? So check this out. The even decades, the 80s, were pink Cadillacs, very extrovert, right? You had Duran with their hair, the very extrovert hair, extrovert dress, extrovert pink Cadillacs, like in the 60s, in the 40s, 60s, 80s, and in the 2000s, you had this swag and people, men dressing pink t-shirts and pink, So that's the extrovert. That's the Baroque, and the other wave. In cadence with the Baroque, the other wave, I call it Renaissance, and that's black, black dress, Renaissance, retrospective, and that's the art decades. In the 70s, you had punk and antisocial shit, and in the 90s, you had Public Enemy and Fight the Power, and right now we're again in a renaissance. So it's the Renaissance is retrospective, and Baroque is expressive, extrovert.
Okay.
And it's not only in music; it's also in movies and in fashion. Thanos killing all the heroes was for me a good indication that we were in a Renaissance. That's my explanation from Renaissance and Baroque.
So one of the reasons why I like doing Shoot the Breeze is because there's all these different minds and experiences. When I talk about stuff on here, or when we talk about stuff on here, there's usually someone who could drop something, that's a bit of a gem. And Lero in the chat says Kofi Agawu has a great book called The Imagination in Music, which explains the differences between the foundation of Western and African music. She goes on to say he has some lectures on here as well, where he speaks on how music was a colonizing force and the importance of language and understanding the noted improvisation. Now, that's something I'd like to look into much deeper. So I'm going to make sure I come back to that comment about Kofi Agawu in the future. I think Uzuli is a bit busy right now, so we won't hear much more from Uzuli right now. But I want to thank you guys for that for that feedback on that prompt. What I'm going to do, usually I take a break here. What I'm actually going to do this time, I'm going to drop Shoot the Breeze prompt number 6. We're going to look at the video. And before we do the commentary on the video and the prompt, we'll do the station ID break. So the prompt says, what is, quote unquote, the game though? And this came with this link here. Let's check it out.
How billionaires or people not paying taxes or whatever. I'm like, man, you always see people on social media complaining about how billionaires or people not paying taxes or whatever. I'm like, y'all, this country is built for business owners. They got all the advantages. So if you don't, I don't want to say you don't want to pay taxes, but if you want to find the loopholes, you got to play the game to get to the loopholes. Don't be mad. If you don't be mad, you just playing the wrong game. You got to understand what they say. They tell us in the military, understand the laws of the land. You got to understand the laws of the land and where you at. And if you're really trying to excel where you at, you need to play the game accordingly. Some people be like, they just don't want to accept the fact it is what it is. They feel like they just gonna change it. Like, yo, this country, man, fucking whatever. You're not gonna excuse my language too. If y'all got kids watching around. But like, you're not gonna, it's true. You're not gonna yo one person mindset. You're not gonna change all this. So if you really want to win, excel, just play the game.
Might as well play the game. Yep. And I really like that you said that, because for me, I had to make that mindset shift. You know, I'm the first like millionaire in my family. And
that's big.
Thank you. You know, it's been huge, but it's also been a huge mindset shift. You know, my mom, my dad, they have always been of the opinion like, oh, it's set up against us. And, you know, we can't, you know, oh, it's not fair. And I was like that. And then when I started making money and seeing it from the other side, it's like, it's not about it not being fair. Which game are you going to play?
Exactly. That's all it comes down to.
You know, which game are you going to play?
That's all it comes down to.
You know, so when I'm trying to talk to my parents, specifically my mom, you know, because she be getting active, you know, and trying to make her see a different side of things, even when it comes to just, you know, sharing money with my family. And I'm like, well, it has to make sense. We have to do this in such a way where it can still be a write-off to my business and I can help you achieve what you want to achieve. You know, it's very interesting trying to get them to shift the mindset when it's generational.
It's generational. It's hard.
You know,
it's
if
hard.
Everyone's been thinking a certain way, and then here comes this young little millionaire trying to change everyone's mindset. Is different.
I already know. I used to think I used to think this.
All right, so I want you guys to keep that video in mind, what they talked about just now. The prompt is, what is, quote unquote, the game though? Everyone talks about the game, play the game, this, that, and the other. What is the game? We're going to take a station ID break here. On the other side, we're going to have that discussion.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron, on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Have you ever considered joining KWAZ Radio? Each of our hosts shares their unique perspective with you. You might have a perspective that needs to be shared. If that's true, hit us up at kwaz.radio@gmail.com. What are you gonna do? What you gonna do?
All right, and we're back. In the chat, Lero says, I say start with him, referring to Kofi Agawu. I say start with him, But as someone who plays and composes music, I gotta mute Jay. He's making some noise there. Who plays and composes music? It's been a wonderful experience, and I think all of our respective genres need more study of this. I agree with that, Lero, and I'm glad that you shared that brother's name with me. I'm gonna look into that now, too, as I am starting to compose. I'm starting to produce more music again. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says, that is what I love about this show, the knowledge, different opinions, expert analysis, and of course the host moderate, I guess, rounded and excellent moderator. I guess that's referring to me. I appreciate it. I'll accept it. I'll allow it, as they say. Should be topic number 6 is, what is this quote unquote the game though that Black folks had to talk about? Let me start with Kevin Carre. What's your understanding of what this game is? What is the game?
From what I'm seeing, what you just said, yeah, we have to stop with this individualistic mindset. We're not gonna get you get but so far with that attitude. I can give you an example of something that we all saw last year, which was a real funny thing when all those guys on Reddit came together and said, hey man, this guy came with information, he came with resources. He goes, listen, I just saw on this so-and-so software that these rich people are trying to short the stock. Let's all pool our money and go there and buy up the stock. And the next day there was a feeding frenzy. I think GME, remember that AMC that they when Robert crashed?
Mm-hmm.
They were crashing. They came together like thousands. I think might have been millions of people came together to that one of those stocks went from a penny stock to I think to be worth $475. So within that one day, a lot of people put like $1,000 or $2,000 in. They came out millionaires. They did it together, and that's what we got to do as Black people. And in this time, back to the first prompt, we have to get rid of the people we can't help and just come together with people that want to build together, and that's the only way forward at this point.
Gas them up. What is the game that folks keep talking about, especially Black folks? Is Gas them up there? All right. If not, let's go to Jay.
Yeah, no, I'm here. I'm sorry about that. I think, I think I think it's high time that our people start to get introspective and reflective on what are the steps that we're taking today, and are those steps helping us? And I think then we can really come up with ways on how to so-called play the game. I don't know what you guys think about that.
I get that, but what is the game though? In your opinion, what is the game?
The game is a complex thing. The game is I'm going to quote Mignolo and say we're under the colonial matrix of power, and within that colonial matrix of power, it's control over our bodies, control over our minds, control over our economic system, control over our borders. All these things intertwined. And so, how are we looking to escape those colonial matrices of power?
Thank you for that. Jay, what is the quote-unquote game to you, though? I mean, these Black folks referred to it a few times in this video. What is playing the game?
Yeah, playing the game is behave in the white man's staple.
Yeah.
Sort of what Gas Them Up is saying, and I wanna refer again to what I was trying to say on the previous topic. I've been hoping that the past 10 to 15 years, I've been hoping that this revival of Black consciousness was something tangible, that we are going to build something that will survive these waves. So not to be the first millionaire in the family. I'm the first millionaire in the family, and I'm different. No, you're not different. You're still in the staple with those other cows and those other chickens and those other sheep. So that's not it. This game is indeed a game, and we have to become serious and stop playing. Yeah.
I agree, Jay. Ketter in the chat says, "Pull yourself up by your bootstraps" type of vibes. That's what they're getting from this. Tanzan, who's on the panel, basically says Tolero will definitely look up Kofi Agawu. Well noted. Thanks. Yeah. The game. You hear black folks talk about the game all the time. What is the game? And you know what? Let me add to that prompt too. What is the game, and is the game about selling out really and truly? Let's go to Tanzan next on this one. What is the game, Tanzan?
I think for me, it's surviving in a hostile environment. And for the people who call it the game, it's sort of changing and adapting to it, sometimes by losing who you are, sometimes by putting on, a new suit or, but yeah, it's realizing that the playing field is hostile and how you're going to navigate and maneuver it in a way that, for me, it's more of a selfish thing that you survive. Everybody else, whatever happens to them, that's not your problem. You just have to make it to the end, no matter what.
Yeah, that rugged individualism that the matron talks about a lot. In fact, in the chat, daily affirmations from Pauline says the game could be do what you need to do to get what you want to get. Ketter says the game, is practicing predator capitalism, becoming the first black of everything. Tanzan, before you go, what say you to those two comments?
I agree, especially becoming the first of anything. Like she said, she was the first millionaire and so on. So for you to win, or you don't need to beat the system, all you need to is to beat the other people who look like you.
Right. I think Gaston Up has to run. Let's wish Gaston Up a good farewell. We'll see you next week, Gaston Up. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this? What is the game to you, really?
Well, I would say this. I think that what he means in American parlance, or colloquialism, as far as the game is really the Western system, and really the rules to really functioning within it, and how to become either successful or, as my sister Pauline said, to get what you need or want in the so-called Western system. And what they added to the discussion is that her family, her family has limiting beliefs, a limiting belief system within the so-called Western system. And I think that we discussed it last week in terms of how to get money. We was raised in, you go to school, get a good education, you get a good job, you work there for 30 years, and then hopefully you retire and get some kind of pension. And get a nice watch. And how she's looking at it is that is really the old way in navigating through the so-called westernized system. The new way is not necessarily keep it as a family would look at money and wealth and achieving certain things. It's not necessarily looking at the system within that framework, but using another kind of belief system or thinking in terms of developing other streams of income, investment, things of that nature, and trying to get towards this holy grail of the bag. You know what I mean? So I think that that's where she was coming from in trying to influence, or tell her family, well, look, there's another way to get to this, the bag way. How you all been looking at the same thing for 30 years. There's a quicker way to get to it. You just need to change what you believe, what she believes is your limiting beliefs. And only wealthy people are evil. Wealthy people would have done something immoral or bad to get the wealth that they would have gotten. No, you have to look at the glass in another way, half full. And I think there's different ways of looking at the buy. And let me also say this, because maybe I'm the only pro-capitalist person on the panel, because I don't necessarily agree with the idea of predator capitalism. That means I understand that you using capitalism to exploit other people. That's not good. But if I am able to develop a skill or a service that I would to sell to the marketplace, and many people want to buy that service or product, shouldn't I be able to reap the reward from that circumstance? And because it's coming out of my own brain capital, you know what I mean? Why am I a bad guy? I just because I don't know. I don't. That's how I look. That's my vision of the world. I feel like as long as I am not hurting anybody or harming anybody, but if I have the ability to come up with a resource or a product that is able to benefit humanity, I feel like there should be sufficient rewards that come from that. And what I do with that is my business. You know what I mean? I know people say, well, you should give to this person and give to that person. Well, we could have a discussion on that too. You know what I mean? But that's neither here nor there. I don't necessarily buy into the whole idea of everybody should partake in my efforts to do a particular thing. You know why? Because there are times when people say that there's risks that you take in doing and achieving certain things, and some people are not willing to take the same kinds of risks. So should we all have the rewards where I'm the only person who would have taken the risk? I don't know, man. I don't know, but that's what I think about that. As far
the answer to that is no, to be honest, Mr. Untouchable. The truth of the matter is the capitalism that black folks, conscious black folks, tend to resist is more so capitalist imperialism and crony capitalism. Because in those phases and states of capitalism, it's okay to hoard money while people go hungry and suffer, and it's justified. In fact, it's almost like a religious right, almost, right? And I have problems with that. I have problems with the rich man up on a hill and the poor man is down at the bottom of that same hill begging for food and he has excess, right? But like you said, if I have an idea and I'm able to capitalize off of my idea, I should be able to. And how I use the funds should be my decision, my taste, my preferences. Now Keto makes a good point in the chat. He says, but we can't all become capitalists. I think that's the point, though. I think the point is that, there is something called moral capitalism, right? The point is that not everyone can be a business owner. And I think people will readily accept that and recognize that. It can't all be business owners. Some people gotta sweep, some people gotta mop, some people gotta clean the toilet, et cetera, et cetera. And I think some people are kind of good with that. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago. A lot of people in society really want to be led, right? So some people are good with that. To be honest with you, most people are probably good with that, provided that the pay is decent, the reward for what they're doing is decent. And with the crony capitalism, the capitalist imperialism, they set that up in such a way where you will destabilize entire countries, if not continents, just so that you could get a greater share, a greater reward for your service or your product or what have you, right? While people starve and go hungry. And that's really what the problem is. And I think it was Ointa Say who brought up several times in the past, we got to really find a different word for capitalism when we're talking about like what Mr. Untouchable was talking about. Here I use my brain. I came up with a good or service. I put that out to the world. I lessen the load on the back of the beast of burden, so to speak. If I did something like that, I should receive something more, however that looks. But it shouldn't be at the expense, per se, I'd say, the basic needs of the average human, especially in our case, the average Black equals African person. Jay, what say you to this?
With gas them up, the a week ago, we had a conversation about socialism and capitalism, and eventually, after the conversation, I came to the conclusion that there's no difference between socialism and capitalism. The opposite of they are both on one side, and the opposite of socialism and capitalism is fascism. So in socialism, yes, everybody can be a business owner. The cleaner of the toilet can it can be cleaning toilets can be his business, right? So you as another business owner, you have a restaurant and you hire him to clean your toilet, right? I have even walked around with this thought, so Moroccans in the Netherlands, they don't clean their toilets, right? Because there's jinn or whatever Islamic thing there is. There's jinn in the toilets, and so they don't clean their toilets. And I've really thought about it, like okay, I dress in those suits, and I have a high pressure hot water thing, and I clean these filthy Moroccan toilets in those restaurants and coffee shops and tea houses, right? So yeah, everybody can be a businessman, but but when I look to myself, I'm a worker. I'm good, I'm a good worker, but I don't have this mentality, this business. I'm yeah, like I said, I work, pay me at the end of the month, and I'm not. I have this service mentality, right? I do, but I miss that part that says, hey, you have to pay me this amount right now. I miss that part. I guess I'm a good serviceman.
Jay, let me ask you a question. Do we destroy capitalism? Because Keter makes a point. He says capitalists have power over political policy in the West, and that's not good. Do you destroy capitalism or do you transform it?
I'm in Dakar, and everybody. I had a conversation last week. Everybody is an entrepreneur here. So there's a thin line between socialism and capitalism, because if you're being social, then you're letting everybody. Then if the community of this or the society is social, then everybody is free to have his own business, and that's what you see here, right? Practically everybody is his own business, and so the line between socialism and capitalism is very thin. The enemy is fascism. Fascism is the enemy. The multinational owning the government, the multinational force of owning the school systems.
Right.
So multinationals decide who is going to be the worker and who is going to be the entrepreneur. That's the opposite. That's what we're fighting. Fascism. We're not opposing capitalism. No. Like the example that Mr. Untouchable gave. If I invent this thing, this very simple thing that the whole world is going to use, and I'm going to be a billionaire. It was me that invented it. Everybody advanced by my invention, and I deserve the reward for it. So yeah, I can give me my capital. You got this solution that I invented. Bitch, pay me.
Hey, don't Jay, you got to trademark it, man, and protect your stuff, patent it.
Tanzan, should we transform capitalism or just get rid of it?
I think we make it work for us. I don't think that we were either one or the other. I think we had both. In terms of capitalism, we had the idea that you work for what you eat. We had the idea of respect for people who accumulated wealth, whether
Yeah.
in terms of cattle, land, women, children, everything was. It was capitalistic, and even with women went and they did business. They sold fruits in the market. Everybody was making money. At the same time, we were also the problem comes when we give these names, to things that we already practiced. We tended to do things without giving them these, fancy names. And when it comes to socialism, we practice that as well in terms of taking care of everybody, the orphans, the widows, the elderly, and the weak. So we did all of those things in practice. It's when we come to now theorizing them and making them into these, highfalutin concepts that we sort of sometimes get, caught up. But I'm for it. I'm for it for when it works for us, for creating wealth, for taking care of yourself. As it's like that book with Chinua Achebe. They show all different kinds of what was practiced. His father was a lazy big man, and he just wanted to sit around and do nothing. Okonkwo was a very business-minded man, and he was very ambitious, and he became wealthy. And his son he looked at it as loud, because he was more into culture and music and more creative. And Okonkwo did not really like that way that his son was going. So it shows 3 generations of different men who practiced similar things. So we had a society where you could sit around and do nothing and be poor. You could be ambitious and be rich, and you could also practice culture and be creative, without making all these sort of rules for it. So I believe in all of them, and for what works for us as a community. Yeah.
I like that, Tanzan. Thank you for that. Let me shout out Gas Them Up too. Daily affirmation by Pauline earlier said to Gas Them Up, appreciate your input. Have a great night. Keto says to Gas Them Up, peace, bro. Nice input always. Keto also said, but we can't all become capitalists, and black bourgeoisie are the only ones who forgets the destitute of his race. The Asian, Jew, and whites always go back and help the poor of his tribe. I agree with that. I want to shout out Gas Them Up. Once again, he came through, dropped some nice knowledge. I thank Mr. Untouchable for everyone who he has sent this way. I'm going to have to create a kind of an army, it seems. I'm going to have to create a Robitussin army or Buckley's army, some type of bitter medicine army where, we get people not only eager to join the discussion, the panel, or be in the chat, but who's actively recruiting folks to come through and check out the show. Because I think it's a little bit of a shame that we have the numbers that we have, and we have the kind of input we get from like Mr. Untouchable, who takes his time on a Saturday to come through, Kevin Carre, Tanzan, Azuli, Jay, and others who come through like Achieve Mindset, the Pro-Black Perspective, etc. We got to start rewarding this IP, so to speak, with more numbers of people listening. I'm sure one day the numbers will get bigger, but that doesn't mean I can't say today that we got to get together and figure out how to get the platform bigger. With that said, if there's no last words on this prompt, let me go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 tonight is who is Queen Mother Moore? And this came with a link. Let's check it out.
Were there nationalist leaders in Harlem during the 1930s who were active?
Yes. Oh, yes. Great nationalist leaders. I have some of the names written down here.
There was, Sufi.
Sufi and Arthur Reed and
Ira Kemp.
Ira Kemp. How do you know about that? That's wonderful. You've done your homework. And Mother Phillips and my sister Eloise and my sister Loretta. 3 sisters of us. Myself and There was a great number of us. Of course, there was a period now I wasn't nationalist. I became an integrationist. But still, I was out there with the nationalists fighting.
Mm-hmm.
You see, that's one thing. I never did
Was this a period
lose
when
all of my nationalism.
Was this a period when the nationalists and the party people worked together, or were there was tension?
They never actually worked together. They was always tension clashing. They never wanted us to be nationalists or to have any nationalist concepts.
Were the nationalists able to organize effectively in the community?
Well, they enjoyed certain prestige among the people. They weren't so much about organizing as they were talking from the street ladder,
Mm-hmm.
the corners, you see. That was their method
Mm-hmm.
of enlightening the people. So this way, they really reached hundreds of thousands of people.
And so this was something in the spirit of the people, but they weren't in the position to organize mass struggles at that time.
They did. The mass struggles was organized by the communists.
Mm-hmm. At what point did you begin to change your ideology and your outlook?
When I realized that we were going the wrong direction, I tried from 1945, actually. I realized that we just couldn't keep going. As a matter of fact, before then, before 1945, I recall somewhere about 1940, 40s, in the early 1940s, I went to El Browder and talked to him about what I thought, and told him that I felt that we weren't achieving the goals that we should be. I mean, the results from our goals we weren't achieving. And so they sent me to Michigan, Detroit, Michigan. In 1943, they sent me to Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
Right after Ben Davis's campaign, they sent me.
Oh, to work there.
Yeah, and the people just felt terrible about it.
Mm.
One woman told me it was like uprooting a big oak tree. This is what she said.
Mm. Wow.
But I could see we were going wrong. And then, as I said before, you know, I had to write leaflets and things like that, and my position was changing. And I began to question this whole thing about Negro. Well, at first I thought it was just a word, that we were just being called Negro, and it was incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
It was politically incorrect. And then when it struck me that we weren't just called Negroes, but actually Negroes were made out of us. We were, in fact, Negroes. Oh my God, I nearly died. Bile began to pile up in me. Oh, and one day that bile came out. Oh, I was vomiting from my mouth on the wall, shooting back and forward, nothing but bile. And then I went out like a light. I don't know how long I stayed there because I couldn't get a discussion. And I went to everybody trying to get some reasoning, you know, get a position. And of course, all the time I doubted myself. I always had an inferiority complex toward those members who were so well equipped. And they were. They could just espouse Marxism, Leninism, and all of those profound teachings, and I couldn't do it. I never mastered any of it, but I did get a smattering, enough to know that we needed to know that. If we were going to get our freedom, we need to know it. But I couldn't get anybody to talk to me because I wanted a big nationalist, black nationalist movement with Paul Robeson at the head of it, which would have assured us that we would be connected with labor. And I could see that we could win that way.
Yeah.
But
It's such a shame that didn't develop because it would have.
Yes, you see, we'd have had the correct orientation. I wanted a communist philosophy, but I wanted us to have a chance to organize our people. And I knew as long as we kept putting whites in, we'd never get organized. But they began to look upon me with suspicion. And incidentally, at that time, also the CIA was trying to enlist me in their work and told me to name my price. And I wanted freedom. I've never given in to any of the enemies coaxing in any way whatsoever. But I told them, white man, I would spit in your eye. They asked me. And then the KWAZ committee called me to tell them about the teachers' un-American activities in the school. So I went down and I said, well, it's a good thing you called me because I know of un-American activities in our school. I said, that's fine. I said, but where are the people? Oh, no. I said, this is just a subcommittee of the KWAZ committee. I said, oh, I'm sorry. I got to have, not with all this stuff I know. I got to have the press and all the people here to tell you about the un-American activities going on. Say, do we understand you to say you're not going to testify before this committee? I say, oh, no, you don't understand me to say that. You understand me to say I'm dying to testify.
I'll never forget reading the testimony of Paul Robeson before that committee, the way he turned it around.
Yes.
Before that guy, Walter.
Right. Oh, Paul was a great man. It's awful. Awful what happened to Paul. Oh, it's awful. Oh, it's awful. We've had so many good people destroyed. So many. And a lot of white people was destroyed. Brought up on charges of white chauvinism and all that when it didn't have to be. You see? Because everything was organized wrong. Everything was organized wrong.
I just want to add before I go to the panelists, because I see there's confusion in the chat as well. You know, it's funny when you look at the African and America's experience. It's really interesting, man. Like, you'll hear someone like Queen Mother Moore, who's promoted, who I've never heard her voice until right now, like similar to the pro-black perspective in the chat. And you'll hear her speak, and she's speaking about Robeson, who a lot of Africans in America look up to. But like Agavi, for example, didn't really rate Robeson high. Didn't like the roles he tended to choose as an actor. Didn't like the songs he sung as a singer and whatnot. But he is held pretty highly, and we see this from Queen Mother Moore. By the way, let me share this with you guys. I think Azuli is going to be along with us in a few minutes. Let me share this. In the chat, the pro-black perspective says, what she means, she became an integrationist. Yeah, my ass perked up on that too. Same thing for Ketter. He said, same thing I thought. Pro-black perspective says, damn, I never heard her before. Sounds like she gave up on the movement. And then he says, I'm so confused. Ketter says, I didn't get it. Like, it's confusing. She's clearly older. And, you know, let me point out something here in her Wikipedia page. This shows that I can never remember the term, but there's a term when people live long enough where they touch different generations. For example, like Abraham Lincoln had a little sister who was born, I think, after he died or the year he died or something, who lived until, like, I want to say into my early lifetime, like in my childhood or something like that. Like it is, I forget the term that they call it now, but there's a name for it. People who live these long years that stretch. And if you look at Queen Mother Moore, she died in 97. I graduated high school in 93, just for reference, right? So she was from 1898 to 1997, was an African-American civil rights leader and a black nationalist who was friends with such civil rights leaders as Marcus Garvey. So this lady who died in Brooklyn, so they say over here, she died May 2nd, 1997 at 98 years of age in Brooklyn, New York. This lady, it's possible that we could have crossed paths or something. This lady was actually friends with such people like Marcus Garvey, Nelson Mandela, who I actually met at the College of Bahamas years ago, Winnie Mandela, Rosa Parks, Jesse Jackson. She was a figure in the American Civil Rights Movement and a founder of the Republic of New Africa. Dr. Delois Blakely was her assistant for 20 years. Blakely was later installed in Ghana as a Nana or Queen Mother, right? So this is, we hear these names, and we don't realize just how close they are to us and how much time they span. But clearly she lived long enough to kind of say that she went from nationalism to integrationist. Kevin Carre, what say you to that?
Yeah, my ears perked up with that, man. Like, you're just saying, hey, we have this movement we built together, but it's not going anywhere. I'm not making the money I wanted to make out of it. So you know what? Let me go back to on the other side. The grass is much greener. Let me go back to Candyland, as Mr. Untouchable will say. It's a shame from what I heard about her when I was growing up. She, I think she lived in Harlem at one point, and she took in a lot of kids and stuff like that. That's what I heard, when I was younger. But it's a shame that she said integrationist.
Yeah, what does that say about the civil rights movement too, Kevin Carre? She was one of the founders of the civil rights movement. She was in the New African Republic.
But wasn't it the soldiers coming home from World War II that was the original one that was fighting back, that started the civil rights movement?
Soldiers who were coming back from World War II?
World War II, yeah. And no, I think either World War II or the Korean War.
Yeah, probably the Korean War. Yeah.
Korean War, yeah. Those are my heroes right there, man. I think they're the one that started, but I think it got softened over time with these integrationists. If you think about it, that's all they wanted was like, oh, we just want to spend our money in your neighbor, when you're in your neighborhood where we're not wanted.
Yeah. Tanzan, let me hear from you this time. What's your thoughts on Queen Mother Moore in that audio that you heard?
Yeah, I was also a little bit confused with that, because I've often thought that they were actually doing the opposite. So, but it's just amazing her wealth of experience, just being able to have met all these people in her lifetime. I mean, that to me is just amazing. When it comes to her struggles, I think, it was a point where we were still trying to find our philosophy. So, people were trying different things, and we can't say that we knew all this. Maybe sometimes in retrospect, we are wiser. But I think that, just coming from the history, they did have a lot of things to struggle to figure with. And even her, she says, she didn't have support from some people, people wouldn't talk to her and so on. So I'm more forgiving of the people who actually made an effort, even though, we can't just say everybody's 100%. There are some mistakes that we also have to undo, but I give her respect, I do.
I'll say this too. This shows you also, that line of becoming an integrationist. That's key. It's the becoming part, right? It kind of shows you too that when you're doing work, you have to give yourself victories. Because if you don't be victorious in the work, people will turn away from the work that you did. Right? And there's an old saying that I learned in cartoons as a kid: if you can't beat them, join them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that we gotta, keep in mind as well. In the chat, Dorico Cooper Photography is here. I haven't seen Dorico Cooper in a while. He does send me some stock tips every so often, so I appreciate those, Dorico Cooper. He said the Korean War was from 1950 to 1953. So yeah, it was the Korean War, guys. Jay, where you are in the world, did you know about Queen Mother Moore?
No, I did not know about her.
Okay, but you just heard the video. What say you to that?
If I look to it's I'm going to say something, and to me it's not an opinion, it's a natural law, and it may be unpopular, but eventually it is true, you know. So here we go. Shoot me later, shoot me after the show, right? Women cater to the actual men in power, right? So all these ladies
I agree.
from this era, all these ladies from this era, they are now touring the world with their lesbian white husband. I mean, their lesbian partner. They're touring the world, and we are still cheering them for being part of the Black Panther or whatever civil rights movement or whatever. While they have done exactly the same as this lady has done, and that's giving up, becoming tired. I don't know how you call it, but fall back to the natural law, and that is to be protected by the actual protected and provided by the actual men in power, because us black men are not the ones offering them all these freedoms and opportunities and development, right? So women cater to the actual men in power, and that's what I think that I was watching.
I appreciate that, Tanzan. Let's see if Razuli is back. Razuli, are you back? I guess Razuli is not back. Mr. Untouchable, who is Queen Mother Moore after you watch this and you see the comments in the chat and on the panel, etc.? Who is Queen Mother Moore?
To put it in my own words, I think in reading and listening, in a short synopsis, because I won't be very careful with this. So on a short synopsis, based on that clip, I would just say that I would look at her really as a fan. You know, I think that she was really caught up in the cult of personalities that she would have met. And in doing that, she was crossing ideological lines that I don't think that she really understood at the time. Because could you imagine, in the 40s, meeting a person like Garvey and his personality? But Garvey came with a particular ideology that was behind him and the draw that he would have had. Of course, she wouldn't want to be a nationalist, And then when the ushering in of people like what's my man name?
MLK.
Before him,
Okay.
Paul Robeson. I think Paul Robeson was around the time of Garvey, maybe before or after. But
during,
Robeson was a staunch communist.
Yeah.
So I think that and Garvey really, I don't think that he was really into communism like that. So I think that she was betwixt and between both ideologies. So you have some confusion there. And then when you had the ushering in of personalities like Martin Luther King and his influence and impact in the Black community in America and really in the Black world itself, his ideological line was integrationism. So I would understand why, as a female person, this is why to some extent I agree with Jay, when he said what he said, because she again was crossing ideological lines, and then I don't think that she would have understood the full extent of that, because King was a Republican.
Mr. Untouchable,
go ahead.
Let's just expand on what you mean by she wouldn't have understood. I don't want female listeners to think we're saying women just don't understand or whatever. Can you just expand on that a little bit?
Okay, she wasn't necessarily an academic in the formal sense of what that word means. I think that she would have saw these men in the capacity that they was influential, and I think that and they spoke to different, let me say emotionalism, but they spoke to different things that affected the community in which he came from, and also the draw of what these gentlemen had at the time. And I think that it would have influenced her, as it would probably a lot of men, because a lot of men was a part of all these movements as well. So I think that she was just impacted by these particular gentlemen as men would be. So I don't necessarily want to just leave it to gender, but and that's why I talk in terms of her being a fan. But you know, Martin Luther King and Garvey had fans as well. I'm a Garvey fan,
Right.
supporter. So I mean, I don't necessarily want to leave it to just gender. But I think that she would have been influenced and impacted by the ideologies that came along with these men. And let me also say this. In any struggle of any people on the planet, you will have people who cross ideological lines. You know, there was the boys was a staunch. He was really in opposition to Garvey and black nationalism at one point. But where did he die? Died in Ghana as a nationalist. Yeah, he kind of regretted a lot of the things that he would have said against Garvey. And then you have in this modern day parlance, you have people like the brother from Hidden Colors. At one point, he was talking in terms of global black unity and things of that nature. Now he's become a black nativist. You know what I mean? So they crossing. You have these crosses of ideological. You had Malcolm X, who was once a staunch black Nation of Islam person, and he crossed ideological lines and became a Sunni Muslim. So I mean, you will have these people in history. So you don't be surprised. It's just human behavior. I don't know if it's natural human behavior. There are some people who stick to what they believe to be true from the beginning, like Frances Cress Welsing. She preached a particular message from when she became so-called conscious until she died. And then you have people who vacillate in between different ideologies, and at the end of their life, they in and out all kind of different movements. So you have to ask yourself, what do you believe? What do you believe? And you either can stand for that, or you can betray that. Either or. That's what it is.
But Mr. Untouchable, doesn't that go back to the conversation about Malafi Asante? That the principles that he stood on weren't solid to begin with, right? That number one, and part B, hold on, A is that, and then part B isn't it also the result of when what you stand on doesn't have wins, doesn't gain ground, then people will fall off and do something else.
Well, okay, two things. One of the things where I am in critique of people like Malefe Asante is he talks about Afrocentricity. Okay, so when he was talking about Afrocentricity and be centering yourself as an African person, one of the things that is central to Africanity or whatever that is spirituality. You can't leave that under the table. Boom. Yeah, you know I mean? So to ignore that or refute that or call yourself an atheist, you leave room for many other things. The foundation of what you professing is not strong enough. Yeah, despite the fact of what you say, because central to many African people, not all, but many African people, I would even suggest most, is some sense or semblance of spirituality. He left that out of the table, and therefore you're going to see what you're going to see. Yeah, so he lived long enough to betray the very same thing he was professing, and then you open the door for all kind of other things to come in. As far as your second question, I can't remember exactly what it is. Will you read it for me, please?
The second question was along the lines of, if you don't get enough wins early or ever, isn't that also a reason for people to kind of, move on to something else?
Good. So my answer to that is Queen Mother Moore. She is talking about something that she was doing in the 40s. I don't even know if she, the brother Malefe Asante was even alive back then. And I could take it back further to people who would have talked about the ideas of Pan-Africanism even before Queen Mother Moore was born. This thing is coming in a long line of different people who espouse these ideas as far as freedom for the Black person to living like a total human being on this planet and the fight and the struggle towards it. So if Malefe Asante said, well, I've been fighting too long, I've been doing this for 70 years. You need to try again, because we got in this predicament 400 years ago. So it might take us another 400 years to get out of this particular situation. And you running at 70, give me a break. There are many people on this planet die for this.
Yeah, man.
And there will be people right after us who going to die for this until we achieve that goal. But there will also be people who going to get tired, say, I can't take it no more, and they're going to fall out. They say, I can't live this struggle, man. Let me get off of this boat. You know what I mean? There are people who's on the slave ships who ain't never see. Their ancestors say, man, listen, this ship experience is so torturous for me. I would rather jump into the ocean. So their legacy was cut off forever. But there's our ancestors who say, you know what? I don't like this experience, but I can do it anyways. I can make it to the end. And here we are. Because of them not deciding to give up on themselves, you know what I mean, and their legacy, we live their tradition, you know what I mean. So that's what I think about it.
I appreciate that, man. By the way, I noticed that Daily Affirmation by Pauline was here earlier and left me high and dry on that pee in the air for the earache type thing. I see you. Yeah, thank you for that, guys. Who was Queen Mother More? But yeah, I ultimately, my 2 cents on this is you do have to offer up wins. You do have to show some gains, so to speak. It's like being a gym instructor who's out of shape. Like, you are the first advertisement, right? Your philosophy has to be winning. I talked about this with the preachers like Creflo Dollar and them. They have to want the best things in life because they have to prove their faith in their God and what have you. So you do have to have some wins, I do believe, or else you'll have these folks who just fall off. I do believe too what Mr. Untouchable said was a lot of folks, and Jay said this too, a lot of folks are down with that cult of personality. She was around for Garvey. In fact, she read something from Garvey. That's what made her move to Harlem. So as the wiki page says, she was around for Malcolm X and MLK, etc. And she actually was around in my lifetime, like well into my lifetime. Blessings to her. But if she didn't see the wins also, the gains that she probably wanted to see or expected to see, having lived almost 100 years or whatever, I could kind of see where her allegiances will shift. Now, I'm not advocating for that, but I can kind of see that. And that's why I say the work that we do today, we have to be serious about the work that we do, because like Mr. Untouchable said, there'll be a generation that comes after that will be born into this ideology, born into this work, and will die into it as well. But we do have to get some wins. One of the reasons why you have ADOS and FBA is because there weren't enough wins elsewhere, at least as far as they're concerned, in terms of Pan-Africanism too. There weren't enough wins that included them as well. This goes back to the original prompt about the tribe, right? There weren't enough wins that included them in a significant way. And so now they're kind of like enemies of the whole idea now. You know what I mean? So anyway, that's something I'd like people to keep in mind. Let's start working on getting some wins that our people could see, that makes it easier for our people to buy into it as well. If there's no last words, did Azuli ever come through? All right, Azuli out here on some foolishness. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 8, if there's nothing else to say for number 7. Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 is the origin of the Nigerian Prince Scam. Now, I'm curious about this one. So let's tune into this and we'll talk about it after.
Email scams remain a fact of life in the digital era. While spam filters do an admirable job of keeping the more dangerous ones out of inboxes, online hoaxes like the infamous Nigerian Prince Scam still persist. And these scams don't simply prey on people with a lack of internet knowledge, as they've existed for over 200 years. People have been falling for get-rich schemes for about as long as humans have existed. Advance fee swindles, including the Nigerian Prince variant, rely on a person's desire to get a lot for only a little effort while playing on both their ignorance of the world and the drive to do something nice for someone. It's no surprise they're so successful, but their interesting history shows exactly why we're still falling for the same old lie, centuries later. We commonly refer to advance fee deceptions as Nigerian Prince Scams, but the connection with Nigerian royalty is comparatively recent. In fact, they go all the way back to at least the French Revolution, when a person might receive a letter from an unfamiliar marquis, asking for help with collecting an abandoned chest of jewels he'd lost while escaping the guillotine. His faithful servant, tasked with securing the gems, ended up in prison, and in exchange for helping out with bail, the target would earn themselves a cut of the bounty. By the Spanish-American War, the grift shifted to focus on captured soldiers or corrupt officers. These used the same logic as their modern versions: a little money up front meant a lot of money down the line, and the target got to feel good about helping someone in need. Today's Nigerian Prince Scam relies on some degree of distance. Americans don't know much about Nigeria and tend to imagine Africa as a technologically undeveloped, impoverished continent. To the American victim, Nigeria may seem like a place where royalty gets mistreated or imprisoned, and, more importantly, a place where only the very wealthy have access to the internet. In reality, almost 50% of Nigerian citizens possess internet access, and the country features a secular democratic government with only a slightly lower voter turnout than the United States. By appealing to American misconceptions about Nigeria, particularly the vision of a developing country with a surplus of royalty, scammers, Nigerian or not, gain the perfect opportunity to exploit the gullible and ill-informed. Though Nigerian Prince Scam is the most common usage, these types of cons have a number of other names. Many come from the story the scam utilizes, such as the Spanish prisoner scam. Other names refer to exactly what the grift involves, such as advance fee fraud. Essentially, you pay an advance fee for money that's supposed to arrive later, and obviously they never arrive. One of the catch-all terms for this style of scam is 419, referring to the Nigerian legal code designation for fraud. Though 419 relates to all kinds of fraud, the code has come to reference this style of swindle specifically outside of Nigeria. We tend to think of spam as modern and digital, but advance fee scams started far enough back in history that they originated with traditional mail. From letters sent just after the French Revolution to a newspaper ad written by a 14-year-old kid, the Nigerian Prince version and its ilk adapted to newer technology. Or, in some cases, they haven't. There are still advance fee scams involving physical mail, tempting unsuspecting people to trade a little money for a lot more down the line. Because perpetrators only need a few victims to make money, they're able to cast a wide net not only online, but through snail mail too. Eugene Francois Vidocq, a reformed criminal, famously became the world's first private detective. Partly to avoid serving his time in prison, Vidocq contacted Paris's criminal department and offered his services and knowledge as a criminal to help the police. He pioneered many forensic technologies, such as ballistics and fingerprinting, and made another notable discovery, an ongoing scam asking for a little money up front in exchange for a whole bunch of money later. Vidocq was the first to document this type of situation, proving they existed as far back as late 1700s France. Though they often focus on rescuing someone or something from unjust circumstances, such as the infamous captured Nigerian prince, certain advance fee ploys get a little more creative. One version offered capuchin monkeys at an outrageously low rate, around $600 for a monkey straight from Africa. Naturally, the monkey would never arrive. Another claimed orcs had killed the author's father. Yes, orcs. And she needed a home for her $25 million worth of gold doubloons. Yet another infamous version suggested the letter's author would provide magical services in exchange for a small fee. All of these maneuvers rely on delayed gratification and the sunk cost fallacy, which leads people to continue spending time and money as they have already invested so much. It's easy to think that nobody falls for these grifts, but people do. In just a few minutes, perpetrators can send hundreds of thousands of emails, and even a tiny percentage of those recipients falling for the ploy is enough. In fact, the average amount of money a person loses to these scams is around $2,000. But altogether, that adds up to something substantial. Combined, Americans reported losing around $15 million to these scams in 2007, and that's only the people who admitted to being duped. Estimates for how much is really lost are upwards of $100 million, according to the Internet Crime Complaint Center. Scam emails are known for being poorly written. They're often legible but packed full of typos and odd phrasing that might indicate mistakes from somebody not fluent in English. These errors not only serve to emphasize that the writer is foreign, and therefore likely telling the truth about the plight, but they also weed out skeptics. A poorly written email will often be immediately deleted by the internet savvy or those who recognize the dishonesty. That, unfortunately, leaves the non-internet savvy and gullible, prime targets. If a person is unfamiliar with the trick, they're more likely to send money. And according to con artist psychology, sending even one small payment makes a person more likely to give more. While Nigeria is most often the nation referred to in these scams, they originate in other nations as well. In 2006, 61% of internet criminals were traced to locations in the United States, while 16% were traced to the United Kingdom, and 6% to Nigeria. I left the good part at the end. Here is another example of an email scam, now involving a Nigerian astronaut. Let's see how we can help our floating Nigerian astronaut come back to planet Earth. Request for assistance strictly confidential. I am Dr. Bakare Tunde, the cousin of Nigerian astronaut, Air Force Major Abacha Tunde. He was the first African in space when he made a secret flight to the Salyut 6 space station in 1979. He was on a later Soviet spaceflight, Soyuz T-16Z, to the secret Soviet military space station Salyut 8T in 1989. He was stranded there in 1990 when the Soviet Union was dissolved. His other Soviet crew members returned to Earth on the Soyuz T-16Z, but his place was taken up by return cargo. There have been occasional Progress supply flights to keep him going since that time. He is in good humor but wants to come home. In the 14 years since he has been on the station, he has accumulated flight pay and interest amounting to almost $15 million. This is held in a trust at the Lagos National Savings and Trust Association. If we can obtain access to this money, we can place a down payment with the Russian space authorities for a Soyuz return flight to bring him back to Earth. I am told this will cost $3 million. In order to access his trust fund, we need your assistance. Consequently, my colleagues and I are willing to transfer the total amount to your account or subsequent disbursement, since we as civil servants are prohibited by the Code of Conduct Bureau civil service laws from opening and/or operating foreign accounts in our names. Needless to say, the trust reposed on you at this juncture is enormous. In return, we have agreed to offer you 20% of the transferred sum, while 10% shall be set aside for incidental expenses, internal and external, between the parties in the course of the transaction. You will be mandated to remit the balance 70% to other accounts in due course. Kindly expedite action as we are behind schedule to enable us to include down payment in this financial quarter. Please acknowledge the receipt of this message via my direct number only. Yours sincerely, Dr. Bakare Tunde, Astronautics Project Manager. Based on the timeline, this email says he's been stuck on the station since 1990 for 14 years, which means this solicitation, if real, would have to come from 2004. You probably think you are safe because you are the internet savvy and can't be fooled. In fact, there are so many scams out there, you are just lucky it didn't happen to you yet. I bet some of you don't know that an employer can use you as an intermediary for scams, and I bet you don't know all the reshipping packages scams out there. For those who raised an eyebrow, I will leave a link in the description with some of the most common scams and how to avoid them. Thank you for watching.
Yeah, if you guys are interested, this video is called The Nigerian Prince Scam Story. It's from Crime Vault. So you guys could check that out. That last part actually did raise my eyebrow. Like, wow, the employer can hem you up in one scam too. Tanzan, let's start with you. The origin of the Nigerian Prince Scam. How did you feel about that video?
Firstly, it's interesting that it's not, most of it is coming from the US and the UK. So, and the second thing is it's not even original. It shows how, even in our criminality, we still copy things that are not even ours. I used to think that they came up with it, but seems like it's been around for quite a long time. So we can't really just say it's just them. I think it's something that it's human and it's been deeply embedded. But they have taken the brunt of that reputation, unfortunately. So, but in terms of scamming, people think it's only the idiots who do, but it's still amazing to me that it's still going on up to now. There's still maybe one person in the world who hasn't had it, and I guess they're still looking for that one. But yeah, they're not the biggest one. That's the biggest thing I got from that they're not the biggest scammers, although everybody thinks they are.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
I'm reminded of the teaching that says that there's a fool born every second. And so these things work because there's a new person, gullible, potentially born every second. Zuli, are you back?
Yeah.
Did this guy here, boy. Azuli, what say you to this?
I'm
The
all about scams.
origin.
I'm all about scams if it helps the people. I don't care. But if you're scamming for your own, if you scamming for your own self, and I wouldn't. That video is very, like, I'm not surprised. We know who the original scammer is. Like, I'm not surprised. But my thing is, if you scamming, yo, do something with it. Stop that individual scamming shit only for yourself. That's my whole thing with it. If a scammer is scamming and buying book bags for the people, hey, and know who you scamming to. Don't keep scamming the same poor people out of their shit. That's my thing with that. So I don't really care, bro.
Yeah, it tends to be these folks scam their own people though, and the poor people, the poor and gullible at that.
Yeah, that's the number one issue, and especially if you know you're scamming your own people, then it's a problem. Because I was watching some stuff. There was this Nigerian guy that was they said the biggest scammer of all time. He trying to sell somebody the airport or something like that.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I remember that he sold the airport, and I'm like, what? If you're smart enough to be cunning like that, I don't care. But do something for your people. That's all I'm saying, bro. So that's my issue. That's my thing with it.
Kevin Carre, the origin of the Nigerian Prince Scam. What do you think about this video you just saw?
My thing, I have a question. Don't you think these scams are getting a little bit too lazy now? You know, you're using the same material over and over again. It's kind of like the scam you deal with in Times Square. You know, the mixtape guys. That sounds like the blank CD. It's like, no, there's no creativity anymore, man.
Well, that's the thing, though. The thing is, there's a new sucker born every second, and so there's a new opportunity to run, because if you didn't hear it before, it's new to you, and so that's what they run with. They run with the idea that this scam wasn't pulled on you, and the video makes a point of this too, that the average scam goes for about $2,000. So you ain't even got to scam dozens of people to make a decent living. Maybe a dozen or two, but not not hundreds of people, I should say, right? You just have to scam a few people and make a $2,000 because there's a sucker born every second. Jay, let's hear from you. What say you on this?
It's the 419, right? The Nigerian scam. But the funny thing is, the first person that was caught with the 419 was a white South African.
What's the 419?
The 419 is the Nigerian scam. It's the I guess 419 is the article number in Nigerian justice, right?
Oh, okay.
like 187 is stands for murder in the United States.
Right.
419 is the Nigerian scam.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me. So I am pleased to hear those numbers, right? So only 6%, right? Was because in the Netherlands they really enforce, they do extra to put it on Nigerians. It's the Nigerian scam, so it's Nigerians scamming, right? And I was glad to hear those numbers. So only 6% of the Nigerian scam are Nigerians.
Right.
Interesting. So the United States and the UK are the largest. Interesting.
Why do you think they put that on Nigerians?
And what I said, right? The first person ever arrested on 419 was a white South African. But I didn't hear what you say again.
Why do you think they put that on Nigerians?
Nigerians are a threat. Nigerians are fucking intelligent.
Okay.
And Nigerians are a threat. They have made Nigerians look bad in every other African country, right? I mean, a Nigerian has made the most famous and successful club in the Cape Verde Islands. But Cape Verdeans, they speak of Nigerians like they are the scammers and criminals and whatever. In Senegal and in Gambia, I've heard the same shit. Yeah, Nigerians, don't trust them, criminality, blah 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 blah. So I think Nigerians are a real threat to the West. They fear them for some type of reason, and I guess, you know, you see Igbo people, you see them doing the most crazy things. You know, they are all over the universities solving math problems. The best paid robotics is a young Igbo guy. The most intelligent family in Great Britain is a Igbo family with I believe 5 children breaking records on universities, medical and inventions. I mean, you know, we're on the internet thanks to a Igbo brother who invented frame relaying. So I guess the West fears them for some type of reason.
In the chat, the pro-black perspective was like, what was his number? How do I get that astronaut back home? Keta, of course, laughs. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this prompt?
I wanted to make a copy of that letter so I can get some extra money from South Floridians. You know,
I am the prince of the PLP leader. Go ahead.
Boy, you better believe it. You better believe it. Man, listen. There was hidden the Caribbean hard, the so-called Nigerian Prince Scam.
Oh, was it?
Yes, man. Because they emailed me one time, and I had to text the brother. But I said, listen, this is a block. I know he was confused, but I glad now because I'm understanding 60% of it coming out of the United States. Could have been a black man, probably a white boy from Kansas. Because I said, listen, you are texting a black country. I already didn't know his scam was. You texting a black country. Why you don't go text the United States number? That's a black number, brother. You can't take money from another black country or a bunch of poor people in it. Why don't you go text the United States? The next thing I know, the picture was gone, the message was gone. So I'm thinking, now that I understand, it may have been from Nigeria because I think it was a Nigerian number. But now that I'm hearing this, because I didn't know and understand that originally it was a European scam, and also the fact that such large numbers is really in the United States. Hey, and someone could say, well, there's Nigerians who live in the United States. I don't think so. I think that because there's a lot of scammers in the United States.
Yeah.
But the fact that it's being labeled as an African scam, you know, the usual suspects are labeling it that way, because no way where the percentage is 60%, and Nigeria is 6%, how does it get a prestigious name of Nigerian Prince Scam? It's just nonsense. But I think that, like Jose was saying, I think that you want to mislabel people as con artists and scammers, when in fact the Nigerians and their potential, not only Nigerians but Africans themselves, are showing themselves to be very brilliant in this so-called westernized experience. When they have the opportunity to get to the United States or other European countries, and even they are showing their own excellences in the world within their own countries as well. And I think that is a great fear for Western powers. So you must mislabel them and denigrate and spit on their names, and so people won't be trusting in them to do business and trade with them. But it's gonna happen anyway, so I'm not even worried about it.
Did I hear from Kevin Carey on this one?
Yeah, but I have a question, man. The guy is in space. How come he's not dead from radiation poisoning yet?
The Nigerian scam, man, is an interesting thing. If there's no last words on this prompt, I'll go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 is black men, why you not protecting your women? This came with a link Let's check it out.
Hello. Here is the second video for today. 6 reasons white men protect black women more than black men. Now, this is not intended to down black men. I love black men, actually. I'm not attracted to them, but I do love black men. And I also have an upcoming video titled The Positive, Pivotal, and Transformative Role Black Men Have Played in My Life. Okay, now, this is another video about protecting black women, but it's only to do with the reasons. And I have sourced this from stories, comments, and other sources, as I have mentioned for the last video as well. The first reason why white men protect black women more than black men is because of simping and pandering. And this is not a joke, because some of you may think that I'm being funny, as I usually do with these terms in my videos. But this is actually very true. There are guys who are simping and they are pandering, and they feel that they, they may not feel it, but they are pedestalizing black women. I don't think that that is good to pedestalize women, because women don't want that. Women want to protect her. But they feel, so from their viewpoint, they feel that by them doing what they do, what other people would call simping and pandering, they are being protective. But what they're actually doing is they're being overly protective. And that is something that can be a turn off for, for any woman, I think, not just black women. But black women they like a protecting man, but who is, they like a man's man. So, but then again, there's different black women too. So simping and pandering. 2 is the type of white men who are aware of the anti-divestors. So these are people that are against the divestment movement, whether a little bit or very much so, and they don't like them. They don't like those anti-divestors, and they are aware that they may hurt the black woman, so they're being very protective. But you may also, as a white man, be dealing with racists. Now, black men don't have this problem. Like when at least I think so. When a black man, they may encounter people who are racists, but they don't encounter white men who are anti-divestors. So white men being anti-divestors, that will be white women who decide to divest. I just think that, because let me explain this, some of you might misunderstand this. I think that white men in general don't really make a big problem out of white women divesting. I've heard some counter arguments, I think on Cynthia G's channel about that. But I think that black men are more against divestment than white men are. And black men feel that if a black woman divests, then that's a huge problem. And some even get into activism about this. And some even get dusty about it. So they become dusty. So I don't think that this is really a problem that black men have when they have black on black relationships, so black man with a black woman. They don't have to protect black women in this sense against white men who are anti-divestors. So this is only something that a white man deals with. So the third one is the white man who is aware of the anti-white man, black man. And he has to protect his black woman from those males, because if he's going to hurt him, then he's likely to hurt her as well. Now, the fourth reason is biracial children. Yeah, I don't really want to dwell on this. The details of this are just, this is basically a guy that gets aggressive against the whole family. Let me just leave it at that. Now, the fifth one is white men understand the value of a woman like no other race. They protect and provide. They serve also the woman to a degree. Again, there's not that overprotection, because they understand that, to serve. And some guys do that. They do overprotect, and they do kind of simp and pander and, pedestalize black women. So it's not like white men never do that. But they protect and they provide, and they serve to a degree. So serving that woman, serving is also a form of protection. Now, the sixth reason is, I don't think that any black woman would really want this, and this is the white man who has white guilt. I understand, let me put it this way. I understand why people have white guilt. I've had white guilt when I saw a lot of the slavery type videos, where white people do stuff to black people, just keep it nice for the video. And I had white guilt. And I've known guys who are very protective of Black women because they feel like, well, it's like, it's hard to explain this. They feel like they have to be overprotective because of what people in the past did to them and what people are still doing to them. So they kind of feel, I mean, it's white guilt, basically. They just feel guilty, and it expresses in being overprotective of the Black woman. So, yeah. So that's it for this video. 6 reasons white men protect Black women more than Black men. Thank you for watching, and bye-bye.
Yes, indeed. You know Cynthia G ain't about nothing when this white boy uses her as a reference. As I put in the chat, the pro-Black perspective had a straight face on when he saw this come up. Erzuli, what do you think about this? No, I'm sorry. Not Erzuli. Jay, what do you think about this? Black men, why you not protecting your women?
I would love, to be honest, I would love to hear Tenzan first, but this smells like a psyop.
Jay, hold that thought. Let's go to Tanzan first then. Tanzan, what say you?
Oh man, I think it's a big joke for even him to be saying anything at all. You know, he shouldn't even be opening his mouth. This is not a conversation, you know, you can have with somebody like that. And yeah, I'll say that for now. And the other thing is, you cannot protect somebody. Only your own can protect you. You can't seek protection from somebody else if you're not feeling protected in your own home. So I don't know where some women think they're going to get it, but yeah, that doesn't look like a guy who can do anything for you, you know. But I'll yield for now. It's just too ludicrous and ridiculous. I was just cringing the whole time, just like, oh man, I can't stand people like that.
All right, let's hear from Jay now. After you heard from Tanzan.
Okay, I'm Tanzan has a special place in my heart.
Oh, thank you.
Talk about it.
Seriously, I don't. Yeah, no. Let me stay serious. This guy, it looks like really like and I'm gonna lean again on that on that natural law, right?
Yes,
it
sir.
looks like a psyop. This guy is looks like he's exploiting that natural law that women cater to the actual men in power, right? So now you have this divesting movement, and it's not a divesting movement, it's a natural law, right? Often it's said that the white man raped the Black woman, and I don't agree. The women cater to the actual men in power. So women have offered services in hopes of escaping being the lowest tier. I think that's also where this indigenous movement comes from. Your grandma lies to you. She hoped to escape by giving the punani to the white boss, and so now there's a different type of hair in the family, and she explains it like we're Indian. No, grandma tried something, it didn't work out, and she was tossed she was tossed back into the Black community, and now you're indigenous. It's I understand that you laugh, but I'm dead serious.
No, I get you.
That's how powerful that natural law is. And so here is this guy with this North European accent, maybe Dutch, and Dutch people are conniving. They are brutal with manipulation and shit, right? So here's this guy with this Dutch or Danish or German accent,
making this movie, and he knows he's talking shit, right? especially in the end, how he finished was like, hey, this guy is really mocking. He's rolling a ball into the black community to cause issues. These loud these types, these Cynthia G types and her following. This shit waters their mouths, and they think that they can hit us black men with it. And I'm looking at this guy, and I look through him. This smells like a psyop or a troll, a psycho troll.
And you can tell he's been practicing because he even has the vocabulary and the words. He knows what dusty is and panda.
Yes,
and,
Dusty,
okay.
exactly.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's an actor or a
he's not a
yeah,
troll. He's not a
fishy.
troll. He is not a troll. He has like over 100-something videos about this. He's not a troll at all.
Oh wow, really?
Erzuli, I'm going to come back to you about that
psyop
in a second. Kevin Carré, let me get your thoughts on this.
Man, I'm just laughing. How can you take this guy fucking? I mean, you gotta take him serious to a point of him starting shit, but you gotta leave this alone. Like, this is the kind of guy that, me, Erzuli, we having a conversation, back when we're in college, and some nosy white want to come in. This is the kind of guy that we shove. Like, get the hell up out of here, man. Can't listen to these kind of dudes, man. But listen, go to this is what them diverses love. So hey, let them go.
Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this prompt? You're muted if you're talking.
Yeah, when I hear these things, so-called protection and things like that, I find them to be what I consider to be justification arguments. Because I'm asking, protect the black woman from doing what exactly? Am I paid to be a security guard for all black women in the world? I don't understand what he means by these general terms. And who women are we talking about? Should I go protect Serena Williams from Serena Williams while she marries her and be with her white baby? Should I go protect Eve? She has a new baby. Should I go protect? What are you talking about? And I don't have this obligation to protect all black. I do not have it. I protect women who give a shit about me first and foremost, and then I protect the woman who I feel that should be protected. I don't necessarily this general thing. I am supposed to be this automatic bodyguard. Listen, man, black women, if you want to divest from black men, that's fine, but please don't come up with these justification arguments where I don't feel protected, so I need to go date Brad over here. Because the black man is weak and we can't really be secure around him. Therefore, I need to go find another so-called mate to date. These are justification arguments because what you really want to do is to go date bottom shelf brides. So go date bottom shelf brides. A woman can do with her genitals what she wants to do with them. Understand this though. For the few women who decide to cross ranks and date whoever they want to date, listen, there are millions of other black women in the world today, not just in the United States. There are Caribbean women, African women,
South American,
black, and all of them are black women as well, by the way. They have traditional values. They believe in family, and they would talk to a man like me. Some of them are, well, let's not get into that. And there are also African American women who would still want to date and marry black men. So, I mean, listen, man, you want to date bottom shelf brides, don't find a justification for it. Just say, well, this is what I really want to do. I look at these men as better. I want to date these men. But like I say, you could leave the justification arguments out of it, because for me, it's just a ridiculous thing. And I do not have the obligation to so-called protect, whatever the hell that means, every black woman in the world. Because soon as you were to do, all black women ain't down for me. You know what I mean? And all black women, first of all, do all black women ask to be protected? That's the first question you gotta ask. You know what I mean? Because that's not necessarily the case either. Some women will feel offended when if you was to suggest to them a male need to protect them. That's what they have a gun for. Yeah, I mean, and they go to the gun range and they go to the kung fu dojos and they do what they need to do to protect
Self-defense.
themselves. So I these little demoralizing arguments with this bottom shelf Brad wants to come up with to try to demoralize black men. He probably is really a white supremacist, and he talks in these kinds of generic terms to make I guess his black female onlookers say, well maybe he might choose me. But I find these arguments to be just justification arguments for black women to really, some black women to really do what they really want to do, which is date bottom shelf, the bottom shelf brides of the world.
Agreed.
Hey, mister, doesn't he look like he just drank a nice tall glass of his piss? Look how happy he looks, man.
This piss drinker here. You know, I have to say this too, man, before I go to Zuli. Black men, we have to start standing on something. Listen, like Jay says all the time, the woman is going to suck the dick of the dude in power. And you just have to understand that. But the thing you have to also stand on is, listen, if you want to go and suck the dick of the white boy in power, that's your choice. You go ahead and do that. But you can never return, like Yastam Up would say, you cannot return to our community. The problem is, when I stand on my square and I say, you know what, so and such, you cannot come back around me. You're trying to get back in the black community through me, trying to make me your sloppy seconds. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. Trying to make me accept some white boy sloppy seconds and whatnot. You know what? You cannot come around me again. The problem is, some guy like Azuli, 2 weeks from now, I'll see him rocking with this chick who was the sloppy seconds of some white boy with a smile on his face. Speaking of Azuli, let's get your take on this.
Yo, my take on this could be different, man. It might be a little controversial.
Go ahead.
Like I don't know, the guy said the first guy who let the girl go before us. He said, "Yo, it's power. We ain't got no power. If you ain't got no power, then this is what happened." But what I'm trying to say is this guy has like hundreds and hundreds of videos talking about the way he's comfortable talking about, and it's not even that. When you go in the comments with the black women on his comments, yo, they're going, "Oh, you're 100% right. Oh, it's the first time. Yes, black women need to be protected," and stuff like that. At the end of the day, yes, I might have to disagree with Mr. Untouchable for a quick second. We are supposed to protect all black women because you know why? When we are in our right mind, it takes a village to raise a kid. So
but you can't protect a traitor though.
No. What I'm saying is before they do that.
Okay.
So I mean, a traitor is going to be a traitor regardless. So what I'm saying is that this man has hundreds of videos, bro. And black women are going crazy. Oh, yes, king. Yes, this and that and the third. And he goes, and then the way he's talking, like he's talking about, and in some of the videos, he talk about, there's a video where he talks about that black men only want to have sex with black women doggy style because that's all we want to do. And white men, when they have sex with black women, they do mission.
You said he's not trolling? You said
no,
he's not trolling?
No, he's not trolling.
I have a question.
Go to his, before you have the question. Go ahead.
Jay, ask your question real quick.
The question is he monetizing? Is he selling books? Is he selling T-shirts? He's at least monetizing on his YouTube channel. I'm sure.
No, he's definitely monetizing on his YouTube channel, bro. He's definitely. But I'm saying on one of his things, he's talking about black men. Like he said, this is what he said. He said when white men are with black women, we like kissing them. We take our time. Black men just want to get to it doggy style and then go. This is why he's talking. And there's a bunch.
And you say he's not trolling?
He's not.
Are you sure?
So how could somebody be trolling? He has over like 100 videos.
Yeah, he has the support. He has the support. Because if you look at the comments right here, people saying, Cohen, I really love and appreciate how you have expanded your commentary about black women. It shows how much you really care about us. Keep it up. Thank you, Cohen. We appreciate you for what you are doing on our behalf. As a black woman in America, I found some black men attractive. and I found some white men attractive. I've never really thought about who is more protective, but I suppose it is how a man thinks, and maybe how he was reared, etc., etc. I have been provided for and protected by white men, WM, all my life. Azuli continues.
You see how this thing is? Now this guy is popular. He's saying this thing about black men not protecting black women. This is very dangerous. Even if I don't care about you want to go date, if you want to go date a white person, different race, that's okay. But for this man to become a black man, white men protect black women more. Who is sponsoring all these hold this, hold that music? Who's putting that out there? Who was raping black women from left to right and leaving?
Come on, man. Come on. I don't
No,
know.
I'm not saying no, mister. I'm not saying that's us. I'm saying they were doing that. And then black women are listening to this guy. Yo, if you go to his channel, yo, he's really like the man is saying that the white man is more caring, more loving towards the black women versus us. So you know what he does? You know what he does? You know,
He's probably a white supremacist.
Or that you know all the stereotype that we learn about black men through black exploitation. That's exactly what he's talking about. We do. He said, he said black men don't like having sex and looking at the black woman's eye. We just want to hit them doggy style and keep it moving.
Do you agree with him, Azuli?
Do I agree with him no, I don't agree with. No, I do not agree with him because I'm not one of those black men. I know a bunch of black men are like that. But what I'm trying to say is,
come on, man.
How can I'm saying is, in a way, maybe we have to get the power. This man cannot go around and saying stuff like that.
Right.
This is very
Azuli.
Go ahead. Sorry.
This man is the cleaning man, right? He is cleaning our community. He is taking the trash out. He's no threat to me. You understand? He's taking the trash. He's a trash magnet. Okay, so the divestors go his way. Bye.
But I get what you're saying, but there's a lot of people. This is a very this is a very dangerous thing. It's really destroying the it's creating rift. It's
dangerous, but Jay is right. It does take away the trash. Right? But I know where you're going, Azul. You're going to say it's going to influence.
Yes, Goku. Like if a 15-year-old black girl, let's say she had a bad relationship with a black boy, and then she listens to this, and then she goes on his video, and this is very dangerous. Like,
yes, I agree. It has to be, confronted, especially, by the men. It has to be. Because it might be a joke, but when you're telling me that he has millions or whatever that number, for me, I thought it was just a random one-off. But who knows who could hear? And remember, these people are still within us. The women I'm talking about, they're still there and they're still listening. So we have to counter it one way or another, even if we know that it's a bunch of BS.
I'm just saying that, and the problem is that a lot of black women have a lot of animosity towards black men, and I think the animosity is that us black men don't want to research or go into is that we have let them down. A lot of black women might feel that.
I get that. Tanzan, do you feel that? Do you feel let down, Tanzan, by black men? You're muted if you don't know.
Sometimes by some, but I think it's the same way we were talking about earlier with the women. It's your attitude towards it, because and I don't even think that it's a choice. I don't think divesting is a choice. It's a viable choice, because that to me is the giving up. Yeah.
What would you say to a sister if she came to you and said, I'm thinking about divesting from black men? What would you say to try to convince her to do differently?
Well, like I said, it's the giving up on yourself, really. And when you say that, you have really thrown in the bucket and you've said that is it. You're not fighting anymore. You're not doing anything anymore. And that for me is the last stage. After that point, it's goodbye. For me, I can't, like somebody said, you can't tell somebody what to do. I can only tell them the consequences of their actions.
Yes. Azuli, you want to say something else?
The sad thing that I think out of all this, this man is picking up steam. He's picking up steam, and the way he speaks, and it's like, this. You have to watch some of his video. I was gonna put another one, but I didn't because this one was worse to me because he's talking about protecting black women. White men protect black women more. What are we talking about? The whole movement that was started in America and Haiti and Africa and the Bahamas, all these struggles was black men that started them. So where the nerve? See,
That's why I
like,
say
where does he get the nerve?
That's why I say he's taking out the trash. If you're not on our side, how am I going to protect someone that sees the power in the white man? That's the consequence. We are conquered, right? And we are. You have to see us black men as dead. We are dead. And so what do the women do in this conquered city state? All the men are killed by the conqueror, and so what do these women do to survive? They offer their body. They offer their services in hopes that this new man in power don't kill her or her children. So the women do what they have to do to survive and to feed their children. So these women are not our women. They are not on our side. They don't understand. They have forgotten what you just mentioned, right? All these revolutions and these accomplishments that we have done behind enemy lines and back on the continent. So if they don't see that, if they cannot see us as a power, if they believe that Nigerians are the scammers and not the inventors of shit, then they are not our women. That's it.
So here's a question. I posted this on the community tab earlier this week. Like, we tend to speak colloquially about achievements or what have you, but we never really have tangible evidence to put up. So what evidence? What do we put up to show black women from the uneducated to the most educated? What do we put up to show black women that, black men are protecting you. Black men are for you. They're in your corner, right? What do we show black men to show that black women are here for you? They're in your corner. They love you. Like, what do we show?
What do you mean? A man who gets up every day and goes to work. A man who that's protecting, that's providing. A man who might set it off one day.
What if she has to go to work as well as you go to work?
What?
What if the black woman has to go to work also?
But
that's really what's
we
happening
behind
nowadays, right?
But we behind enemies' lines, bro.
Yeah.
She got to understand that.
Well, give your evidence.
No.
Give your evidence.
The working woman has not to understand. The working woman does not have to understand that she's working. It's a good point. It's a good point that Koku put up. What do we have to show? Well, what I have to say to that is we are not showing, and I'm begging us black people to make propaganda. We have to make propaganda. We have to show our children and our women what we have been doing and are doing and are planning to do. We have to start to make propaganda. Our women and our children must see must see us win. They must see us build. and we are not showing. We are doing it. We are winning. We are showing. No, we are winning. We are building. But there's one thing missing. We are not showing.
Mr. Untouchable, are we showing enough to prove not just with anecdotal evidence but actual evidence? Are we showing that we are winning? Well, like someone taking a shit, but
I don't know. What when you say winning, what is that? When you say winning, what you mean by that, Goku? When you say,
I mean,
that's somebody taking a violent shit. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sorry, man. That was me flushing the toilet. I'm sorry.
Sound like you fighting the toilet boy.
My laughter will be justified in the next prompt coming up. But yeah, that should sound like a violent fight, man. No, but winning means you're protecting, you're providing, you're being a traditional man, I guess, for your women and children.
Goku, to be 100, we can't show them nothing because you know why? Their job. Who gives them their job? The religion. We are dominated.
Yeah.
It has to be. We can't really. The only thing you could show them is what we've done. Like you could go by the revolution, this and that happened in this country and that country and shit like that. But in all reality, that's why that's why he has. This is why I'm mad because this white boy is laughing. He knows. He knows. And if we want to be, you're right. We got to go for the job. They got to give us. They're more employed than us.
Okay.
They get into the school more than us, and that's not by accident.
Right.
When they took the jobs away from the big automobile companies, the big factories, that was to cut our legs from under us, in front of them. It takes a real woman to be like, you know what? I fucking understand what's going on. I'm gonna stand with you, and we're gonna do this together. But the majority, especially this system right now, this time, yo, it's sad to say, a majority of black women are gonna run with this.
Right.
Brother, question. Do you live in the West? Do you live in a white country?
Yes.
Okay, then that's your problem.
I'm in the West. I'm in the West.
Then that's your problem, and you probably see it as the system. But guess what? We have our system also. We have black people running hospitals here in Africa. I'm in Dakar. We have people. Senegal makes its own drones to use in agriculture. Senegal has its own. There are televisions made here. There are not yet cars, but the machines are made here.
But brother, I'm gonna say this. When a black woman sees that a man from another country could tell another man from another country what medication to give to his people, you're not running shit. Even though you're making those production. I'm not taking anything. I'm not taking anything. I'm telling you.
I'm not letting you finish this. In the beginning of COVID, the Africans came with a solution, right? From Madagascar. Senegal took a lot of countries. Senegal was one of them. They started buying that stuff, and it was a drink. It was it was a drink, and tonic, Royal Club tonic has that same ingredient that works against COVID, right? So no, your worldview.
See, this is what we gotta keep it 100. We gotta keep it 100.
Your worldview is
hold
not
up,
100.
hold up. How many countries? Did not take the vaccine? Did take the vaccine? Maybe Senegal didn't. Maybe Madagascar didn't. But there's a lot of countries in Africa that said bring the vaccine. And the Caribbean people, let's not talk about the Caribbean people. You know why this white boy could say this? Because he knows we are weak. Because in the Caribbean, they shut down the Caribbean the same way they shut down here. Who are you to tell another man how to run his country? Why are you letting another man tell you how to run the country?
To leave the weakness, you have to start with a worldview of no weakness. You have to start with at least a worldview of strength. If your world view is black men are weak, we are never going to leave the weak position.
That's powerful what Jay said though.
But no. But okay, I guess you could look at it this way. But I see the more you are honest with the situation, the more you could fight back. Because you know why? The majority of the African countries are under IMF loans. They go to your country and they take the resource, and you're not benefiting from it. Stop lying.
Nobody is
So you don't
lying.
think the black woman? So you
To
don't think
be
the black
honest,
woman
to
is
be
looking at this?
honest,
Come on, son.
to be
Stop.
honest is to recognize our situation and to build the strength to get out of it. You're not going to be honest and sit down. Oh, see, we are weak. No, that's not what we're gonna do. Not me.
So
Let's hear from Mr. Untouchable on this.
yeah, so as far as the question goes, and protecting the women, I only could really speak from the women in my community and what the men did in my community. So I'll speak from that perspective, not necessarily a global one.
Yes, sir.
I think that the men of my community, at independence, they established many different institutions that was in benefit to women and their children. What they also did is put laws in place so that women wouldn't be abused or mistreated in my community. They created industries in which many women benefited from and working, like the hotel industry. And I have some issues with the hotel industry, but and the what's the place downtown where people plot things? Coco, what's the place name again? Plot
Straw market.
the straw market industry, which is a creative industry in my community. As far as protection is concerned, they had a police force where if women are being mistreated, they could call other black men in that community or outside of the community to protect them and fend off any people who would to try to harm them within the community in which they live. So I think that the black men in the community do many things to protect whatever protection means, as far as protecting the black women of that community. On a global level, that's another matter. As far as the vaccinations is concerned, and the fact that we don't create and produce our own vaccination, that is an issue. And I think that that's an issue that we seek into to create situations to facilitate, to stop these kinds of things. Because Cuba, and a lot of Cuba is black, and Cuba had a lot of the C virus medications that would have been beneficial for the rest of the Caribbean as well. Unfortunately, we have a class of leaders now that exists that don't necessarily have the backbone of the so-called original leaders of our country. So they opted to take the Western medicine as opposed to taking the Cuban version of the C virus medication. So I think that we do a lot to protect the women of our community, and on a anecdotal and individual level, I have always seen my pops taking care of my moms and his daughters, and my granddad before him took care of his wife for many years and his children. So I mean, my experience might be different as opposed to the global world. So when people talk about this whole idea of protection, I just look at it with a jaundiced eye, because it's in my will to take care of my any significant other that I may have, and the women of my family, and even the young men. So my perspective is a little bit different on the issue.
Zuli, I'll give you the last word on this prompt.
What I feel about this is that we have to be honest about our state in the world, and not in the your curriculum, your religion, your language was given to you. The women look at that. The reason this person could say this, is because he knows that they have their foot in their back all over the world. So and this is the main reason why. And hold on,
bro.
And
yes,
sorry, this is the main reason why. This is the main reason why they know the oppressive people know that if they let us back up, this shit is gonna stop. You just said They give us our language, the food, the money, the everything, the jobs. Black men are the most unemployed. I'm talking about here and the West, because they control the job shit. So if we want to revert, the reason this guy got the countries, they rule us all over the world, regardless what y'all want to say.
Let's hear from Jay.
Bro, our women are not protected by you. Chinese, Indians can tell you anything about Chinese having child labor on our continents. This dude can tell you. This dude is a threat to you. It's so you are this black man that cannot protect our women. Your worldview have you weak. You watch at you only see his society, right? So in his society, his system is the system to you. So you see no way out. You see weak black men under the power of white men. I see, as I said, I see black people build this country in here. I'm in Dakar. I see black people build this country. I see black people build hospitals. I see black people in ambulances, in the police, in the street, in the army. I see only black people. You understand? So this is the system for me. For me, this is the system. This is our protection. This is the solution. This is our future, right? This is not the future and the system.
Do you control the natural resources that are in your country?
Here we go. You know what I control? I control my mind. I control. Let me answer.
It doesn't matter if you control your mind,
I control my
bro.
mind.
You are oppressed.
I control my
doesn't matter if you
mind.
control
Listen.
God.
Listen. Let me finish. I control my mind. I see this white man, his society at every level, and it's an end. His family value is nowhere. His financial prospects are nowhere. His military prospects are nowhere. He's not the dominant man. He's losing.
So
He's
now
the
you
biggest
lying.
loser.
Now you're lying. Now you capping,
He's the
bro.
biggest loser on the planet. Look what
now
he's
you
doing
capping.
in
He's
Ukraine.
not the biggest loser.
Look at
He's
him
not the
lie.
biggest
Look at
loser.
him lie about
Stop.
Ukraine. He is
Stop.
afraid. He is afraid. He is at his last resort, and his last
Come
resort is a
on.
world war. His last resort is a world war.
You're
He's a
capping right
coward.
now.
He's a coward.
I'm not saying he's not.
He's lying
How
to the world. And you
is
are the
he a
one.
coward?
You are the
He
one
control your
swallowing.
continent.
You are
He
the
gave you
one
your 54
swallowing
countries.
this bullshit. You are
He
the
gave
one
you your
swallowing
54
his
countries. He
bullshit.
came to. Come on, man. That's
Yeah,
and I'm
come
not
on,
saying.
man. Yeah, come on, man. Come
I'm
on to Dakar, man. Man, come on. Come on to Nairobi, man. Man, come on. Come.
Yo, bro.
You know, in
It's
South
okay.
Africa, you got losers, xenophobic losers that also see the white man. They don't see the white man his end. So they are afraid. They will never confront the white man. They will confront the people from Zimbabwe. They will kill people from Zimbabwe.
So let me ask you a question.
Those are the weak. Those are the weak black men.
So
Those
let
are the
me
black
ask you a
men.
question. All right.
Those are the
So
black men that don't see a world without the white man, his power.
So
Those
okay,
are children of white men. Those are products of white men, black products of white men.
Zuli, you get the last word before we go to Shoot the Breeze. Topic number 10.
Yo, I'm just saying that this is a very. People might say that's not a big deal. I think it's a big deal because of the influence it might have on the children, the young black girls, the young black men. I think if you want to go date other race, hey, if that's what you want to do, fine. But for the mere fact that this man knows that if and the totem pole, he's at the highest of the totem pole, and then is downing our natural the black woman's natural counterpart. I think that's crazy, and it's probably gonna get worse because I think there's a propaganda to put that in the face of our children that we can't protect the black woman, and the white man could protect the black woman. That's how I feel about it. But hey,
before we go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 10, I'll just say that a part of our story shows that we're not race first enough, if at all, because if we were race first, we would stick by each other. Instead, we are everything else first. And so this is why we have a lot of division between ourselves. You guys check out the community tab post, the question of the day I asked earlier this past week. You guys drop your responses. Let's go to Shooter Breeze number 10 tonight. Shooter Breeze number 10 topic is a brief history on rum. I'm drinking on some right now. Let's check out this video and see what it says.
Rum is one of the most popular spirits in the world, but did you know its history? Stay tuned and I'll explain it all on Let's Talk Drinks. Hey guys, welcome back. So what is rum? It's actually a liquor that's made by fermenting and distilling sugarcane juice, sugarcane molasses, or sugarcane honey. Produced all over the world, it became commercially produced in the Caribbean and American countries. The origin of its name is unclear, but we believe that it's got to do with rum bouillon. And rum bouillon was a beverage that was made by boiling sugarcane stalks. And where does sugarcane come from? Despite being known as a plant of the Caribbean, it actually originated in New Guinea, and its cultivation could be dated back to 6000 BC. Believe it or not, the Caribbean was one of the last places where the plant spread. It made its way from New Guinea to Southeast Asia and India at about 1000 BC. From India and China, it made its way to the Middle East and Northern Africa, and it was then introduced to Spain via the Moors when they conquered Spain. And the sugarcane that the Moors took to Spain was from Egypt. Once southern Spain took back their lands from the Moors in the 1400s, they then started taking sugarcane all around the world. This is when Christopher Columbus takes it to what's known now as the Dominican Republic. From there, it was also transported to neighboring islands and the Caribbean. Sugarcane loved the tropics of the Caribbean because it grew so well there. And by the 1600s, sugarcane was also used to make rum. Huge parts of the Caribbean and South America were cleared to plant sugarcane. However, this needed a huge workforce to be able to cultivate the plant. With the extremely hot and harsh conditions and the lack of native Indians, it was hard for the farmers to actually get people to work on their plantation. And you see, this is where it got really ugly. This is where the serious, dirty past of rum started. You see, due to the lack of workers, this is where the plantation owners started using slaves. With the French and the British colonized in a lot of these areas, what they did is they started making some rules to protect their own domestic alcohol. They made rules that made it illegal to be able to import any alcohol or distilled spirits from any of the colonies. So the molasses, which is a leftover byproduct of making sugar, was sent to America to be distilled into rum. These traders in New England became extremely rich in what was known as the notorious triangular trade. Their ships filled with American-made rum were transported to Africa, where they were there traded for slaves. The slaves were then transported to the Caribbean, where they were then traded and swapped for molasses, sugar, and money. And unfortunately, the slaves were made to work on the plantations. The sugar and molasses was then transported back to New England in America, and therefore this triangle just continued. During these voyages, up to 30% of the slaves died in squalid conditions. It's believed over 3 million slaves were stolen during this time. At these times on the plantations, rum was given to slaves also to keep them subdued and to keep some of them happy. However, the masters continued to drink brandies, eau de vies, fortified wines that were brought over from Europe. You see, at that time, rum wasn't popular at all in England and America. England had its own little gin craze happening. By around 1775, there were grain shortages in England, so they did start delivering molasses back to England, and that's when the English started making their own rums. Unfortunately, the slave trade continued for many, many years. Eventually, it was removed, and now rum, as you know, is enjoyed and drank all over the world. So that's the history of rum as we know it. I've got to say a cheers now, thankfully, that slavery isn't around anymore, and hopefully rum is produced a lot safer, and everybody that makes it and their workers are treated a lot better. Enjoy your rum, guys, and we'll talk soon on Let's Talk Drinks.
Interesting video there. Jay has said a lot in the background here. Before I go to anyone, let me just say thank you guys for tuning in tonight. It's always a pleasure to come here on Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze. and just hang out with you guys and chop it up and learn from each other, man. I truly appreciate it. So I thank you guys on the panel, you guys in the chat, for being here. Zuli, what say you to this post? A brief history on rum.
Hey man, all I hear is about they made slave cut sugar canes. I don't know. That's what I hear. I don't take no pride in this. It's just the same way they used to say Haiti was the pearl of the Antilles, bro. I don't take no pride in this. Like you had people manually destroying people's lives for this shit. So I don't. That's not. Hey, I don't see anything in it. But I guess they built some. I don't know, man. I don't vibe with that. So I don't know.
Jay?
The first error to make is to believe this beast. I come from an island. I'm a Cape Verdean. I come from an island, one of the two islands where the Portuguese found traces, and that's how it's told now. So they found traces, right, of civilization, of humans living there, but they still deny it. They still say that they populated the islands. No way. The ocean stream is through our archipelago to the north of South America and the Gulf of Mexico. So yes, I am one of the people that believe that Africa, the Caribbeans already had Africans, and South America also, because even last fishermen would end up in those areas. But first on the Cape Verdean archipelago, right? So these two islands, my islands and the other one, there are inscriptions of ancient languages are in the rocks, right? And where one place on my island, they did not only find inscriptions on the rocks, but also the press to take the juice out of sugarcane, right? Everybody knows we use rum in our spirituality. Yes or no? Right?
Absolutely.
So he said Egyptians used it, right? He was rumbling, right? And to this type of people, when they say Moors, they mean North Africans. No, man. At this point in time, there's an exhibition in the Netherlands of a family, and about 200 years ago, they traveled the world with their North African family. Servants maybe, or I don't know. They traveled the world with their North African family, and their North African family is as black as as the laptop that I'm looking at now, as black as my iPhone, as black as the T-shirt that I'm killing these flies with. but black people. So if 200 years ago North Africa was that black, you know. Imagine how black it was 600 years ago. So
Right.
The Moors were black, just like those ancient Dutch songs sing about Moors as black as soot. So Moors as black as soot came across the Cape Verde Islands. They left inscriptions in the rock, and maybe more. Maybe those channels, those channels, and those water reservoirs up in the mountains also were not Portuguese. You know, it's one big lie that they civilized or built anything in Africa. They did not. We built the first university on the Iberian, the oldest university on the Iberian Peninsula. We saved them out of the dark ages. This dude is yeah, I'm sorry, they stole 3 million people, and said that slavery and hopefully slavery will never come back, or whatever type of bullshit that he was talking about. He was acting humane, he was stealing our rum history by means of fake humanism.
right? That's what he was rambling. It went from Egypt to North Africa to the Spaniards. Bullshit.
Kevin Carre, what say you to this?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. All I can say, I agree with what Israelis. I take no pride in this. Although my country's right next to Israel's country, we're one of the rum producing countries of the Caribbean. But all it is, it's still, owned by a white family.
Right.
What can I say? Blood rum.
Tanzan, what say you?
Yeah, I think it's just the same old story, trying to make something ugly pretty. And, for what? Just to get smashed. Like, even when you see what people went through and then you see for what, it just makes you just, lose your faith in humanity, because this is what people, were taken out for, for a bottle of this and sugarcane and tobacco. It's just trivializes the whole, humanity.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Untouchable, we'll get the last word from you, I guess.
Sure. Before I go, I want to just, because I know we're about to go, so I wanted to just say something to Arzuli. Put a little bug in his ear. I think that what I think is that the universe, or whatever you call it, whatever force that you call it, would never put nothing in your mind that the universe doesn't give you the ability to resolve or solve. And what I mean by that is, this issue of protection of Black women, I think that you bring it up more than once on this particular panel, and I think that it's in your mind, and I think that maybe you are able to see certain things clearer than the brothers on the panel, is because the universe has put that issue or problem within your mind, or the other things which you kind of talk about and address, because maybe the universe has given you the ability to resolve it in some way. And I think that you need to find exactly what that is. And I think that you need to work towards that effort, because maybe you have that ability more so than any one of us on this panel. That's why you are able to see it clearer for what it is. And I think that you have the power to address it and resolve it in some way. So I just think that you should take a second and look at that. As far as the rum is concerned, it is the history of rum. It ain't gonna stop me from drinking rum anyways. So I mean, it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, I think that despite its terrible history, unfortunately, people in the Caribbean can still partake in rum. We just love our rum. But I just find the history of rum to be an interesting history. But that's where I am with that. But
it's our national identity also. We call it grog, and it belongs to our culture. I'm sorry that we have a drinking culture, because I don't think that in ancient days we made it to drink. It's still called spirits, and it has a reason why it's called spirits. But anyway,
You guys do me a favor. We're already here kind of late. Let's spend a few more minutes. Let's do a bonus for those who are here. The bonus question, the bonus topic tonight is: there's no such thing as a miracle. Let's check out the link that comes with it, and then we'll have a brief discussion after.
You asked me if an ordinary person, by studying hard, would get to be able to imagine these things like I imagine them. Of course, I was an ordinary person who studied hard. There's no miracle, people. It just happens they got interested in this thing, and they learned all this stuff. They're just people. There's no talent, a special miracle ability to understand quantum mechanics, or a miracle ability to imagine electromagnetic fields that comes without practice and reading and learning and study. So if you say you take an ordinary person who's willing to devote a great deal of time and study and work and thinking and mathematics and time, then he's become a scientist. The great difference in what goes on in the head when people think they're doing the same thing. And so it struck me, therefore, if that's already true at the most elementary level, That when we learn the mathematics and the Bessel functions and the exponentials and the electric fields and all these things, that the imageries and method by which we're storing it all and the way we think about it could be really, if we could get into each other's heads, entirely different. And in fact, why somebody sometimes has a great deal of difficulty understanding a point which you see as obvious, and vice versa, it may be because it's a little hard to translate what you just said into his particular framework and so on. Now I'm talking like a psychologist, and you know I know nothing about this. Suppose that little things behaved very differently than anything that was big. Anything that you're familiar with, because you see, as the animal evolves and so on, his brain evolves, it gets used to handling, and the brain is designed for ordinary circumstances. But if the gut particles and the deep inner workings were by some other rules and some other character, they behaved differently, they were very different than anything on a large scale, then there would be some kind of difficulty in understanding and imagining reality. And that difficulty we are in. The behavior of things on a small scale is so fantastic. It's so wonderfully different, so marvelously different than anything that behaves on a large scale. You say electrons act like waves. No, they don't exactly. They act like particles. No, they don't exactly. They act like a kind of a fog around the nucleus. No, they don't exactly. And if you would like to get a clear, sharp picture of an atom, so that you can tell exactly how it's going to behave correctly, and have a good image, in other words, a really good image of reality, I don't know how to do it. Because that image has to be mathematical. We have a mathematical expression, strange as mathematics, I don't understand how it is, but we can write mathematical expressions and calculate what the thing is going to do without actually being able to picture it. It would be something like a computer that you put certain numbers in and you have the formula for what time the car will arrive at different destinations, and the thing does the arithmetic to figure out what time the car arrives at the different destinations, but cannot picture the car. It's just doing the arithmetic. So we know how to do the arithmetic, but we cannot picture the car. No, it's not 100%, because for certain approximate situations, a certain kind of approximate picture works, that is simply a fog around the nucleus that when you squeeze it, it repels you, is very good for understanding the stiffness of material. That it's a wave which does this and that is very good for some other phenomenon. All right. So when you're working with certain particular aspects of the behavior of atoms, for instance, when I was talking about temperature and so forth, that they're just little balls is good enough, and it gives a very nice picture of temperature. Is it possible then to develop a familiarity with those things that are not familiar on hand by study? By learning about the properties of atoms and quantum mechanics, by practicing with the equations until it becomes a kind of second nature, just like it's second nature to know that if two balls came toward each other, they'd smash into bits. You don't say the two balls, when they come toward each other, turn blue. You know what they do. So the question is whether you could get to know what things do without better than we do today. You know, as the generations develop, will they invent ways of teaching and ways so that the new people will learn tricky ways of looking at things and be so trained, so well trained, that they won't have our troubles with the atom picturing?
I find white folks interesting. White folks will tell you the truth, but a lot of times we folks don't want to accept it. White folks tell you that they don't really understand it, you know. They just suppose. And they figure that the tool that will get them closest to understanding it is something mathematical. But until you can figure out the math of it, you can't really see it, right? They're telling you that it's all supposition. They're supposing this and that, and they're calling it a law in science. It's a very interesting thing. They tell you that they're not really certain about this shit. They suppose that this is what it is. But the fact that you're not doing the work for yourself, you're just going with their supposition. That's a very powerful thing if you think about it. Some shit that a person, a group of people suppose is the truth. How's you bowing to that supposition? Just their supposition is enough for you to bow to them, man. It's wild. This shit is wild. I don't know if this is what the prompt wanted to get from me, but that's what I really thought about when I saw that video. You know, the prompt is talking about miracles, but these guys are dealing in supposition. And because they are the ones in power, we just go with what they suppose. Man, I don't know if y'all could. That's super powerful. Tanzan, I haven't heard from you in a minute. Let me hear from you now. What say you to this?
No, not much to say about this one. This one, I'll have to probably watch it again to fully understand. All I know is they can make the rules and they can change them as they wish. You know, Newton was the law 100 and something years ago, and then quantum mechanics came. So I'll sit out this one.
No, but you added something to it, though. I like what you said. They can create these laws and they could change it. They could just say, well, Newton wasn't correct, and everyone else follows in that supposition. Uzuli, what say you to this?
Yo, it's like we're magic, and they trying to tell you that your magic is not true, but they know it's true.
Yeah.
So it's like I was talking to somebody and I said this. It's like there's people who are born to play music and there's people who are not.
Mm-hmm.
People who are not create the notes so they could learn to imitate the talent that God gave you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get me?
Mm-hmm.
So the science thing they're talking about is magic, but they don't understand. It's, I read this book, the 7 Hermetic Principles. It says there's no such thing as a coincidence. So if I bump into Goku tomorrow, people be like, "Oh shit, Gunna, I ain't seen you in a minute. That's a coincidence." No, there's stuff that happened. Mm-hmm. Maybe I was driving 20 miles an hour, because if I was driving 40 miles an hour, I would have missed Goku. Mm-hmm. So they know this stuff. So we know we are magic, but they make you feel that you're not.
It's interesting. Kevin Carre, what say you to this?
Well, the last couple of years, I've been. When I started listening to him, I listened to the first few minutes. I would say the first, actually 30 seconds. Afterward, it just sounds like babble. I just couldn't follow this guy. I'd rather listen to a guy like you or Judaism, my own people, because we're speaking on the same frequency. Them is when they talk, it's very distorted. I could barely understand what they're talking about. But yeah,
you know, I kind of may have directed this conversation to something else versus what the prompt is about. That there's no such thing as a miracle. Jay, what say you to this video in terms of there's no such thing as a miracle?
I'm with Kevin and the other brother.
Zuli.
Yes, a combination of both. So yeah. At a certain point, I was also like, what's he talking about? What is he saying? He started off with scientist arrogance, right? But afterwards, he comes across like a little boy babbling, right? All over the place. So there's something God-given, right? Let's call it God-given. I'm here for 3 things. I'm here for spiritual shit, family, and business, right? In that order. And the spiritual shit, what I've witnessed the first few weeks, and I'm not done yet. I was supposed to go to a treatment of 9 days, but what I have seen, I dream, I wake up, and another guy tells me what I dreamt. I'm sorry, man. Explain that to me with math. Explain that to me with math, right? That's it.
All right, thank you for that, Mr. Untouchable. What say you?
For me, I think it harmonizes with what I was telling her really earlier, because as the brother, as well as he was talking about arithmetic, there are some people who see things in arithmetic, the mathematical equations or whatever, and some people see the car itself, the after effects of what the supposition is. And I think that Azuli may be seeing the car, this or whatever. Let me talk in terms of what the system is, and on the bigger kind of scale of, we don't produce these things, so we still in a subjective stage, but we just see the arithmetic. We are working out the arithmetic. So I think that we are almost looking at the same things and seeing something that's completely different. But it is like that because we talk in a different language. If I am talking in the language of math, not mathematics, stocks and bonds, I could talk to Kevin about that, because even we might be talking the same things, but for me and him to vibe or whatever, or him to get some greater understanding of what we're talking about, I have to speak in those terms. If I'm talking to Koku, I have to speak in a biological language because that's the thing that he could see, in a language that'll be more clearer to him as opposed to anyone else. So it's just perspective based. He sees things in terms of numbers and mathematics, and other people might be viewing the same exact thing, but come up with a different kind of resolution for it because we speak in different kinds of languages, man. The human being is just a fascinating thing, but that's what I get from it, really,
Yeah, if I'm following you, some people see things like the cell would see things, or some people see things like the photon would see it, and so you have to look at it in these different wavelengths in a sense. I kind of get that, man. There's no such thing as a miracle.
Yo,
Go ahead.
So I read this book. It's by a guy. He's an African dude.
Okay.
I forgot his name. I can't remember it right now. So he was kidnapped by the Jesuits when he was a kid. So they put him to the Jesuit school, right? That's his autobiography. He goes to the Jesuit and he escapes. He can't stay there because his spirit is not right with it. So he escapes to head back to his tribe, right? When he returns to his tribe, he's like 23, right? And they tell him, you can't come to the tribe. He's like, why not? They said, you have a European mind. You cannot be allowed back into the town until we clear your mind of that European teaching, right? So he has to go to rituals. Mind you, the kids and his tribe go through the ritual at the age of 10 and 13. He's 23. So he goes to the ritual. People say he's not gonna make it. He's gonna die because he's old, technically. So he goes to the ritual. He can't pass one of the rituals because he's 23 and his mind has been programmed by some of the European teaching. Long story short, he finishes the whole thing. So he comes to America to visit or to do something. When he goes back with the video cassette of Star Trek, right? He shows it to the elders, right? He shows it to the elders. And he shows it to the elders, right? And the elders say, hold on a sec. I don't got no money, shorty.
You have money right there.
Yeah, but that's $20. I can't give you 20.
Ask you a question.
Oh man, hold on. Yeah.
I just want to give you a box.
Okay, I'm gonna come in. All right. Yeah.
This man out here with crackheads.
So keep this, right? So go ahead, go in there. I'm gonna come.
Wait, I know the taxes are. They're gonna give me
No
a
buying
box.
no bad girls.
Hold on.
What's going on there, Zulism?
I'm not giving you my. So what?
There's really out here wrestling with crackheads, man.
He negotiating. He negotiating. And then he can tell us for protecting black women.
This man out here politicking with
Hold on a
crackheads.
second,
That's
man. Hold on a
crazy.
second. No. Yo, bro, can you change 20 for me? Give me 2 10s, please.
What's happening, man? What's happening, bro?
Yeah, I'm Haitian.
Dude trying to get that little
You're
$40.
protecting the black woman.
No.
$20.
Oh man, I'm gonna put
Okay.
Ozuli on mute, man. Ozuli on here trying to get change.
No,
for
I gotta
$40.
put gas in my car.
Yeah.
I gave you 10. You should be happy I gave you 10. So what?
All right, Ozuli. All right. Jay, you about to say something?
No. I'm blown away. What's happening? What was the subject?
So hold on, I'm back.
Protecting black woman.
So check this out. Yo, I gave you 10, shorty. Stop. Yo, hello?
Yeah.
Yo, see? Stop that. Yo, I give her $10. She want my 20. Gas is like $6. Now shorty want my 20.
Is that code word for something else, man?
What you say?
Go protect that black woman.
You see? I'm protect. Yo, you see? Yo, and I was trying to put my whole 20 in my gas tank.
Yo, it just.
Where were we? What was the subject? What was the subject again?
So okay, so now he comes to America, and you know the story Star Trek, the movie Star Trek, right?
Yeah.
So he goes back to his elders and he shows them Star Trek. And the elders say, "Oh my God, those people could do that too." And he was like, "No, this is fake." The elders in the country, in his community, did not understand that the Star Trek, when you teleport from one place to one place, they said that shit was real. So that's his autobiography. So what I'm saying is that what I'm trying to say, I forgot his name. His name is Amadio something. I forgot this gentleman's name, and he just passed away too. So what I'm saying is, how could he say that the elders and his community, when they saw the Star Trek video, the Star Trek movies, they said, "Oh, those people could do that too," and he had to explain to them that this was fake. So back in my country, sometimes you meet somebody on the street, they say, "Where you going?" They yo, "I'm going to such and such city," and they're like, "You need a ride?" They're like, "No," but by the time you get there in your car, you see that person that you just met 2 times ago. How are they able to do that?
Yep. Happens in here also. Those orbs. I see a lot of orbs around my town where I live in the Netherlands. And in 2012, I saw a lot of them here. In 2016, I saw them too. And I was with people that I took with me from the Netherlands, and we asked about it, and they spoke about an airport that was not an airport, and people here could see them. And when a Frenchman started to see it, he started to see that those orbs were landing there. They moved this quote unquote airport to somewhere else because Europeans were not supposed to see it. So with my Western mind, when I do the math with my Western mind, I make of it that the Marabu, the bush doctors here, are in contact with what we call UFOs.
I'm gonna say this, and this is the funny thing, and this is the simple magic that we don't understand. I'm gonna give you a simple. When I was shooting my movie, one of the actors quit, and there was another actor that I was looking for, but I was calling him and I couldn't get in contact with him. So I go downtown and I'm shopping somewhere for props. So I couldn't find the props at one store, and the store person tells me, "Yo, if you go to this store, you're gonna find it." But on my way to the store, I stop at other little stores. When I get to the store closed at 6. I missed it. So I'm like, damn. When I turn around to go, guess who I see? The actor that I was looking for. How did this happen? Is that a coincidence? Is that an accident? If I spent an extra 10 minutes at another store, I would have missed him. If I didn't turn around and he was going inside a building, he was going. If I would have stayed longer staring at the store, talking about, "Oh damn, I missed it," he would have went in and I would have missed them. So, like, I think a lot of us indigenous people, we need to get back to to what. That's the only way to defeat the system, man. To go back to the magic, bro. And I don't know how we lost it, how to get it back, but that magic that he's talking about, they know something. Me and Coco were talking about, man. Somebody gave them the cheat code. They got the cheat code somehow. Like Jay was saying, they're not that smart. Somebody gave them the cheat code. So I'm just saying, I do believe in the magic thing. It's just it's just tapping into it. That's how I feel.
And one of the actor you was talking about wasn't an actor you just give $10 to.
First of all, the lady, she would see, man, I should have never given my $10, man. Now I'm gonna have to put 2 gallons instead of 4. Jesus Christ.
All right, we don't want to be brought up in a court of law as evidence of your solicitations, man.
First of all, that was not solicitation.
Yo, you know that's solicitation, big time.
Are y'all serious? She was soliciting me then.
Either way, we don't want this to be evidence in your business. You understand what I'm
Oh
saying?
my God, I can't. Oh man.
Erwin, while you're there, is there anything you want to plug? Anything you want to shout out?
No, I'm good. Oh, I would say that if anybody gets a chance, there's a movie that I saw on Netflix. If you get a chance, it's called Silvertown Siege. It's about a story of 3 apartheid freedom fighters that get caught after trying to set up a bomb, but they get ratted out, and then they're trying to fight their way out, and they end up at a bank. And the whole story is instead of asking for money, they ask the apartheid for the release of Nelson Mandela.
Okay.
So if anybody want to see that, it's called Silvertown Siege or something like that. It's on Netflix. It's a pretty cool movie.
Okay. Kevin Carre, anything you want to shout out this week? You're on mute, brother, if you're speaking. Maybe Kevin is knocked out. Tanzan.
Oh, sorry about that. No, I was just negotiating with somebody, but yeah.
Shut your ass, man. Shut your ass.
Sure.
Tanzan, anything you want to shout out this week?
Yes, I am doing a show on Swahili Nation on traditions and culture and marriage. So if you guys want to check it out, it's going to be this Tuesday. I think it's 11 a.m. Western. I don't know what that translates to, but it's on Swahili Nation. So we talk about African traditions, about customs, and yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Hold up, it's on what? What's the channel?
Swahili Nation.
Oh, Swahili Nation. So and you
Yes.
do it at 11 a.m. West Eastern time or
Western. Kali time.
Okay. All right. Swahili Nation. All right.
Yes.
All right. Thank you for that, Tanzan. Thanks for being here too. Jay,
It's been a pleasure being here. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Jay, is there anything you want to plug this week?
On Guess Them Up, his channel. I always we start something and people can call in, and yesterday was powerful again. It's the same time as this show.
Okay.
So yeah, check it out, man. Friday. For me, it's nights. I don't know where you are, but
yes, 8 p.m. It's 8 p.m. at night.
Okay, 8 p.m.
Yeah.
Right, 8 p.m. Friday. We have we just rob our black pentagrammers. You know, if you close your eyes, that's the largest star. You know, I mean, the universe. What's the largest star in the universe? It's that. What's the largest? I'm fucking up. What's the largest star in the sky? It's that black one, right? Now close your eyes and see that it fits in your head. It's equally infinite, right? So let's call that one in the sky, the universe. Let's call that God.
or the universe, and the one in your the creator, and the one in your head is as above so below. So we are in the image of God. So the black star in our minds, in our heads, is our mind, and it's infinitely creative, right? So this black star, we rob it. We rob our black star on each other, right? So we bump heads, so to speak. We cross minds, so to speak. So it's not the discussions or whatever. We just throw up thoughts. And past Friday was a good one again.
Okay. So
what
this
is it
every
on?
Friday?
What is it on? What
Gas them
channel
up.
is it?
Gas them up. It's gas them up, his channel.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay, I'll make sure to be there on Friday. I wasn't
Yes.
aware. In fact, I'll talk to you guys behind the scene about doing some collaborations between your channel and the network.
Okay.
Mr. Untouchable, anything you'd like to shout out?
No, I just quickly. The Swahili Nation, it's not in Swahili. Y'all will be speaking in English. Tanzania.
Yes, it's
Okay,
in English.
just to make sure. So I
Yes.
will I'll try to listen in on the
Okay,
discussion. I
thank you.
think that you have great things to say. The second thing I wanted to know is Erzuli, what will be the name of your movie so I can look out for it when it comes out?
The ones that I have. Which one? The one that I just mentioned, or my
Yeah,
movie?
the one that you just mentioned. What's the name of it?
It's called Silver Town Siege.
No, brother, I talking about your movie.
My movie?
Yeah.
Your next film.
Oh, my next film that I'm working on?
Yeah.
Well, I'm working on a film called Susu.
Susu. Okay.
Yes.
That'll be the name of it?
Yeah, Susu. It's
Okay. Okay. What's the name of your first movie? Let me see if I could check it out.
No, Raging Elephant.
Raging Elephant. I'll look.
But the thing is, Mr. Untouchable, I need your email so I could allow you to see it, because it's not. If you give me your email, I'll share it with you.
I'll do it right now. I'll do it right now. Look at the box, okay?
Okay. So I'll share it.
All right. So Mr. Untouchable will share his communication with Erzuli in the private chat. I want to thank everyone who tuned in tonight, man. This was a long show, but a good one. We'll be back during the week. You can especially look for me on Tuesday. I'm trying to figure out how to do the Thursday show, considering my time. But we'll be back next Saturday for the Shoot the Breeze as well. Erzuli, do you want to add something?
No. Everything's.
Okay, no. I heard.
No, I was gonna something. He said it's Gas Them Up. The one that he said on Friday it's on Gas Them Up's page.
Yeah, Gas Them Up. Yeah, GASDEMUP. Gas Them Up.
Okay. All right, cool.
All right. So, yeah. So I want to thank everyone who was on the panel tonight: Tanzan, Jose, Erzuli, Mr. Untouchable, Kevin Carre, who was here from the very beginning, Gas Them Up, who was here earlier. I want to shout out everyone who was in the chat tonight. That'll be the Pro Black Perspective, NYC Sports Archives, KW Dawn 7, Kevin Carre 42, Lero, Ketter, Daily Affirmations by Pauline, Tanzan was in the chat. We also had Jonelle in the chat, Dorico Kupu Photography. Shout out to all you guys who was here tonight. And I'll see you guys next week Saturday for sure. I'll see you during the week here, probably on Tuesday. And you guys be good in the meantime. I'll see you later. Peace.
Thank you.
Yes,
Peace.
sir. Peace.
Have a good night.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.